Chapter 301, in fact, this battleship is meant for fishing. Plutonium. An elemental model. Dennis was first amazed at the existence of this new element, but more so by the concept of an elemental model. Could it be that the elemental controller Lord Audiobook was right, that elements can still be further divided? Dennis furrowed his brows. The prevailing belief among the wizards was that elements are indivisible, forming the foundation of the world. This belief stemmed from the limits of material deconstruction. They couldn't break down basic elements any further. The legendary counselor, Audiobook, had proposed the theory of further dividing elements. However, he went mad before proving it and wrote notes that birthed a fanatical sect predicting the world's end. Hence, it remained an unreliable hypothesis. Of course. Lynn nodded. According to hypotheses from some scholars within the Society of Mystical Arts, elements are composed of atomic nuclei and orbiting electrons. Dennis was highly intrigued by this topic and hurriedly inquired about what these supposed atomic nuclei and electrons were. Lynn didn't delve into much detail, dismissing it as magical theory needing experimental validation. While the databanks of the mind had models of over 100 elements, Lynn could only confirm the probable correctness of the plutonium model. Moreover, for Dennis, unfamiliar with quantum theory, understanding the construction and functioning of an atom would be challenging. After all, wizards believed the entire world operates according to specific laws, and through understanding and applying these laws, they wield magic. Lynn even suspected that the self-proclaimed elemental controller counselor, having possibly touched the realm of the microscopic, went mad due to an inability to accept quantum properties. It seems our guests have arrived. A smile graced Lynn's face. Let's go out together and see. Meanwhile, a colossal airship pierced through dense fog, arriving over the harbor city and slowly descending onto a specially constructed landing site. Is this the land of wizards? I never expected such a bustling place on the other side of the sea. Flora followed Orlando and others off the airship, her gaze constantly roaming around. Everything displayed by this harbor city was novel to Flora, utterly different from any city in the kingdom of Hadrolata. Even the most prosperous capital there couldn't compare. In fact, beyond the main city area, everywhere was dirty, messy, usually emitting an unpleasant stench. Having lived there for so long, Flora hadn't felt anything amiss, but arriving at A.K.A., she discovered a city could be this clean and tidy. In just a short while, she'd spotted 7 airships soaring over the city. Besides the common carriages on the streets, there were peculiar iron boxes moving swiftly without beasts or horses to pull or push, yet they raced along. From chimneys and distant workshops, white smoke puffed out, something unheard of in the kingdom of Hadrolata. What's that? Such a huge ship! Anthony's gaze fixated on the massive ship anchored on the sea. The entire warship stood 50 meters tall, with a length exceeding 100 meters. Rows of menacing gun ports lined its sides, towering prominently at the dock, resembling a moving island. This is a battleship under construction, entirely forged from steel. Orlando proudly introduced to everyone. Although he had been away from A.K.A. for a while, these battleships had a rough frame even before he left, so this wasn't surprising. A ship made of steel can float on water? Ham asked incredulously. Even Anthony was quite intrigued. Had someone applied powerful magic to such a large ship? But a ship this size, weighing perhaps hundreds of tons, would consume immeasurable magic power. Of course. Orlando proudly stated. Lord Principal mentioned that an object floats on water because the gravity acting on it is less than the buoyancy of water. Utilizing knowledge acquired from Lynn, Orlando explained the mechanics theorem: objects submerged in a static fluid experience a buoyant force equal to the weight of the displaced fluid. So, by using the formula, dividing the mass by volume, they could calculate density. As for their steel warship, its bottom compartments were hollow, making the part submerged far less dense than water. As long as this condition is met, anything can float on water. Lord Lynn also coined a new term: displacement. It's the tonnage of water displaced by a vessel in water. Orlando enthusiastically introduced. With ships like these, a few more will be built, and then, one voyage could bring back enough fish to feed tens of thousands for a whole week. Fishing. The people present struggled to comprehend. They had just heard Orlando boast about the prowess of this steel giant, only to be told now that it was meant for fishing. It was somewhat hard to accept. Orlando shrugged. He found it a bit of an overkill, but Lord Lynn apparently didn't think so. According to Lynn, since the ship was already constructed, during times of peace, it shouldn't remain idle. Using it for fishing not only generated profit and improved the townsfolk's diet but might even give the gunners some practice by hunting a few sea creatures. Unlike Flora and the others who gazed at the towering ironclad, Raydell paid attention to the passing poor folk. Everyone was well dressed in fine attire usually seen only on nobles, yet these were worn by laborers transporting goods. Such beautiful clothes, how can they bear wearing them while moving goods? What if they get torn? Ham expressed concern. Orlando chuckled in response. That's nothing in Iida. Every day, the magic workshops produce cloth lengths extending over 10,000 meters. Here, 5 copper coins can buy a decent outfit. A melding of fantasy, technology, and magical lore, woven intricately in the passage. How did I do capturing the essence of the text's transformation? Chapter 302, Is the Dean a legendary wizard? Incredible fabric reaching thousands of meters? Is this made with magic? Ham asked incredulously. This was developed by Lord Lynn, something called a weaving and sewing machine, requiring no magic. Even ordinary people can handle it with ease. If we had enough raw materials, the production could easily double. Orlando's words carried a strong sense of superiority. The rapid development of Iida was astounding, changing almost every week. As they spoke, a finely crafted alchemical carriage parked beside them. Orlando invited Anthony and others to board. In the past few months, the technology of internal combustion engines had matured. These alchemical vehicles were now categorized for various purposes, some for ore transportation and others for city commuting. The one before them was undoubtedly the latter, designed for sightseeing. It was almost twice the size of other alchemical carriages, accommodating 20 people, equipped with a canopy to shield from sunlight and rain, and now sporting inflatable tires, eliminating the constant jostling. Its only downside was its moderate speed, it couldn't race through the city. But for newcomers like Raydell, it felt like flying, far faster than a horse-drawn carriage. Ham sat stiffly on the soft leather seat, feeling as though everything around him resembled exquisite artwork. Even the noble lords couldn't enjoy such treatment. Orlando took everyone on a tour of the entire harbor city, showcasing the smoky workshops. Ham had heard that Lynn planned to construct something called rails to connect cities in the wizarding realm. This way, traveling between the cities would take only a few hours, making transportation of goods and people extremely convenient. Here, there were no nobles or kings, everything was controlled by wizards. Raydell and others were suppressing their astonishment. Arriving at this magical wizarding city, they felt like everything they saw and heard challenged their understanding. Steel behemoths weighing hundreds of tons that could float on the sea, alchemical carriages moving without beasts of burden, and the grand railway network connecting a dozen cities, everything was simply unimaginable. At one point, Raydell even doubted if he was still dreaming. According to the Dean, the power of magic and technology isn't just for battles but for daily life, providing convenience for everyone. Orlando smiled, explaining. Lynn is truly an incredible person. Flora couldn't help but admire. From Orlando's words, it was evident that this harbor city wasn't like this from the beginning. It transformed only after Lynn became the leader of the Iida sect. Since the entire wizarding realm is controlled by the council, Lynn should be one of the council leaders, right? Flora continued to inquire. No, the Dean arrived from the Sekka's empire only 2 years ago. Although many magical theories proposed are enough to change the existing system, the position of the council leader has always been held by legendary wizards. Orlando shook his head, dismissing Flora's speculation, then added, "Of course, every wizard knows it's only a matter of time before the dean becomes the leader." "So, Lord Lynn isn't a legendary wizard?" Flora and the others were surprised. They had all witnessed the thunderstorm that descended from the sky one night, instantly destroying the entire mansion. Such power could only be achieved with legendary magic. Curious and puzzled, Flora continued asking about Lynn. Orlando also became interested. Lynn hadn't been in Iida for long, but the experiences were legendary. From demonstrating airships and free-falling laws to calculating planetary areas and proposing gravitational laws, Lynn had even received the highest academic honor, the Sun Crown Medal in the wizarding realm. To elaborate on all of it might take hours. Flora and the others were dumbfounded. Before they could recover from the shock of standing on a spherical continent, they heard another absurd message. According to Orlando, Lynn was just a third circle wizard. How could that be? Everyone present was astonished, even suspecting if Orlando was playing a trick on them. Even Anthony was quite surprised, but upon considering Lynn's unusually young appearance, he quickly wore a pensive expression. About 15 minutes later, the alchemical carriage stopped at the gates of the academy. Flora, Anthony, Raydell, and others got off the carriage. Upon lifting their heads, they saw the most iconic structure of the Iida Academy, a pair of hands built with pure white marble, each hand holding a wooden and iron ball, lifting them high into the sky. The apprentices returning to the academy, like ilk, couldn't help shivering, as it reminded them of free-falling formulas. According to the dean, they had to participate in their graduation exam upon their return, a test unlike any they had faced before. All the formulas and theorems they'd been taught before were within the scope of the exam. Nightmares were the only way to describe it. "Welcome to Iida, everyone." A clear voice resonated, and Lynn appeared with a group of academy wizards. "Dean." Ilk and the others quickly bowed and saluted. Orlando warmly hugged Kevin and the others, reuniting after a long absence. "Orlando, haven't you noticed any change in the dean?" Kevin asked, smiling. "A change?" Orlando paused, looking at Lynn with suspicion. After a long while, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed, surprised. "Could it be that you've advanced to become a grand wizard?" Lynn casually nodded. Kevin looked regretful. "It happened last night. It's a pity you missed such an important moment." Orlando also felt regretful, he should have returned a day earlier. Anthony, also a grand wizard, wasn't surprised at all. Upon seeing Lynn for the first time, he sensed the presence of a domain. As for their previous encounters being magical projections, he couldn't assess, but now he was certain, Lynn, like himself, was a grand wizard. Chapter 303, Anthony, do you think a level 3 wizard could understand such profound magical theory? Master Anthony, on your way here, you should have already witnessed this harbor city. How does it feel? Lynn ushered everyone into the spacious meeting room, inquiring. I believe anyone arriving at this wizard city for the first time would be immensely awestruck. Anthony responded with genuine amazement. His words weren't mere flattery, they stemmed from the heart, finding Iida to perfectly match the fantasies about the magical kingdom. No, it was even more peculiar than he had imagined. I believe before long, the entire kingdom of Hadralata will undergo a transformation like this harbor city, and that will be the key to our victory against the Empire. Lynn chuckled. I have no doubt about that, but the nobles of those kingdoms and our new king may not be as willing. Anthony's expression turned somewhat serious. On their way to the academy, Orlando mentioned the changes in this harbor city. Over 60% of its residents had entered factories, receiving substantial pay each month. It was this very aspect that ensured no one in Iida went hungry, and even commoners now enjoyed luxuries previously reserved for nobles. Implementing such policies faced no issues in the wizard land since there were no nobles or royal families here. Wizards cared little for the comings and goings of the people. Plus, with the silent approval of the council, within just 2 short years, Iida's population had exceeded 100,000. But implementing this in the kingdom wasn't going to be easy. After all, the populace was the most cherished asset of the nobles, symbolizing all their power. Lynn understood Anthony's concerns, but he wasn't particularly worried. He spoke with a smile, "No one can halt the progress of time. Trying to resist change will only end up crushed beneath the wheels of progress. Once this toughest period passed, once those poor folks saw tangible benefits, those nobles would lose their significance. Lord Lynn, since most town folks are in the factories, what about the abandoned lands?" Raydell asked, puzzled. "I heard from Orlando that Iida has an alchemical device that allows one person to cultivate 10 kilometers of land in an hour. Is it true?" This was what intrigued Raydell the most, as the wheat harvest was imminent, followed closely by autumn planting. "Of course, it's true. But don't worry, you'll see for yourself soon enough," Lynn teased, hinting that the first-generation harvesters from the alchemical workshop had been successfully crafted. He believed results would show soon. Considering Anthony and the others had spent the entire day traveling via airship, Lynn didn't delve into lengthy discussions. He quickly had the attendants guide everyone to rest. Once they left the hall, Flora couldn't hold back her thoughts any longer. "Teacher, it seems your previous estimation was wrong. That Lord Lynn isn't a legendary wizard, he's only just become a level 4 wizard when we met. Do you think a level 4 wizard could comprehend such profoundly intricate magical theories? Gravitational forces, spatial elements, electromagnetic forces, any of these, even a grand wizard might struggle to fathom so deeply." Anthony shook his head, dismissing Flora's speculation. "But, the wizards from the Iida school wouldn't deceive us unnecessarily. Lord Lynn completed his advancement to a grand wizard only last night." Flora was perplexed, then conjectured, maybe his extensive knowledge stems from studying many profound magical theories within that society of mystical arts. So, perhaps, they had been misled. She had been showing such reverence to a youth barely older than herself, both being formal wizards. Anthony smiled without a word. He had interacted with Lynn in the realm of magic many times. He had sought knowledge from Lynn on various subjects, and Lynn effortlessly provided answers, no matter the field. Sometimes, Anthony couldn't help but wonder if there existed any question in the world that could stump Lynn. Knowledge couldn't be faked, and not many wizards would freely impart their hard-earned knowledge without reason, at least not without an equivalent exchange of knowledge. So, there was only one possibility left. Anthony suddenly remembered the rumors. Hundreds of years ago, before the Holy Church's influence spanned the entire continent, there were numerous grand and even legendary wizards, but they perished in a prolonged magical war, almost akin to a magical apocalypse. Anthony couldn't help but suspect that Lynn might have been a legendary wizard once, fallen for unknown reasons. And now, through possession or some form of arcane magic, he had returned. Though his knowledge remained, regaining the status of a legend required accumulation. It demanded the use of alchemical arrays or aid from others to cast those legendary spells again. With his imagination running wild, Anthony found it increasingly plausible. From their recent interaction alone, Lynn had established a remarkably stable domain, even perfecting the Sea of Elements. It didn't resemble the work of a newly ascended Grand Wizard. However, even if he was convinced, it remained just a speculation. Anthony didn't voice this thought but simply reminded Flora and the others that Lord Lynn wasn't as simple as they thought. They should treat him as they would a legendary wizard. Compared to the sightseers like Raydell and Iida, Ilk, who had just arrived at the academy, had already plunged into reviewing his lessons. With the looming uncertainty of war with the Empire, Lynn had tightly scheduled their time, leaving them only half a day for revision. The graduation exam came once a year, and failing meant waiting another year. Having stayed in the kingdom of Hadralata for over a month, Pierce had almost entirely forgotten the formulas he'd learned before. Staring at his notes, he felt completely lost, unable to recall what each symbol represented. Quick, quick, who can tell me the acceleration due to gravity? What's the formula for the volume of a cylinder? And what's that value for pi? Does anyone remember the density of water? Similar cries echoed in every corner of the academy. Clearly, not many had bothered to study in their leisure time over the past month. This night promised to be a sleepless one. Chapter 304, Unveiling the Origin of Magic. The following day, at the crack of dawn, a group of wizard apprentices stepped into the examination hall, their hearts brimming with apprehension. As they received their respective question papers, furrowed brows and quick calculations ensued. Pierce wasted no time and cast his gaze upon the first question. Two individuals, A and B, start from opposite points and after 4 hours, they meet at a distance of 5,000 kilometers from the center. Given A's faster speed than B's, determine how many kilometers faster A travels per hour compared to B. Pierce's brow furrowed at once. This seemed like a mathematical problem, solving for the unknown, but the provided conditions were scanty. After some contemplation, he finally discerned the approach, sketching out a diagram of line segments. On the other side of the examination hall, several wizards responsible for invigilation were perusing through the examination papers. Regarding this graduation examination at the A.K.A. Academy, Flora and others were deeply intrigued. Thus, they volunteered to supervise these students, feeling a slight inclination to partake in the questions themselves. Initially, Flora assumed these questions were tailored for apprentices, not for fully fledged wizards like herself. But after glimpsing through a few problems, she was taken aback. Do they teach these things regularly at the A.K.A. Academy? A male wizard puzzled. He thought the exam content would revolve around elemental studies, herbs, alchemy, and morphological studies. Indeed. Lord Lynn nodded, glancing at Flora and others before explaining, overall, it encompasses mathematics, chemistry, and physics. Perhaps later they might even introduce biology. Lord Lynn adjusted his tone. Mathematics forms the basis of all natural sciences. Chemistry studies the composition, structure, and transformations of magical elements, while physics explores the laws governing the world. Studying these subjects is to probe the origin of magic. Lord Lynn affirmed firmly. The origin of magic? Hearing this, everyone present felt a profound stir. Despite studying magic in the past, they rarely delved into this fundamental question. Lord Lynn continued, regarding their utility, haven't you all seen it already? They're omnipresent in the entire city. Everything you witness, be it glass, parchment, airships, vessels, or even electromagnetic railguns, falls under these three subjects. Reflecting on everything they had observed since arriving at A.K.A., Flora suppressed her earlier disdainful thoughts, earnestly scrutinizing each question. However, lacking systematic study in mathematics, she found herself momentarily at a loss on how to approach these equation-based questions, turning to Lord Lynn for guidance. Lord Lynn gestured, creating a soundproof barrier nearby before proceeding to explain, this question is relatively straightforward. It merely takes a slightly different approach. If A and B were traveling at the same speed, they'd reach the midpoint simultaneously. However, they meet at a point 5,000 meters away from the midpoint. Hence, the faster A covered double the distance compared to B, totaling 10,000 meters. As both traveled for 4 hours to meet, performing a simple division yields A's speed being 2.5 kilometers faster per hour than B. Lord Lynn succinctly elucidated the problem-solving approach. In truth, this question wasn't excessively difficult and required just a bit of thinking. The examination he prepared consisted of 50 questions, each worth 2 points, totaling 100. 60 points marked the passing grade, meaning only 30 correct answers were necessary. These questions were meticulously designed by Lord Lynn, encompassing 25 free points, 20 easy questions, and 5 moderately difficult ones. As per his calculations, if Ilk and others took diligent notes, breezing through all the free points should be a walk in the park. Then, solving 5 easy questions would secure a passing grade. Nonetheless, Lord Lynn aimed for a few outstanding students to foster for specialized research purposes. They were the talents for scientific exploration. Of course, apart from the arts examination, these students also had to undergo a practical course assessing their combat and basic spell casting abilities. Their combined average score would decide if an apprentice was qualified to become a certified wizard, offering a chance even for those specializing in certain fields. After Lord Lynn explained a few mathematical problems, Flora and others swiftly began to appreciate the joy of problem-solving, engrossed in their thoughts, completely forgetting their role as supervisors for the students' exams. For Orlando, these free points questions were negligible. Glancing over them, he shifted his focus to the questions marked as easy by Lord Lynn on the examination paper. A wizard piloting an airship encounters an accident, falling from a height of 480 meters. After free falling for a distance, they initiate a decelerating motion using a gradual descent spell at a rate of 2 meters per second squared. Upon reaching the ground, the velocity becomes 0. Neglecting air resistance, determine the total time of descent and the distance of free fall. This seemed like an equation-based problem too. Orlando pondered. He recalled Lord Lynn mentioning that free fall motion was a uniformly accelerating straight-line motion with an initial velocity of 0, represented by the formula v equals gt, where g stood for the acceleration due to gravity, which was around 10 meters per second squared. What was t again? It must be time? But the fall was divided into 2 segments, both time and distance being unknown variables that needed to be solved for as answers. Simply applying this formula wouldn't suffice. Orlando deliberated for a while, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He realized he couldn't solve it. Headmaster Lynn, aren't these questions a tad too difficult? Orlando couldn't help but voice his concern. These are marked as easy? Are these really what apprentices should be tackling? Isn't this a bit far-fetched? Are these challenging? Lord Lynn glanced strangely at Orlando. He remembered discussing the related formulas and even publishing them in the Magic Daily, allowing not only interested wizards but even citizens to enjoy the pleasure of mathematics. Moreover, each wizard was akin to a human calculator, and even an apprentice's computational abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. These questions should ideally fall within an acceptable range. As Lord Lynn was about to explain further, his expression suddenly changed. He snapped his fingers, and a surge of magical energy enveloped him. In an instant, a copper nail shot out, thunderously embedding itself into the examination paper and quill held by one of the apprentices. Chapter 305, I'll stuff the exam paper into the Chancellor's mouth. Apid was an ordinary apprentice within the Iida Academy. He knew well his intellect and calculation skills paled compared to the elite students. If he aimed to stand out in this graduation test and earn the Chancellor's recognition, he had to resort to unconventional means. Last night, he splurged on a potent alchemical powder from a skilled herbalist. He blended it into the ink, creating a cheat sheet only visible through specific magic. So, boldly, Apid laid out the parchment paper filled with formulas and exercises on the desk. Pretending to solve problems, he discreetly used a revealing spell to peek at the questions. Great! These few questions were explained by the Chancellor. Just a few number switches, and they're solvable. Proudly, Apid worked through the parchment, cracking the first 5 questions within minutes. But soon, he realized this method wasn't foolproof. Many questions on the exam were unfamiliar, resistant to simple formula substitutions or number swaps. Puzzling over it, Apid persisted, repeatedly casting the revealing spell on the parchment, line by line, searching for any missed formulas. Suddenly, a piercing sound tore through the air. Before Apid could react, a long copper nail zoomed past, pinning his quill and the exam paper in his hand. The parchment in front of him fluttered, autonomously flying towards the invigilator's desk. Chancellor! Apid startled, jolting up from his seat. Lord Lynn extended a hand, and the parchment landed in his palm. Meanwhile, Orlando and Flora, contemplating the exam questions, remembered their responsibilities as invigilators. They hurried over, finding some messy drafts on the parchment, seemingly nothing extraordinary. But they understood, this had to be some form of cheating. The Chancellor wouldn't act so abruptly otherwise. Lord Lynn cast a knowing glance at Apid, instantly deducing the ink's invisibility. Such trickery was far too naive to escape his notice. Invisible ink merely manipulated a spectrum unseen by the naked eye. Lord Lynn's thoughts spun, conjuring a prism, refracting sunlight from the window into ultraviolet rays that converged onto the parchment. The concealed writings emerged instantly. Apid turned pale. Cursing the herbalist in his mind, he wondered how his supposedly concealed ink had been uncovered, even by a seasoned wizard. Apid, I warned about the consequences of cheating. You may leave now. Lord Lynn tossed the paper back, coldly instructing. Chancellor, please, give me another chance. Apid pleaded anxiously. At 29, according to Iada's custom, not becoming a full-fledged wizard by 30 meant being expelled from the academy. Lord Lynn remained resolute. Choosing shortcuts meant facing risks. Not punishing would be unfair to those earnestly studying. Despite Apid's cries, Lord Lynn gestured for Orlando to escort him out, avoiding disturbing the other examinees. Although this lesson was learned, the attempts to cheat persisted among the examinees. Each held a glimmer of hope, believing they wouldn't get caught. Methods of cheating were diverse. Some foolishly wrote on their hands or sleeves, sneaking glances when unobserved. The clever ones employed different tactics. One apprentice wielded a mystical magic, covertly observing answers through reflected light, almost hoodwinking Lord Lynn, had he not been an adept grand wizard. Tactics like using farsight spells to peek were also attempted. But Lord Lynn, with experiences transcending magic from past lives, was adept at unveiling these cheats. Within minutes, all were exposed. Lamentations echoed in the exam hall. Among the 230 examinees, a whopping 37 attempted various cheating methods, promptly ousted from the exam, their results nullified. Ilk watched as each apprentice faced disqualification, his expression dim. They'd confront severe penalties. He, too, had prepared a cheat sheet but hesitated to use it, haunted by the Chancellor's warning. Despite barely escaping, he racked his brains, continuing the test. Even if his written exam faltered slightly, there was a practical test awaiting. If he performed exceptionally, securing a decent score was plausible. Contrarily, Lydia, also present in the exam hall, had a different mindset. As a halfling devoid of inherent magical talent, her participation was solely due to Lord Lynn's special approval. But there would be no leniency from the Chancellor. It meant she'd score not in the practical subject of shaping, focusing only on alchemy and herbology, struggling even for a pass. To smoothly pass the exam, she needed exceptional performance in the written subjects. Lydia worked tirelessly. Being an airship maker and pilot, she was well versed in geometric calculations, gravitational formulas. The foundational questions were solved within an hour and a half. However, the subsequent dozen questions stumped her. They involved celestial mechanics or intricate function-related geometry, taxing even the sharpest minds. Like this one. A, B, C are 3 artillery positions. A is 6,000 km east of B, and C is 5,000 km north-northwest of B, with a 30-degree angle. P marks the enemy clergy's position. At a certain moment, a bishop casts a message spell detected by us 3 seconds later due to B and C being farther from A. The message spell propagates at 1,000 km per second. Determine the azimuth for A's artillery to strike the clergy's position. So difficult. Lydia grimaced, scribbling on her paper. She wished she could stuff the entire exam into the Chancellor's mouth. Couldn't they ask something simpler? Chapter 306, This is beyond unbelievable. The morning had stretched on, the exam lasting a good 3 hours. As Ilk and the others stepped out, there was an immediate collective sigh of relief, followed by a frantic comparison of answers. Soon enough, they were arguing fervently, faces flushed. "It's impossible. I've double-checked multiple times, the wizard involved in the plane crash should have reached the ground by the 31st second, Ilk declared with absolute certainty. "You must have miscalculated. The formula for this question involves the distance, s equals initial velocity, v, times time, t, plus half of the acceleration times t squared. You need to set the free fall time as t1. And the total time of descent turns out to be 24 seconds, with a free fall distance of 80 meters. Countered another wizard. Ilk mentally recalculated and his expression soured. Oh no, he had gotten another question wrong. On the side, Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the last-minute review on free fall formulas last night, or he'd have been doomed today. Inside the examination hall, Lynn was scrutinizing the answer sheets being collected, with Orlando's group responsible for grading them. Even if they might not have been able to solve them themselves, they were confident in marking the correct answers. Why is it so challenging? Lynn wondered. Wizard apprentices should have sharp minds, not necessarily all geniuses, but certainly sharper than the average person. Yet upon closer thought, Lynn quickly grasped the issue. Despite the seemingly not so difficult questions, the apprentices had not had much time to study. In total, they only had a little over a year to grasp a wide array of subjects Lynn had crammed in primary and middle school level physics, chemistry, and even some high school topics. Coupled with Lynn occasionally skipping classes to tend to personal matters or participate in academic seminars and the Kingdom's Wars, their self-study time had also been quite extensive. Looking at some high-scoring papers, Lynn immediately dismissed the notion. If some could achieve high marks, then the test wasn't excessively difficult after all. Among them, Johnny was undoubtedly the most proficient, with only 3 mistakes in the deliberately prepared challenging questions out of the final 5. Apart from being formally trained, he clearly put in extra effort on regular days. What surprised Lynn the most was Lydia. She managed to score 88 points, with her errors mostly relating to elemental properties, even acing all the deliberately challenging problems Lynn had set. She truly is a genius in the field of engineering. Lynn exclaimed. Headmaster, shouldn't you have excluded Lydia from this assessment? What if she actually passes? Are you planning to award a wizard's badge to a halfling who can't do magic? Orlando hesitated to voice his concern. Of course, as long as she successfully passes the test, becoming a wizard isn't a big deal, Lynn said calmly. But this might subject Lydia to ridicule among the wizards, even facing hostility from some who might feel she's demeaning the noble identity of a wizard. Orlando looked worried, finding the headmaster's perspective overly simplistic. What use is a title for someone who can't perform magic? Even if she can't perform magic, Lydia can still become an alchemist, right? She independently created an airship, not to mention her efforts in researching internal combustion engines and electromagnetic railguns, Lynn pointed out. Orlando was momentarily speechless. Looking at it from that angle, referring to this halfling girl as an alchemist might not be a problem. But the idea of a wizard without magic was just odd. Just as he was perplexed, Lynn chuckled and continued, and who said Lydia couldn't use magic? Orlando was bewildered. The absence of magical talent in halflings was common knowledge among wizards, it had never been broken before. Lydia had been an apprentice for over a year and couldn't even grasp the most basic water solidification and material deconstruction spells. Could the headmaster really make someone without talent in magic successfully wield it and become a wizard? This was beyond unbelievable. Lynn kept the suspense and didn't explain further, merely telling Orlando that he'd find out in a few days. In the afternoon, the apprentices, tormented by the written test, finally encountered their familiar practical classes. Elements, shaping, alchemy, potions, and combat exercises. A total of 5 subjects, divided over 2 days. Over the past year, the Iida wizard apprentices had faced many rigorous courses, yet several aspects were interconnected. For instance, the chemistry subjects involved the properties and changes of elements, so their foundation wasn't neglected. Their mathematical training for calculations also brought their magical reserves close to their limits, resulting in more students applying for graduation this year. Pierce, aware that his performance in the morning wouldn't be stellar, exerted extra effort and excelled, breezing through the first 4 subjects. As for the final combat exercises, surprisingly, they turned out to be the easiest. Their opponents were 3 magically enhanced puppets, comparable in strength to fully armed guards, and dealing with them wasn't too demanding. Even Lydia managed to skillfully take down these puppets using meticulously crafted short-barreled firearms. On the morning of the 3rd day, it was time for the results to be announced. The entire Magical Academy's students gathered, waiting anxiously and nervously. Receiving their grade sheets and seeing their success was met with cheers and jubilation, but clearly, there were more who hadn't made it. Even with a curved grading system, less than 40% managed to pass this graduation exam. Damn it, just a little more. Deborah stared at the conspicuous 58 score on her paper, feeling immensely frustrated. If only she'd reviewed a bit more, or if the professor had been a tad more lenient, she could have passed. Now she had to wait another year. Deborah reflected in silence as nearby, a burst of exuberant cheers erupted. This is amazing! I made it! Chapter 307, Can everyone learn magic and become a wizard? Lydia held her test paper with boundless joy, shouting excitedly. She hadn't expected to actually pass her graduation exam, and not just pass it but with a decent score. Despite scoring 0 in shaping subjects and performing dismally in elemental studies and herbology, her high marks in practical combat and alchemy just managed to push her over the passing threshold in the practical test. Combined with her outstanding written scores, averaging a solid 74, she was among the top apprentices. Darren and the others were just as thrilled, accompanying Lydia early in the morning to witness the announcement of the results. Brilliant, Lydia! Looks like you're about to become the first half-human wizard. I knew you could do it. The half-humans present were ecstatic. They had witnessed Lydia's journey firsthand, defying the common belief that half-humans lacked magical talent. While others saw it as wishful thinking or even foolishness, to Lydia, joining the Iida Academy to study magic and become a true alchemist was a steadfast goal. To many, it seemed like an impossible dream. They likened it to expecting a pack animal to soar the skies like a griffin. Magical talent was seen as inherent, creating a chasm between the extraordinary and the ordinary. Despite the lack of recognition and facing constant skepticism and ridicule, Lydia never considered giving up. She worked as an alchemist's assistant, crafting various flying devices, all in pursuit of a chance to study magic. Most of these efforts ended in failure, but luck favored her when she unexpectedly gained the recognition of Headmaster Lynn and got involved in crafting skyships, fulfilling the agreement with Grand Master Hurlram, eventually joining the Iida Academy. 2 whole years had flown by since then. Don't get too carried away with your happiness. Passing this exam merely grants you the eligibility to use the source of magic. It doesn't guarantee becoming a full-fledged wizard. Deborah, feeling rather annoyed, interrupted the excited Lydia and the others, continuing with a sardonic tone. With your magical aptitude, even with the source, it's a waste. There's hardly any possibility of becoming a wizard. Deborah's sharp words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the enthusiasm of the half-humans, silencing the previously lively atmosphere. Ilk and the others frowned but couldn't muster any retort. As harsh as Deborah's words were, they held a stark truth. For these apprentices who passed the assessment, there was still one major hurdle: the final promotion ceremony. Following the tradition of previous years, only half of the candidates would successfully advance. And for Lydia, who hadn't even mastered a basic zero-ring spell yet, the likelihood of becoming a full-fledged wizard was slim. With this in mind, those who hadn't passed glanced at Lydia with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Even if they managed to pass this assessment, what did it matter? A person's potential to become a wizard was decided the moment they were born. If they failed this year, there were still exams next year and the year after that. At least, they still held on to the hope of becoming a full-fledged wizard. Seeing Lydia's spirit dampened by Deborah's few words, Johnny, contemplating, spoke up. If Headmaster Lynn didn't stop you from taking the graduation exam, perhaps he might have a way to make you a wizard. She believed the headmaster wouldn't be so cruel, giving hope and then crushing it. Lydia's eyes lit up at the thought. If someone else claimed they could make her a wizard, she would have doubted. But if it was Headmaster Lynn, it was different. Before Deborah could retort, Orlando walked over, beckoning the candidates who had passed to proceed to the Tower of Ascension. After establishing aerial transport routes, the entire promotion process sped up. After confirming each student's results yesterday, Lynn immediately arranged for them to board the airship to the council, bringing back the source of magic. From start to finish, it took only half a day, eliminating the weeks of waiting they used to endure. Deborah and the others watched enviously as the apprentices whose names were called entered the towering tower, while they had to wait outside. Pierce was the first one chosen, nervously entering the Tower of Ascension. On seeing Lynn, he bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency." "Pierce, your scores this time are decent. Though your written exam lacked, your grasp of elements, shaping, and herbology is commendable." Lynn smiled, handing over a vial of blue potion. Pierce excitedly took the vial, almost trembling and almost spilling the precious potion. Amused, Lynn reminded Pierce that in such a state, he wouldn't be able to complete the ascension. Pierce took several deep breaths, calming himself before solemnly consuming the source. A piercing cold surged from his abdomen, the potion's power quickly spread through his body, finally reaching his brain. Then came a peculiar, almost bone-deep itch, as if every cell in his body was being torn apart and reconfigured, a pain that penetrated his soul. Sweat beads the size of beans trickled down Pierce's forehead. His complexion turned shades of blue and purple, seeming as if his blood had been drained, appearing terrifyingly gaunt. The entire process lasted for about 10 minutes, and a strong surge of magic emanated from Pierce. Soon after, a blazing fireball manifested in the void, and Pierce opened his eyes, filled with joy. Spellcasting without material, using magic to mimic elements, it was the symbol of a true wizard. "It seems you've succeeded." Lynn nodded with a smile. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Without you, I might have remained an apprentice for life." Pierce deeply bowed, expressing his gratitude. Entering the A.K.A. Academy at 12, he had been an apprentice for a staggering 16 years, nearing 30 this year. Due to the lack of natural talent and the delay in accumulating magic, it was only when Lynn became a professor at A.K.A., introducing the novel and mentally challenging course of numerics, that Pierce found a breakthrough. So, for the headmaster, Pierce was incredibly grateful. Chapter 308, A World Where Everyone Can Be a Sorcerer. I merely provided you with an opportunity to choose, but the ascension depends solely on your efforts. Lynn produced a meticulously crafted wizard's medal and placed it over Pierce's chest. "From today onward, you are an official wizard." "Thank you, Lord Lynn." Pierce's voice trembled slightly. Lynn waved his hand, signaling Pierce to depart, and then summoned the next apprentice. With a bow, Pierce left the Tower of Whispers. Approximately 3 minutes later, Johnny entered, sharing a smile with Lynn, who gestured toward the seat in front. "Stay here for a few minutes before leaving, to avoid arousing suspicion." The girl nodded. In truth, Ilk and the others had long suspected her during this period. After all, they often cast spells, only to be deceived each time by her use of alchemic creations, the magic hand. Now, there was no need for clandestine actions. During this 10-minute interval, Johnny, holding an exam paper, sought Lynn's guidance on the remaining incorrectly answered questions. For the next few hours, Lynn distributed wizard's medals to each successful apprentice within the Tower of Whispers. He also consoled the failures, encouraging them to persevere for a chance next year. Perhaps due to the ordeal of the theoretical exams, this year's ascension rate was higher, around 60%, meaning 40 to 50 new formal wizards this year. In the midst of his musings, the door was once again pushed open, this time by Lydia. The halfling girl barged in, eager, and immediately pulled at the table, asking impatiently, "Dean Lynn, can I become a wizard too?" Lynn refocused and countered, "That depends on what kind of wizard you wish to become." "Of course, a wizard who can cast magic," Lydia promptly replied, her eyes expectantly fixed on the dean, excitement evident. "If it's solely about casting magic, that isn't too difficult," Lynn chuckled. "Really? Can I use magic too?" Lydia exclaimed in delight. Though Johnny had mentioned it before, confirmation from the dean was different. "Put this on first." Lynn handed her a specially crafted bracelet, similar to the Ring of Secrets, designed for communication within the realm of magic but with slight modifications for differentiation. Lydia hastily put it on and asked eagerly, "So now can I perform magic?" "Of course not." Lynn shook his head with a smile. "Close your eyes, relax." Lydia immediately complied, shutting her eyes tightly, but she couldn't relax at all. Internally, Lynn called upon the cognitive link with the halfling girl's brain. With Riddle as a precedent and Lydia's high level of trust in him, the process went smoothly this time, causing her minimal discomfort as she connected with the realm of magic. Lydia swiftly found herself in an incredibly magical place. Countless grey runes floated in a void, 5 of which floated toward her, dancing around her body like playful children before flying into her mind. Basic material deconstruction, water condensation, mage's hand, fireball, frost blade. 5 spells manifested in Lydia's mind, and Lynn's voice echoed in her ears. "Now, try casting a spell." Lydia opened her eyes, nervously extended her palm, and activated the spells in her mind. Under the surge of elements, a crystal-clear, icy blade materialized, exuding a chilling aura that instantly reduced the ambient temperature. "Real magic!" Lydia exclaimed joyfully. She then tried the fireball spell. The powers of fire and ice danced in her palm, delighting her immensely. Though these were basic spells, for a halfling girl who had struggled to grasp magic, they were more than satisfactory. "Dean Lynn, you're amazing!" Lydia rushed to Lynn, planting a few kisses on his face, overflowing with excitement. Lynn wiped the saliva off his face and reminded her, "Remember, your mental energy is limited. You can only cast the 0-ring spell 5 times and the 1-ring spell 3 times a day." Lydia nodded fervently, limitations didn't bother her. At least now, she was truly a wizard. She wanted to see who would dare claim otherwise. Eager to show off, Lydia was halted by Lynn before leaving. "Don't you want your wizard's medal?" Lynn asked helplessly. "Yes, yes." Lydia dashed back, patiently waiting for the dean to bestow the medal upon her before dashing out, elated. Observing Lydia's restless demeanor, Lynn couldn't help but smile. Then, he began probing the magical energy consumption issue of the cognitive network. Enabling someone who had no magical abilities to succeed in casting magic wasn't without a cost. Magic didn't materialize out of thin air, it had to be drawn from their realm of magic. This was Lynn's second attempt at breaking the theory of magical talent. It seemed successful, but numerous issues needed resolution. For instance, the supply of magic. The drained magic couldn't solely burden the cognitive network. It would be ideal to establish a magic reactor, much like setting up an electrical grid, to supply the casting demands of these new wave wizards. In his envisioning, within the future magical kingdom, regardless of inherent wizardry, anyone who studied and comprehended magical principles, possessing adequate computational power, could use the magic network to perform corresponding spells. No longer would birthright decide whether a commoner could become a wizard. A world where everyone could wield magic might transcend the previous federations, elevating magical studies to an entirely new height. Chapter 309, Could it be that you've gone mad with magic, thus hallucinating? Outside the Tower of Whispers, a group of apprentices gathered in front of the main gate, awaiting the results of this promotion ceremony. Every now and then, individuals walked out of the tower, some beaming with joy as they were greeted by envious and jealous gazes. Yet, there were quite a few who failed, their spirits subdued as they retreated to the side. Darren and the others watched Lydia enter the tower, each one anxiously waiting. Within moments, the doors of the tower opened once more. So fast! Darren's heart drummed. Those who had succeeded before made it clear that the potion-induced body enhancement took time. Generally, it took around 10 minutes. Could it be that she failed the promotion? Just as he thought this, Darren dismissed the speculation. Lydia emerged from the tower, proudly adorned with a sparkling wizard medal, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. All eyes were drawn to her, symbolizing not just A.K.A. but the entire land of wizards, its first halfling wizard. Congratulations, Lydia! You've paved the way for halflings. Johnny congratulated with joy. Those acquainted with the girl, like A.K.A. and others, stepped forward to congratulate her sincerely, genuinely happy for her. Under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone, Lydia proudly straightened her posture. From this day forth, she was an official wizard. The apprentices who failed despite passing the trial and practical exams twice looked at the halfling girl with a hint of dissatisfaction. They, like Lydia, had cleared both the trial and practical exams, yet the headmaster didn't grant them the status of wizards. Instead, this honor was bestowed upon a halfling who couldn't even use magic. This led to murmurs of partiality toward Lord Lynn. Who said I can't use magic? Lydia, feeling smug, extended her hand, preparing to cast a fireball spell to prove herself. The apprentices and wizards present were curious. They knew Lydia had spent 2 whole years at A.K.A. Academy without mastering magic. Lydia focused on her magical domain, attempting to activate the spell in her mind, but after much effort, there was no reaction. Why can't I use it? Lydia opened her eyes, perplexed. Could it be you've gone mad with magic, thus hallucinating? Deborah scoffed. This is a modal window. Beginning of dialogue window. Escape will cancel and close the window. End of dialogue window. Lydia rolled her eyes. It dawned on her just then, the headmaster had mentioned that she could only use the zero-ring spell 3 times a day based on her own calculations. Overexcited in the Tower of Whispers earlier, she had already used them up. That meant she could only resort to zero-ring magic. She remembered she hadn't used that one yet. With a thought, Lydia activated the mage's hand. The examination papers held by everyone suddenly trembled, then flew into the air, swirling around her before neatly stacking up in her hand. This is Mage's hand. Deborah widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. It took her a while to ascertain that it was indeed Lydia casting the spell. You've truly learned magic, Lydia. Darren excitedly shook Lydia's shoulders. Although it was just a basic zero-ring spell, it symbolized the miracle known as magic. Of course. I also know Fireball and Frost Blade, but I used them several times just now. I'll have to wait until tomorrow to use them again. Lydia proudly declared, but inwardly, she was a bit regretful. If only she had saved one zero-ring spell to showcase it properly to everyone. However, given Lydia's successful casting of magic, nobody questioned her words. After all, everyone's magical and mental energies were limited. Even official wizards might face the embarrassment of running out of magic after casting a few powerful spells. This halfling girl before them had truly become a wizard. But how did the headmaster manage it? Halflings were believed to lack magical talent, a consensus unchallenged in the land of wizards. Was Lydia an exception, breaking free from the racial constraints after consuming the source of magic? Perhaps the headmaster had recognized her wizarding potential, allowing Lydia entry into A.K.A. Academy. Ilk and the others pondered, confused. Yet, they refrained from delving into more extreme speculations. If the headmaster truly had a method to make anyone an official wizard, it would be extraordinary beyond 100 times more incredible than the speculation of halflings possessing magical talent. The graduation examination at A.K.A. lasted a full 4 days before concluding. Ilk and his peers bidding farewell to their apprentice days were swiftly assigned to various institutions. Currently, every sector required manpower, especially those skilled in physical alterations among the wizards. From optimizing internal combustion engines to crafting ironclad ships, even to improving firearms and cannons, these 47 graduates were a mere drop in the ocean among the wizards. During these days, Raydell and Ham didn't idle either. They delved into every aspect of the city of wizards, even personally experiencing different workshops. The work was indeed exhausting, a continuous 14-hour grind per day. However, the monthly remuneration they received was enough to make them forget the bodily strains. Everyone cherished their current lives, working tirelessly, almost without supervision. Because the wizard overseers here informed them that most of the products from these workshops were geared for war, which would significantly determine the outcome of the impending conflict. If the council were to lose, and the empire occupied this place, they would revert to their former lives of uncertainty, perhaps even worse. Rumors circulated about the nobles and the church beyond the land of wizards being ruthless, mercilessly slaughtering entire cities, plundering their wealth, killing anyone not worshipping their gods, or selling them as slaves to barbaric lands. Hence, the workers voluntarily put in overtime, erupting with immense enthusiasm all to safeguard their current lives. After spending 5 days in the workshop, Raydell, reluctantly and at Lynn's invitation, headed to the grain-producing fields opened up by the wizards. Today marked the summer harvest. Before Raydell's eyes stretched an exceptionally magnificent sight, a vast expanse of golden wheat fields, extending as far as the eye could see, akin to a grand golden sea. Chapter 310, The Concept of Nuclear Magic. Here, what was once barren soil, a salt-affected land left after the seawater receded, has now transformed into fertile fields under the mighty influence of magic. But what caught the attention of Raydell and the others were those peculiar-looking reapers. The alchemists from the workshop were in the final stages of their adjustments. Can these contraptions really turn wheat ears into grains automatically, Master Wizard? A man in his 30s leaned in close to those machines, eagerly watching as the wizards started them up, incessantly asking for details. Byatt was the farm owner here. With the massive hiring happening at the workshop, the peasants who previously survived by tilling the land had all switched professions. To prevent these lands from lying fallow, Lynn took the chance to implement a policy of land leasing, gearing up for a full-scale mechanization of farming. Byatt took a bold step, spending his savings to lease all the surrounding land. This was the result of his hard labor for almost half a year, and this wheat field was more precious to him than his own son. Of course, no doubt about it. Philip confidently remarked. To replicate the diagrams provided by the headmaster, they had put in a lot of effort, sacrificing countless brain cells just to reverse engineer this gadget. Though it hadn't been tested yet, Philip was fully confident in its capabilities. But who was the mastermind behind this reaper? To conceive such intricate machinery? Lynn, are we good to go now? Philip turned to Lynn, asking eagerly. With Lynn's permission, Philip let several enthusiastic colleagues hop onto the reaper. As the lever was pulled, these peculiar machines immediately emitted a clattering sound. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, the reapers traversed the wheat fields, their reel inserts delving into the crops, neatly pushing the wheat to the cutting edge, then through internal cutting mechanisms into the threshing cylinder. Finally, sieved and selected, the wheat grains were stored in the rear storage container. The process might sound intricate, but it was all autonomously executed by these machines. All they needed to do was drive the reapers through the vast fields, dashing in the expansive wheat fields. In just a short while, they had harvested thousands of square meters of land. Philip proudly explained to Byatt, Raydell, and others about the operation and principles of the reapers. Apart from the reapers, the Alchemy Research Institute had also devised machines specifically for plowing and sowing. These machines covered the trifecta plowing, sowing, and reaping. The wizards, adept in elemental studies, would normally enrich the lands magically. With just a few people, they could tend to vast expanses of land. This is like the heavenly descriptions in the scriptures. Ham murmured to himself. Legend had it that in the heavenly kingdom, rivers flowed with exquisite wine, fields bore grains without manual toil, and every tree bore succulent, juicy steaks. While he hadn't seen the rivers of wine or steak-laden trees, witnessing these wheat fields automatically tilled and harvested, and the alchemical apparatus producing thousands of meters of fabric per day, was a miracle he could see with his own eyes. Lynn, could these alchemical machines be used in the kingdom? Raydell hastily inquired. It was the harvesting season in the Hadrolata kingdom too, and if they had these reapers, they wouldn't need to toil in the fields day in and day out. It might be too late now. The production of these reapers is limited, and after Ieda, they need to cater to other cities under the Wizard Council. But by the time of autumn sowing, we could send some plowing machines to the kingdom. Lynn pondered. If Aedan and the others see this, they'd be astonished. Ham murmured. No one would believe that farming and harvesting could become this effortless if they hadn't witnessed it themselves. After a round of joyriding on the reapers, the wizards from the Alchemy Research Institute, excitedly, hopped off the machines, allowing Raydell and the rest to experience them. Especially Byatt, as the farm owner, this demonstration was necessary to test the efficacy of the reapers. In the future, it would be up to Byatt himself to operate them. They continued their busy work until dusk. What was once an expansive view of wheat fields now only had stubs left. The harvesting had been completed thoroughly. If done manually, it might have required over 30 people toil for 5 or 6 days. With 5 reapers, they finished the job of dozens of people in half a day, without exhaustion, directly yielding wheat grains and saving a considerable amount of time. Grateful and teary-eyed, Byatt warmly insisted that everyone stay, slaughtering the only camelop in their possession to celebrate. By the time Lynn and the others returned to the academy, it was already evening, accompanied by an invitation to an academic conference. Considering the ongoing war with the church might last long, this year's academic conference had been unsurprisingly moved up a month. Lynn was genuinely interested in this conference. Since producing glassware, the wizards had significantly accelerated their understanding and progress in the microcosm. Astronomy had made remarkable strides. The diviners had even constructed a large astronomical telescope, preparing to refine star charts further. Lynn had seen numerous papers related to this in the Magical Daily. During this time of manipulating magic within the kingdom, Lynn had also been active. He had published several theories on electromagnetism, receiving both admiration and skepticism. However, Lynn hadn't yet settled on what theory to present this time. His prime focus was on perfecting the elemental model. If he could manage to manufacture those rare elements, many powerful technologies could transform into magic, perhaps even concocting something as potent as nuclear magic. One blast from that, and the Church's armies would ascend to the heavens, if not negate the need for war altogether. No, perhaps it might eliminate the chance of ascending to heaven. Thinking of the imagery of nuclear magic in his mind, Lynn understood that even if he succeeded in creating such powerful magic, it might not directly ensure victory in the war. The powers of the legendary god were still an unknown entity. Just a manifestation had already demonstrated the ability to distort time and space. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Chapter 311, Lord Lynn, they mean to roast me over a fire. In the midst of July, under the scorching sun that hung high in the sky, the city of wizards, Greenirl, was bustling with an unparalleled fervor, casting away the shadows left by the apocalyptic sect that had lingered before. The recent war in the capital of the kingdom of Hadrolata had become common knowledge, spreading far and wide through the wizards daily. The council went on an extensive propaganda spree, hailing it as the initiation of the wizards' first battle against the Holy Church, a truly stirring victory. This signified that henceforth, all wizards need not confine themselves to this island, there existed a broader world beyond. Amidst this enthusiastic atmosphere, the annual academic symposium proceeded as planned. Giant airships descended gracefully from the sky, docking at the square in front of the Society of Mystical Arts. The use of airships had become a trend in the land of wizards. Whether for convenience in travel or to flaunt prestige, various factions spared no expense in acquiring these colossal vessels. The wizards and civilians of Green Earl had grown accustomed to this sight. Over the past year, they had witnessed these airships arriving and departing almost daily. What had once shocked them had now become an ordinary sight. Raphael, the host of this symposium, had been waiting at the entrance with his retinue, ready to greet every wizard from different schools who arrived in Green Earl. Due to Lord Lynn's accomplishment in the previous symposium measuring the planet's circumference and validating the Earth's deviation force, those who had received word but failed to witness the experiment in person lamented their missed opportunity. Consequently, the turnout this time was exceptionally high. Almost every wizard capable of movement had arrived. The council had to hastily expand the docking area for airships due to the overwhelming attendance. "Master, isn't that the flag of the Society of Mystical Arts?" Raphael's curiosity piqued. He turned to see a colossal airship hovering over the Society of Mystical Arts. Its massive balloon displayed a distinctive and conspicuous emblem, the mark of the Society of Mystical Arts, now universally recognized throughout the land of wizards. "Welcome, Lord Lynn. It has been a while." Raphael briskly approached, embracing Lynn warmly as he descended from the airship. Then, as if struck by a revelation, Raphael exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you broken through to Grand Wizard?" As a Grand Wizard himself, Raphael could sense the presence of the domain, immediately confirming that this young wizard before him had indeed taken that monumental step. "Just fortunate, barely a week ago," Lynn responded with a smile. "It seems I'll have to address you as Grand Master Lynn from now on," Raphael remarked, acknowledging Lynn's exceptional talent. He had known that Lynn's breakthrough to Grand Wizard was only a matter of time, but the speed at which it happened astonished him. It had only been a year since their last meeting. It appeared that the record for the youngest Grand Wizard in the land of wizards was about to be shattered again. While Raphael was amazed, he did not forget his responsibilities. Another figure beside Lynn soon drew his attention. "I wonder who this is." Anthony, hailing from the kingdom of Hadralata, also a member of the Society of Mystical Arts, Lynn introduced proactively. Raphael's expression turned solemn. He had read about the recent war in the Wizard's Daily, where this name was mentioned. He was well aware that Anthony was a hex-ring Grand Wizard proficient in electromagnetics. Given his affiliation with the Society of Mystical Arts, Raphael's estimation of him couldn't be overstated. Thinking along these lines, Raphael warmly invited everyone inside, subtly probing for information about this unfamiliar Grand Wizard along the way. The seasoned Anthony, however, adeptly evaded revealing anything significant. Despite Raphael's indirect inquiries, he gleaned one surprising detail: this hex-ring Grand Wizard, a step away from being legendary, seemed to defer to Lynn. Whenever some questions were posed to him, Anthony would glance toward Lynn for approval before answering. Raphael immediately realized that Lynn's role within the Society of Mystical Arts wasn't as straightforward as claimed, a mere scholarly figure. Could it be that Lynn was an apprentice of a legendary wizard or even the founder? Raphael pondered silently, but his smile remained intact as he swiftly ushered everyone into the assembly hall. As Lynn and company entered, wizards within the hall engaged in discussions, immediately surrounding them. Since his remarkable performance at the last symposium, Lynn had become the hottest magical prodigy in the entire land of wizards. Especially upon learning of Lynn's ascension to Grand Wizard, praises and accolades echoed throughout the hall. Lynn responded with a smile, but after half an hour, the smile had begun to stiffen. Endless flattery and compliments had worn his patience thin. He had to navigate through it all, otherwise, rumors of this arrogant rising star neglecting others might spread like wildfire across the land of wizards. Being famous wasn't always a good thing. Deep in thought, Lynn only managed to break away from the crowd just before the symposium was about to commence. Guided by Raphael, they made their way to the seats reserved for the A.K.A faction. Lynn keenly observed that their position was noticeably closer to the front than before, just behind the factions established by legendary counselors, such as the Prophecy Guild and Alchemy Association. While this was indeed an honor, it also meant being put in the spotlight. If A.K.A.'s performance this time was less than satisfactory, it might invite whispers and criticisms behind their backs. "Everyone, please settle down." From the platform in the hall, Grand Wizard Sanchez cleared his throat, using amplification magic to carry his voice to every corner, quieting the noisy discussions. "Welcome, all, to Greenirl, for this year's academic symposium. In the past week, the Council has received over 70 proposals on magical theories, several times more than usual. Hence, this symposium will last for 3 days, divided into 3 sessions, each taking place at noon." Sanchez briefly outlined the conference's schedule and changes. Then, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Lynn, emphasizing his words with a raised tone. "Moreover, this year's symposium requires an additional adjudicator. None other than Grand Master Lynn of the A.K.A faction." Chapter 312, Lynn's abrupt assertion, "Do colors truly exist?" As Sanchez spoke, thousands of eyes within the hall immediately turned towards the direction of the A.K.A Academy. Lynn's brow furrowed involuntarily. Raphael hadn't mentioned this to him earlier. Before he could make sense of it, the hall erupted in eager applause. Under everyone's scrutiny, Lynn had no choice but to rise and approach the podium, taking a seat at the judging panel. Then, he turned to Raphael, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone as he queried, "Have I offended in some way, Master?" Though being a judge at the symposium wasn't a bad thing, this sudden turn of events made Lynn speculate in an unfavorable light. In the short hour since arriving at Greenirl, A.K.A Academy had been bestowed with too much honor and attention. Lynn was well aware of the principle that the higher one stands, the harder the fall. "Of course not. Why would you think that?" Raphael asked with an amused smile. "At least you should have consulted me before making such a decision," Lynn replied with a touch of displeasure. "My oversight entirely." Raphael sighed apologetically, explaining, "Many proposals received by the Society of Mystical Arts are about new glass instruments. We believed you'd have better insight than us, so we unanimously decided to temporarily add a judge's seat." Previously, they hadn't arranged it this way as they weren't aware of Lynn's promotion to Grand Wizard. It was to emphasize their regard for Lynn and the Prophecy Guild that they had readjusted the seating. Raphael couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Wizards Lynn's age usually sought the limelight eagerly. It was unusual for him to be so suspicious. Under Raphael's explanation, Lynn realized his misunderstanding. No one was deliberately targeting him. On the podium, Sanchez finished the verbose opening, officially commencing this year's academic symposium. Then, stepping down, he cleared the stage. Several young wizards and witches eagerly stepped forward. After paying respects to Lynn and others, they presented an intricately crafted glass cube before the audience, loudly proclaiming, "This is our light disassociation device." "Isn't that just a prism?" muttered Ilk beside, as the A.K.A wizards nodded in agreement. Dean Lynn had demonstrated it to them back in the kingdom of Hadrolata, though it hadn't been publicly revealed yet. Indeed, they were also researching light. However, due to the brief time, they hadn't made any significant breakthroughs yet. As expected, the experiments demonstrated by the young wizards on stage involved splitting light through prisms. But clearly, there was more to their research, aspects yet unknown to them. "We've discovered that among these 7 colors, red, green, and blue are crucial. All other colors stem from these 3, proudly announced Glenn, the lead wizard. Rotating the angle of the light disassociation device altered the displayed colors accordingly. Raphael and the others were deeply engrossed. This was a groundbreaking discovery. While light was omnipresent, even legendary wizards hadn't perceived the so-called light elements. They developed magic based on light's observed properties, reaching another level of utilizing light. Now, this discovery provided them with a preliminary understanding of light. A white light was actually composed of red, green, and blue lights. Discussions within the hall grew louder, everyone deliberating over this astonishing finding. The young wizards on the stage proudly exhibited their light disassociation device, receiving the scrutiny of the audience. They were ecstatic, their research would at least earn them a Morning Star medal. Glenn even contemplated renaming their school to Morning Light and Primary Colors. I find this research highly valuable. Sanchez was the first to speak, praising the endeavor. Raphael and others echoed the sentiment, lauding Glenn's research. Glenn's face beamed with pride. Then, he turned to Lynn, who had remained silent. For Glenn, there was a mix of envy, admiration, and jealousy toward this renowned magical star. Their research had utilized the glass inventions created by Lynn. Yet, young and ambitious Glenn believed he could one day produce magical theories capable of changing the entire magical system, just like Lynn. As Glenn indulged in fantasies, Lynn suddenly spoke up, "Your research is commendable, but I need to correct something. The three primary colors you mentioned do not represent the essence or nature of light. Furthermore, strictly speaking, objects do not actually possess colors." Lynn's words were startling, instantly sparking skepticism in the hall. "Lord Lynn, what do you mean? If colors don't exist, what are we seeing?" Sanchez asked, puzzled. Glenn and his companions were extremely dissatisfied. Their research on light disassociation and primary colors, backed by meticulous experiments, was invalidated by Lynn's single statement. If colors didn't exist, it meant their research was meaningless. Lynn, as an academic judge, pointing out inaccuracies is your responsibility, but it's best not to speak on things you don't understand, rebuked a purple-robed grand wizard from the judging panel. Raphael had proposed Lynn as a judge, but this wizard had been the sole dissenting voice. After all, while a wizard in their 20s might excel in a few fields, breadth of knowledge was crucial to be an academic judge. Chapter 313, The World Without Color. Amidst the murmurs of doubt, Lord Lynn didn't rush to explain but instead posed a question. "You all know light can be reflected, right?" The wizards in the hall nodded in unison. Reflection was fundamental in light, the basis of most polarized magical applications. The colors we see are actually light shining onto an object, reflected into our eyes, identified by our light-sensitive cells, Lynn explained. Human sensory cells can only discern three colors, red, green, and blue. Due to the visible spectrum's uniform mix in sunlight, it appears colorless to us. Wait, Master Lynn, if that's the case, under the same light, won't everything be the same color? Sanchez interjected. Not at all. Some light is absorbed by objects, we see only the reflected visible light. Lynn elucidated. To be more precise, it was the light reflected by objects that entered the eye, transformed into electrical signals on the retina, transmitted through visual nerves. The so-called colors were merely the human definition of the visible electromagnetic waves. With a firm grasp of electromagnetic force, Lynn had tested this in Iota and was utterly confident. His words echoed in the hall, igniting louder discussions below. Previously, they believed elements inherently possessed certain colors, and objects composed of them exhibited corresponding shades. They assumed light simply allowed them to perceive these existing colors or hues adhering to the surface. But Lynn's assertion contradicted this entirely. All colors originated from light. What they perceived was light rejected by objects, whereas absorbed light remained unseen. In essence, a red object wasn't truly red, it simply reflected red light while absorbing other colors. Theoretically, if one could see the internal light elements of an object, they might display a blend of different colors? Raphael struggled to grasp Lynn's words, finding it immensely challenging to imagine a world with reversed colors. Indeed, without light, there is no color, Lynn nodded, acknowledging Raphael's words. This is preposterous. A wizard in purple robes stood, slamming the table. So everything we see is reversed? A black object absorbs all light and is actually very bright, but we just can't perceive it. No, that's not entirely accurate. If light is absorbed without reflection, it wouldn't appear bright, Lynn shrugged, continuing. Moreover, consider this, when sealed in a dark space at night, can we see colors? Hence, color exists solely with the aid of light. Hearing this, Raphael and others were momentarily stunned. Sanchez frowned, finding Lynn's theory unreliable. Master Lynn, magic requires rigorous evidence, not mere speculation. In the absence of light, we can't see anything. Does that imply they don't exist? Glenn retorted from the platform, refusing to believe this notion. His research's significance would plummet if intrinsic colors weren't due to light. However, confronting a grand wizard, especially the much-celebrated star of magic, Glenn's courage waned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His friend subtly tugged his sleeve, advising against confronting the star of magic recklessly. A mere hint from Lynn could make their future days arduous. Unperturbed by Glenn's sharp query, Lynn smiled and remarked, "An excellent rebuttal. You're not wrong, every magical theory demands experimental validation. Now, please seal all windows and doors in this hall. Not a speck of light should enter." Once Lynn's command settled, wizards near the windows promptly used magic to seal them. The once bright academic forum plunged into profound darkness, illuminated only by the faint light streaming from the tower's top. "Who has a mirror?" Lynn asked again. "I do." Glenn stepped forward, retrieving a round mirror from his robe. He'd been experimenting with light lately, the mirror was always close. "Excellent." Lynn nodded, then called Johnny over, positioning her directly in front of the platform and used the mirror to reflect the light onto the girl. In the pitch black, Johnny's figure stood out vividly, draped in a bright red gown, swaying like flames. "Do you know what color her dress is?" Lynn inquired. "Of course, it's red." Glenn replied. "Isn't that visible to everyone?" Raphael scoffed, perplexed why Lynn would ask such a foolish question. "Remember your current assessment. The dress is red, but don't forget it," Lynn stated meaningfully. Raphael was speechless. Was the dress going to turn blue next? He wanted to know what Lynn was up to. Lynn turned his gaze to the girl in the red gown, smiling as he remarked, "Your skin is fair and lovely." Johnny didn't anticipate the headmaster's public comment, feeling a bit embarrassed and uneasy under the wizard's ambiguous gazes. "This suits the experiment." Lynn quietly swallowed the latter part of his sentence. "Now, we'll need your light dissociation device." Lynn stepped forward, patting Glenn's shoulder, instructing him anxiously. "How should I proceed, Master Lynn?" Glenn nervously asked, clutching his invention. "First, decompose the light as before." Lynn detailed the steps to Glenn meticulously, ensuring complete comprehension before announcing the experiment's start. Chapter 314, Lord Lynn, your wisdom is astounding. Within the hall, the wizards were immensely curious about what experiment Lord Lynn had mentioned. Many remembered a year ago when this magical star conducted an astounding pendulum experiment here, proving that their land was round and continuously spinning. "Master Anthony, is it true that this world has no color?" Flora whispered inquisitively from the audience. Anthony furrowed his brow and didn't respond. Nearby, Ilk and others were also murmuring in their minds. They held a considerable amount of belief in the headmaster's words, but this seemed a bit too far-fetched. Similar discussions echoed throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Glenn, following Lynn's instructions, placed the light dissociation device in his hands under the beam of sunlight streaming from above. The white light immediately split into a magnificent seven-colored rainbow. Subsequently, Glenn masked the other colored lights, leaving only the blue light, which he directed towards Johnny. A dazzling blue light swiftly illuminated the girl, prompting all the wizards in the hall to involuntarily stand, their faces filled with astonishment. How? How is this possible? It turned black. Raphael stared fixedly at the platform. Under the blue light, the girl's originally fair skin turned as blue as the light itself, while her red garment turned pitch black. Glenn, too, suppressed his surprise. He rotated the light dissociation device in his hand, transitioning from blue light to green, then yellow. Yet, no matter which light was used for illumination, Johnny's attire remained entirely black. Only when Glenn moved past the blue light and transitioned to the red light did the situation finally change. The orange light shone upon Johnny, and her long dress immediately reverted to its original bright red. This peculiar optical phenomenon astonished the wizards present, especially the one who had previously opposed Lynn. He was now completely stupefied. "The yellow light is being absorbed," murmured Glenn to himself. Raphael and the others quickly recalled Lynn's words from earlier. Orange is a mix of red and yellow. Now that the yellow light was absorbed, only the red light could reflect back. As they thought, from orange to red and then to purple, the entire spectrum on the dress only displayed various shades of red. "This is impossible. That garment must have been enchanted," exclaimed a witch from the audience, disbelief evident in her voice. "Anyone who doubts this experiment can come up and try it themselves. Everything you find has the ability to reflect and absorb light, just to varying degrees," Lynn said with a smile. Following Lynn's suggestion, curious wizards ascended the platform, placing different items, cloths, necklaces, various ornaments, and alchemical tools in the center, exposing them to different colored lights. The results mirrored Lynn's claims. However, since most items didn't purely reflect a single color of light, only Johnny's red dress displayed a striking change due to its excellent absorption of other colors, creating such pronounced alterations. It's indeed true. Objects themselves have no inherent color, everything we see is a result of light's reflection, Sanchez concluded after conducting experiments. If objects had inherent colors, they should have exhibited changes in various colors when exposed to different lights, not just turned black. So, the only explanation was that objects had no color, the color was the light they perceived. However, Sanchez seemed to suddenly have another question. Puzzled, she asked, "Lord Lynn, I have one more doubt I'd like you to clarify. If an object absorbs light, is there a limit? And where does the absorbed light go?" Lynn looked at Sanchez, surprised. This question delved into quantum scale changes, something he could explain but not provide definitive proof for. After pondering, Lynn carefully responded, "Perhaps you've noticed a white object absorbs heat from sunlight the slowest, while a black object absorbs it the fastest. After all, it absorbs all the light and gains the most energy." "I see. So, is it the gathering of light elements that generates heat?" Raphael speculated, envisioning the theory prevalent in the wizarding world. He then exclaimed, "Your wisdom is astounding, Lord Lynn. It seems appointing you as the judge was the most fitting decision." Without Lynn's presence, they might have accepted Glenn's theory of primary colors. Although magical theory deductions often came with errors, many theories accepted or even promoted by the council were later overturned. These judges who made decisions felt somewhat embarrassed now. On the platform, Glenn and his companions looked crestfallen, unable to counter with words. After all, the irrefutable evidence was right before them. "Lord Lynn, it seems our research was flawed," Glenn said with disappointment, holding the light dissociation device. Lynn smiled and said, "Indeed, there were flaws in your research. However, it holds great value, serving as a significant addition to our understanding of light-based magical theories. After all, our enemies are often human. On my personal behalf, I nominate you for the Morning Star Medal," Lynn said solemnly. As an academic judge, pointing out flaws in new magical theories was his duty, while nominating someone for the Morning Star Medal encouraged this spirit of magical research. In just a year since he introduced glass, Glenn and his team had discovered the properties of this item, created a qualified prism, and unveiled the phenomenon of primary colors, a remarkable feat. What do you think? Lynn asked the judges. Raphael and the others exchanged glances. Glenn's research warranted a Morning Star medal. However, they could also perceive Lynn's profound understanding of optics and familiarity with primary colors. He had even directed Glenn's experiments, indicating he might have known about this theory for some time. Yet, since even Lynn didn't oppose it, after discussing among themselves, they unanimously agreed. The spirit behind the magical discourse convention was to encourage wizards in their magical studies and publicize their corresponding achievements. Even though Glenn and his team had independently researched the rainbow and the three primary colors phenomenon, they still deserved recognition. Chapter 315, The Rejected Nomination for the Morning Star Medal and the Invisible Light. After a thorough review by several judges, the resolution to apply for a Morning Star Medal as an accolade swiftly passed through the council. The wizards in the hall gazed enviously at Glenn. Typically, once the Grand Wizards approved, the council application was merely a formality. However, at this moment, Glenn stood up, interrupting. "Wait, esteemed masters. Do you have any new and fascinating magical theories to expound upon?" Lynn asked curiously. "No, not really," Glenn shook his head, then hesitated before speaking. "Thank you for your recognition, Grand Master Lynn, but I assume you already knew about this spectrometer and theory of primary colors, didn't you?" Lynn hesitated for a moment, not wanting to dent Glenn's confidence too much, yet realizing that they had indeed revealed too much earlier. After contemplating for a while, Lynn explained, "Just over a month ago, during my time in the kingdom, I conducted similar experiments, hence my understanding." Ilk and the others in the audience nodded in agreement. They had witnessed Dean Lynn performing the exact spectral experiment with a small prism. "I see." Glenn's expression fell somewhat. Though Lynn humbly put it, they both knew these two theories had been previously validated by each other. As the developer of the glass itself, it wasn't surprising for Lynn to have this knowledge. He was aware that as the recipient of the Sun Crown Medal, the most brilliant magical star in the land of wizards, Lynn might not care about a Morning Star Medal's ownership. But Glenn didn't wish to receive something given out of pity. For his established school of magic, it would be a disgrace rather than an honor. Upon hearing this, the wizards present were all stunned. Glenn's friends exchanged glances, attempting to persuade him to retract his words. You see, this was the Morning Star Medal. At the annual academic symposium, usually, only 3 to 5 individuals could earn this distinction. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that possessing this medal would make one the center of attention wherever they went. Even for those geniuses in academic research, they might only have one chance in their lifetime for a nomination. Missing out might mean never having another. On the judging panel, Raphael and the others showed expressions of admiration. While they believed the Morning Star Medal should belong to Grand Master Lynn, witnessing Glenn's resolute refusal both surprised and pleased them. Similar incidents had occurred in the past. 5 years ago, during the Society's symposium, 3 factions coincidentally researched the same element, all achieving impressive results. The only problem was that many theories overlapped significantly. Certainly, they couldn't award a Morning Star Medal to everyone just for vying for this nomination. The 3 factions ended up causing a major uproar during the symposium, tarnishing their reputations. Glenn's choice, in comparison, was undoubtedly wiser. If he had accepted the medal by disregarding his conscience, it would have surely invited criticism. Now, after the refusal, it opened up a broader perspective. Raphael could envision Glenn's name spreading throughout the land of wizards due to this symposium. After all, this was the first time someone rejected a nomination for the Morning Star Medal. Sitting among the judges, Lynn couldn't help but feel amused and puzzled. They hadn't expected that by pointing out Glenn's theory's oversight, the latter would voluntarily withdraw from the nomination. Clearly, in their first stint as a judge, Lynn hadn't handled it well. Lynn introspected silently. While they indeed knew these theories, they stood on the shoulders of giants. Compared to them, individuals like Glenn were the true pioneers of magical studies. If their confidence were shattered, it wouldn't bode well. Due to concern about damaging Glenn's self-esteem, Lynn refrained from insisting on awarding Glenn but instead pondered and said, "Optics is an incredibly novel field. Even the Prophecy Guild hasn't fully grasped its nature. So, all of us are on the same path. Since you've researched this spectrometer and primary colors, why not continue in this direction? Besides the visible colors, there are many other invisible lights, diverse and intriguing, worthy of exploration." Lynn expounded, guiding Glenn towards further research. There were numerous invisible lights like infrared and ultraviolet. Unraveling one of these could justify a morning star medal. If Glenn could unravel the essence of light through this, it wouldn't just be a mere morning star medal, even the highest academic accolade in the land of wizards, the Sun Crown Medal, wouldn't suffice to honor his achievements. Glenn listened earnestly to Lynn's explanation. He didn't wish to accept bestowed honor, but rejecting guidance from Lynn wasn't his intention. More importantly, he wanted to understand which domains hadn't been explored to avoid futile research. "Grandmaster Lynn, since we can't see these lights and can't sense them through mental power, how do we study them?" An alchemist in the front row suddenly inquired. Lynn calmly reminded, "By observing the effects of these lights on objects, analyzing, categorizing, and summarizing them. Try to create alchemical instruments that allow us to see and perceive these lights based on their characteristics. Perhaps magical transfiguration is also a good option," Sanchez suggested. As a master of shaping magic, Sanchez had observed that different creatures perceived colors differently. For instance, the giant monsters he frequently transformed into were naturally colorblind, seeing many things in shades of gray. Previously, he assumed it was these creatures' brains unable to discern colors. Now he realized it was the lack of so-called photoreceptor cells. "That's a valid point, it's a good direction," Lynn agreed, as some creatures' retinas possessed 4 types of cone cells, capable of perceiving more light frequencies than humans. The strength of wizards lay in their myriad magical abilities, enabling them to directly observe through the eyes of these creatures. This advantage was significant compared to using various scientific instruments for measurement. They hadn't thought in this direction before. When Lynn recently read a book on shaping magic, it mentioned that snakes naturally possessed a perception-based magic, allowing them to sense heat with their tongues, essentially infrared rays. Chapter 316, Fundamental Constants of the Interstellar Universe. The voices within the hall continued, a steady stream of discussions. Those wizards adept in transfiguration were particularly excited, for Lynn and Sanchez undoubtedly illuminated the path for optical research. By altering various creatures, studying their perception of light, even dissecting to locate the elusive light-sensitive cells, a comprehensive report could secure that coveted Morning Star medal, wouldn't it? If only I had pursued transfiguration exclusively. Ilk sighed. While more adept in elemental and alchemical studies, transfiguration was a passable skill for him. Regretfully, the easily attainable Morning Star medal seemed to slip away. Yet, nearby, Pierce, skilled in transfiguration, wore an expression of profound concern. The competition for this medal was staggering. It wouldn't take long before the halls were inundated with magical theories, leaving slim chances for success. On the dais, Glenn and others exchanged glances. They hadn't delved into transfiguration and feared lagging in their research on non-visible light. Lynn, taking into account the non-transfiguration-oriented wizard's enthusiasm for optics, paused before continuing. Aside from seeking non-visible light, you could approach this from another angle, such as measuring the speed of light. Measuring the speed of light? Raphael and the others were momentarily stunned. Light, ubiquitous yet mysterious, fascinated many. However, since they couldn't perceive the light element, observing and measuring it remained a challenge. Over a decade ago, the legendary Lady Aurora conducted an experiment. She positioned a wizard a kilometer away and used magic to reflect light onto another person, gauging its speed based on arrival time. But this posed a secondary problem: light diffused, weakening over longer distances, rendering precise measurements impossible. Some suspected light to be instantaneous. However, this experiment unexpectedly revealed something: the speed of sound ranged between 300 to 400 meters and fluctuated based on geographical differences. Sanchez elaborated on Lady Aurora's experiment in detail to Lynn. "A kilometer? That's too close. Without more specialized equipment, failure was expected. This is a modal window. Beginning of dialogue window. Escape will cancel and close the window. End of dialogue window." Lynn didn't know the specific speed of light in this world yet, but it surely wasn't slow. According to past data, a kilometer was merely a fraction of a second, beyond the measurement capabilities even for legendary wizards. After pondering, Lynn addressed the assembly of wizards. "I have some ideas about measuring light speed, but they need verification, which will take a few days. It might fail even after this symposium. During this time, if anyone accurately measures the speed of light, I will propose to the council to award them a silver moon medal." "A silver moon medal? Master Lin, isn't that too extravagant?" Sanchez interjected hastily. Awarding the silver moon medal had two conditions: proposing a theory significant enough to alter a mainstream magical system or making a substantial contribution to the wizard community or council. During the previous symposium, when Lin proposed the law of universal gravitation, there were plans to award a silver moon medal. However, legendary Chancellor Harrow vetoed it. Lin's subsequent calculations regarding the planet's speeds, proving its rotation and revolution, overturned everyone's worldview, earning the more prestigious crown of Daylight Medal. Measuring light speed alone, without analyzing its nature, felt sufficient with a Morning Star Medal. "I don't believe it's excessive." A legendary wizard within the Society of Mystical Arts once said that compared to optics, existing magical theories are merely rudimentary descriptions of macroscopic phenomena. Optics unveils the microscopic reality, a crucial key. Lin emphasized solemnly. The speed of light differed from sound, air resistance, or gravity, variables changing with planetary shifts. Similar to Lin's earlier calculation of the gravitational constant, yet to measure absolute zero, the Hubble constant, Planck constant, and others. These values weren't confined to a single planet but governed the universe, a constant within humanity's observable and cognitive range. The speed of light was especially crucial. Numerous famous formulas revolved around this constant. One such example was the renowned equation, E equals mc2. E denoted energy, m represented mass, and c was the speed of light. This formula encapsulated the mystery of mass-energy conversion, applicable to nuclear blasts and even more potent antimatter annihilation. Nevertheless, whether the theory of invariant light speed held universally required experimental verification. Lin had been eager to calculate these fundamental constants but had previously focused primarily on the Kingdom's War, delaying these pursuits. Starting with optical research, they were peeling back the layers of the real world. Moving from the ordered macroscopic realm to a chaotic and enigmatic microscopic domain. Lin's straightforward words unsettled the wizards present. Centuries of magical development in the wizarding world reduced to rudimentary and simplistic by an outsider was disconcerting. Is this legendary sage from the Society of Mystical Arts perhaps delusional from researching light? Sneered a prominent wizard in the audience. Lin's disregard for existing magical theories didn't sit well. After all, light, while mystical, was just one piece in the mosaic of magic. The theory of light elements within the wizarding world, after decades of development and refinement, had a basic framework, awaiting final validation. Chapter 317, The Grand Plan for Measuring the Speed of Light with Magnificent Thousand-Faced Mirrors. The discussions and skepticism echoed in Lin's ears, but he refrained from an immediate rebuttal. After all, experiments wielded more sway than mere words. Sensing the contentious atmosphere, Raphael swiftly stepped in to diffuse it. Let's hold off on the topic of measuring light speed and the theory of light elements until the end of today's symposium. Time is short, let's move on to the next agenda. Glenn and others, holding the light disintegration device, respectfully exited the stage. Approximately 2 minutes later, another wizard stepped up, presenting his research findings: a corpse of a multi-headed serpent and its related study report. Undoubtedly valuable, as these creatures were scarce in wizard territory, lacking detailed dissection reports. For shape-shifting wizards, comprehending a creature's structure was paramount to transforming into it. Morphing into magical creatures was even more challenging, involving magical cell transformation. Even accomplished wizards selected specific magical creatures for transformation. Very well done. However, your research overlooks a crucial aspect: the serpent possesses multiple heads. Should a wizard choose to transform into this creature, they might face unforeseeable risks, potentially even soul fragmentation, Sanchez solemnly remarked while perusing the report. Yet, despite the risks, the multi-headed serpent's uniqueness lay in its remarkable regenerative ability. Even if a head were severed, another would grow. It possessed significant combat prowess. If thoroughly researched, it might offer shape-shifting wizards an additional option. Thinking along these lines, Sanchez encouraged further exploration. If the risks of transformation could be mitigated or the secret of the serpent's infinite regeneration cracked, it might earn him a nomination for the Morning Star Medal. The wizard, acknowledged by Sanchez, appeared elated and quickly glanced at the other grand wizards. Other evaluators also chimed in with their supplementary comments. Raphael vehemently disagreed with developing transfiguration magic for multi-headed serpents, considering the prospect of dividing consciousness among several heads a chilling notion, possibly leading to irreparable soul damage. However, overall, most concurred with Sanchez's judgment. If further research yielded more meticulous results, they wouldn't hesitate to propose nominations to the Council. It seems we might witness several recipients of the Morning Star Medal from today's academic symposium, Raphael remarked pensively as the wizard descended the platform. It had been decades since he'd witnessed such an event. Last year, Lynn's attainment of the highest honor in academia had sparked a resurgence in wizardly research. However, Raphael had unwittingly jinxed the session. After his statement, the entire afternoon passed without any groundbreaking new theories or inventions. Lynn, too, felt disappointed. One wizard claimed to have uncovered the mysteries of elements, capable of overturning the existing elemental system, raising Lynn's expectations. Yet, the argument was riddled with loopholes. Still, mindful of Glenn's lesson, Lynn refrained from harsh refutation, tactfully pointing out the theory's flaws and praising the challenger's spirit of questioning authority. As the evening approached, the symposium finally concluded, and wizards exiting the hall were abuzz discussing Lynn's mentioned light speed measurement experiment. Alas, the allure of the Silver Moon Medal was incredibly powerful, even for many grand wizards who might not necessarily attain such glory. Some maliciously speculated whether Lord Lynn aimed to secure another Silver Moon Medal by deliberately emphasizing the importance of optics. But such conjectures held no ground. Earlier in the session, Lord Lynn had already unveiled the theory of trichromatic vision, yet willingly nominated Glenn. If he were someone who highly valued honor, he wouldn't easily yield a well-deserved Morning Star Medal. Glenn, have you thought about how to measure the speed of light? Outside the main hall, a charming witch addressed Glenn with a hint of complaint. You shouldn't have declined Lord Lynn's offer, after all, it took you months to research it. Everyone in the hall could tell that Lord Lynn had discovered these theories long ago. I'm not the originator at all. If I were to receive the Morning Star Medal because of that, I'd likely face considerable criticism, Glenn replied helplessly. Just some jealous talk. The importance of receiving a Morning Star Medal handed over is exaggerated. Nancy, the witch, rolled her eyes, still somewhat disgruntled. Glenn shook his head, not willing to continue the argument. Instead, he changed the subject, adjusting his expression and stating, as for how to measure the speed of light, I think we could adopt Lady Aurora's method. But didn't her experiment fail, Chancellor? Nancy asked, puzzled. It was simply a matter of insufficient distance, Glenn asserted. If we increase the distance tenfold, or even 100-fold, it should work. It's the simplest and fastest method. 100-fold. That's at least 100 kilometers away. Will the light still be visible? Nancy murmured to herself. Glenn promptly described his concept. Previously, he'd utilized the principles of concave convex mirrors to develop a magic that concentrated light, creating a dazzling, intense beam. This way, even if light scattered during long-distance transmission, it should maintain an intensity recognizable by the naked eye. Regarding achieving 100 kilometers, his idea was continuous refraction of light. 1 mirror every 100 meters, 10 mirrors forming a kilometer, 100 mirrors for 10 kilometers, and 1,000 mirrors for 100 kilometers. Even if, as Lady Aurora surmised, light moved at 1,000 kilometers per second, it would take a mere fraction of a second to traverse the entire distance. With wizards' reaction speeds, such precision could be feasible. 1,000 mirrors, Nancy marveled, astounded by Glenn's grand plan, but then hesitated. But this would be incredibly expensive. A single magical mirror would cost several magic coins, far beyond their means. That's why we'll have to borrow. Glenn shrugged, ready to set aside some dignity for the successful execution of his experiment. Chapter 318, looks like Master Lynn is set to miscalculate this time. While the wizards in the city of Green Earl were delving into methods of measuring the speed of light, a conversation was unfolding within the estate of the legendary counselor, Harof. The current magical theories in the land of wizards are terribly rudimentary. Did he really say that? Harof's brow furrowed as he listened to Aurora's account. Lynn's words were undeniably a challenge to the entire wizarding world. It was a blatant disregard for the tireless efforts of those who had dedicated themselves to advancing and researching the arcane arts. Despite possessing remarkable knowledge, such arrogance was unwarranted. No, I believe his intent wasn't solely aimed at the land of wizards. The magic theories developed by the Prophecy Guild are equally inadequate in the face of optics. Aurora explained while recalling Lynn's words spoken at the assembly. Optics unveil the truth of the microscopic world. The question is, what exactly is this truth? Could it be that the world they perceive now is false? Aurora pondered in confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Lynn's words. Harof, too, fell into contemplation. Based on their previous interactions and Lynn's presentation of various novel theories, the Prophecy Guild's understanding of magic and this world seemed far more profound than theirs. If these words weren't intentional mockery and conceit, then they warranted investigation. The omnipresence of light concealed secrets deserving of such praise. Harof desired to attend another gathering of legendary wizards, to inquire face to face. Yet, until now, he hadn't received another invitation. Though possessing the mystic ring granted Harof the authority to convene meetings, appearing too eager seemed disadvantageous. More importantly, he hadn't quite grasped the theory behind the cosmic explosion nor formulated any novel theories worthy of discussion among the legendary wizards. At this point, Harof vaguely understood why the assembly of legendary wizards hadn't been convened yet. It was typical for magical research to take 7 to 8 years, or even more, to yield any results. The annual academic symposium in the land of wizards was already considered frequent. Among them, Aurora possessed the deepest understanding of optics. If even she couldn't fathom a way, then perhaps the land of wizards had no means of measuring the speed of light. I believe we can start from astronomy. Aurora pondered before speaking. What's the most challenging aspect of measuring light speed? Undoubtedly, it's the incredible speed of light, the lack of a vast space for experimentation, and the difficulty in creating strong enough light to traverse thousands of kilometers. Regarding vast distances, the celestial sky was the most fitting. According to last year's data, the diameter of the entire planet was tens of thousands of kilometers, and the distances between each planet were even more distant. Most crucially, the sun above their heads was a massive light source. Knowing the distance between them and other celestial bodies might allow them to deduce the speed of light. This method is excellent. Harof exclaimed, but then seemed to realize something, hastily interrupting, "No, wait. When we see the sun, the light has already arrived, there's no way to measure the speed using this." According to Lynn's explanation, everything they saw was a reflection of light. Before the light reached them, they couldn't see the sun at all, so how could it serve as a reference point? Aurora furrowed her brow, admitting she hadn't considered this before. However, just a few seconds later, she smiled, "But we can try observing other celestial bodies in the distance. Such as the disappearing companion star of Thur. It occasionally vanishes, likely rotating to the far side, eclipsed by Thur's light. This irregularity in the planet's rotation cycle contradicts its supposed stability and regularity. According to my observations, the disappearance time varies throughout the year, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, constantly changing." This peculiar astronomical phenomenon had initially perplexed her, but now she had an answer. As Thur moved along its orbit around the Sun, the distance between it and the reflection of sunlight on the companion star took time. Understanding the distances between these celestial bodies and the eternal star beneath them might allow them to reverse engineer the speed of light. After hearing Aurora's explanation, Harof applauded, "You indeed have a solution. It seems this year, you'll be holding that silver moon medal." As he spoke, Harof couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, Lynn might be miscalculating. Lynn had dared to publicly promise the silver moon medal to anyone who could calculate the speed of light. Apparently, he underestimated their ability to find a method within a few days. However, there's still one problem. Aurora hesitated. "What problem?" Harof asked cheerfully. "Currently, we're still calculating the diameters and distances of various celestial bodies. We've only calculated the distance from the Sun to the Moon beneath us, we haven't reached Thur yet," Aurora said somewhat helplessly. Their method for measuring the diameters and distances of planets, based on Lynn's stellar laws and the parallax method, was incredibly complex due to the planet's massive sizes. The data obtained often required repeated calculations and confirmations, resulting in slow progress. "It's been nearly a year, and you still haven't finished these calculations." Harof's expression spoke volumes. It was as good as not saying anything. Lynn was planning to verify these theories after this symposium, and they didn't have time to wait for these slow calculations. Aurora shot Harof a glance. They still needed to verify Lynn's theories over this past year and redraw a detailed star map. Thur wasn't that crucial in their priorities. Moreover, while this method for calculating the speed of light was viable, considering the planetary rotations, there might be some margin of error. They could only estimate the approximate value. So, it seems we're left with the brute force method, like replicating your initial experiments. If 1 kilometer isn't enough, then 10, or even 100 kilometers. Harof asserted decisively. In fact, quite a few people are preparing similar experiments now. Their ideas are intriguing, let them do the hard work, Aurora shrugged. If others were assisting in the verification process, it wouldn't hurt to conserve some effort. Chapter 319, It seems the speed of light isn't that fast after all. As dusk settled in the city of Greenerl the next day, thousands of wizards and civilians congregated outside the streets, observing Glenn and others as they covered every wall of the streets with smooth mirrors. Only 50 mirrors left. Put them precisely as per the blueprint, not a fraction off on the angles. Glenn commanded loudly, orchestrating Nancy and others to place the mirrors in their designated spots and adjust their angles precisely as he had calculated. Thanks to the steady hands and high precision of the wizards, if they said 15 degrees, it was exactly that, not a fraction more. Linking the reflections of hundreds of mirrors wasn't an easy feat. Just determining the various angles of refraction took a whole day with the 7 wizards working together. Glenn felt a bit relieved because borrowing the mirrors went smoothly. When many curious wizards learned they were for a light speed measurement experiment, they generously contributed their purchased round mirrors. They even got the council's approval to use the streets and squares of Greenerl for the experiment after sunset when the shops closed. It took over an hour for Glenn and the team to position the final 50 mirrors. By the time they finished, the sun had set, enveloping the whole city in darkness. At Glenn's request, there were no candle lights in any house. Everyone relied on the faint moonlight to see their surroundings. "Glenn, spill the beans now, will you? Why did you borrow so many mirrors? Planning to measure the speed of light with this?" A wizard familiar with Glenn couldn't contain his curiosity, prompting the others to eagerly await Glenn's response. Facing the expectant gazes, Glenn seemed a bit nervous but launched into an explanation nonetheless. "My plan is to use the principle of light reflection from mirrors to increase the distance light travels, thereby measuring the speed of light. A total of 1,000 reflections over 100 kilometers. Glenn said proudly. He meticulously calculated each mirror placement. They only needed to stand in place and watch as the light circled within Greenerl. The final stop would be the tower above their heads. "I've placed a white cloth at the top of the tower. Once we see a conspicuous spot of light there, it means the light has completed the circuit, traveled 100 kilometers, and by measuring the time taken, we can calculate the speed of light," Glenn explained. "What a novel idea! To think it could be done like this!" Raphael exclaimed, admiring Glenn's creativity. Using just a few streets to simulate 100 kilometers for their experiment. The other wizards became interested. Glenn's plan seemed feasible. After all, even light elements would take a second or two for such a distance, right? "Lord Lynn, do you think this can measure the speed of light?" Ilk couldn't resist asking. He knew the headmaster had been preparing similar experiments lately, crucial for the Silver Moon medal. "It's possible, yet impossible." Lynn smiled mysteriously, not revealing the answer. Glenn was indeed imaginative, coming up with such a method. However, he lacked some considerations. Seeing Lynn's ambiguous response, the wizards present couldn't help but roll their eyes. It seemed even the esteemed magical star wasn't sure of the outcome, resorting to such explanations just to save face. But it made sense if the other party knew beforehand, they'd probably have already measured the speed of light. After all, this experiment wasn't complex. With enough mirrors, anyone could replicate it easily. Glenn paid no heed to the murmurs. Double-checking the blueprints in his hand one last time, he took a deep breath and focused. As time ticked away, when it struck midnight and was about 3 seconds in, Glenn raised his hand. A blazing fireball appeared in the air, illuminating the entire street. But this was just the beginning. Glenn, along with 5 other wizards, worked their magic. With surging magical energy, layers of reflections formed around the fireball, creating a closed spherical structure, leaving only a 1 centimeter diameter hole. All the light emitted by the fireball converged and shot through the tiny hole, targeting the first round mirror. Glenn timed it perfectly. At that moment, when all eyes were fixed, dazzling beams of light appeared within the street, continuously reflecting off the mirrors, extending all the way to the horizon. Nancy, facing away from Glenn, kept her gaze fixed on the top of the tower, not daring to blink, holding a magical clock. The moment she saw the light spot, she had to stop it. The final time taken would be the duration for light to travel 100 kilometers. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Nancy strained her eyes. The white cloth atop the tower remained empty, devoid of any light spot. It seems the speed of light isn't that fast after all. It's been over 10 seconds, why hasn't it arrived yet? Ilk grumbled. Even if it's fast, for 100 kilometers, it should take at least half a minute, right? Pierce chuckled. However, Raphael and others furrowed their brows, a thought creeping into their minds: could something have gone wrong with the experiment? Thinking so, several grand wizards took flight, intending to survey the entire city from the skies, searching for the source of the problem. Down below, Glenn also sensed something amiss. The intensity of the light, as it passed through multiple reflections, was diminishing far more rapidly than he had expected. About 10 seconds later, Raphael and others returned from the sky, wearing somewhat resigned expressions. "Master Raphael, what's the situation? Has the light not arrived yet?" One of Glenn's friends hurriedly inquired, curious. "This is as close as I can get while adhering to your specified names and themes. If you need more of this, just let me know." Chapter 320, A Bold Move. Encompassing a half-city vacuum field. Raphael, upon landing from the sky, uttered words that left everyone present stunned. This experiment might be challenging to proceed further. "Noble Master, what exactly happened? Could it be the refraction angle of light?" Nancy anxiously inquired, despite confirming meticulously that each mirror was placed according to the blueprint. Before Raphael could respond, Glenn sighed. "Perhaps the light has weakened." "Yes." Raphael nodded. "I just confirmed from above, the beam you created, after reflecting off the 73rd mirror, has weakened to the point of being unrecognizable to the naked eye. It's decaying so rapidly." Glenn's face turned pale. If the light could penetrate 300 or 400 mirrors, there might have been a way to compensate by enlisting more wizards to create a more potent beam. However, with just 73 mirrors traversed, merely a fraction of the distance, at this rate of decay, they'd need to amplify the beam tenfold or even 100-fold. How could that be possible? "Lord Lynn, I believe you might know what's happening." Raphael turned to Lynn, seeking an explanation. All eyes turned to the Star of Magic, recalling Lynn's earlier evaluation of this experiment. Lynn didn't beat around the bush this time, explaining, "Extending the path of light through reflection is feasible, but mirrors, while reflecting, inevitably lose a portion of energy each time. So, should we reduce the number of mirrors and increase the distance of each reflection?" One wizard swiftly proposed. "No, that won't work at all," Glenn sighed. "Light can't propagate over extended distances." He had experimented with this before, which is why he had reduced the distance between two mirrors to about 100 meters. That's because elements present in the air also reflect and absorb light, and light itself doesn't propagate in parallel but disperses in all directions, which is why we see brightness. Lynn continued explaining. "In other words, as long as light is visible, it means it has dispersed, reflecting into their eyes." Raphael immediately grasped Lynn's point, but then countered suddenly. "That should be the case. So how does sunlight traverse millions of kilometers to reach this eternal star? This is a modal window. Beginning of dialogue window. Escape will cancel and close the window. End of dialogue window." With Raphael's reminder, many wizards noticed the flaw in Lynn's words. If light were continuously decaying, sunlight couldn't possibly reach here. The diviners had calculated the distance between the eternal star and the sun, an incredibly astounding figure, even the closest point being tens of millions of kilometers away. Beyond our planet, in the vastness of space, elements are exceedingly rare, and light doesn't lose energy in a vacuum. After reaching this star, it's merely scattered and absorbed by elements, it doesn't disappear. Lynn shook their head. Lynn's explanation dissolved the doubts, but consecutive difficulties left Glenn and others utterly perplexed. With this, the issue of light intensity decaying with distance seemed unsolvable. Glenn contemplated intensely, unable to figure out how to make light visible after crossing 100 kilometers. Would they have to admit defeat? Glenn felt extremely reluctant. He had prepared so much, presented such a grand scheme, only to fail in the end. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed like a bell in everyone's ears. "Then make these obstructing elements vanish, create a sufficiently large vacuum area, simulating the environment of the universe. Wouldn't that work? All eyes turned toward the direction of the voice, discovering several legendary council members heading their way. Surprisingly, it was Harof speaking. Lord Harof. Glenn was pleasantly surprised. Indeed, by creating a vacuum field covering the distance of light propagation, it could significantly reduce the weakening of light intensity. Only legendary wizards like Harof could propose such an absurd yet remarkably effective solution. Following Harof's suggestion, the wizards gathered there began offering suggestions to Glenn. For instance, 1,000 mirrors were way too many. They could easily increase the distance of each reflection to a kilometer, requiring just 100 mirrors. Even Anthony stepped forward, deeply interested in this experiment of measuring light speed, proposing to use thunder magic to create an even more powerful light source. Amidst the chatter, one problem after another was resolved, creating an atmosphere of passionate magical research that Lynn found remarkably comforting. Though some were merely spectators, even waiting for a spectacle, there were quite a few wizards focused solely on magical research, aiming to understand the speed of light. Glenn, too, regained his composure, modifying the position and angle of each mirror on the blueprint, reducing their number to 100, preparing for another experiment with a more potent light source. Those not involved, step back. All great wizards, stay. Harof solemnly declared. Such extensive elimination of elements, even for a legend like him, was impossible alone. It required the collective effort of everyone. Preparations took another hour before finally being declared complete. Anthony took the lead, flickering thunder light appearing in his palm, growing brighter and more intense. Both civilians and wizards squinted, the light had become too dazzling to behold. Let's begin. Harof's voice, slightly intensified, resonated across every corner of the city. Simultaneously, 20 great wizards and 3 legends cast their spells. Elements around them were swiftly expelled by vast magical force. In just 3 seconds, a vacuum field encompassing nearly half the city silently took shape. What a grand move! Lynn sighed. The wizards' creativity and practical abilities far exceeded their expectations. Yet, swiftly refocusing, they raised their hand, expanding their domain, completing the part of the vacuum route they were responsible for. Chapter 321, Breaking Through the Skies with Beams of Light. As the vacuum field gradually took shape, Glenn once again unleashed his focusing magic, encapsulating the suspended electric sphere in mid-air. A blinding beam shot forth from a minuscule aperture, yet due to the lack of elements in the vacuum, those present couldn't perceive the beam. They could only trace its trajectory through the 100 round mirrors illuminated within the wizard city. It's here, it's here. The wizards waiting outside the vacuum field gazed in astonishment at the top of the tower. Though the imperfect mirror reflections diminished the beam's intensity, this time, after crossing a staggering 100 kilometers, the light didn't vanish. Instead, it illuminated the tower's tip and the entire white cloth. Did any of you see when it arrived? Pierce curiously inquired. He blinked just moments ago and hadn't seen the light's arrival atop the tower. Seemed like an instant? Too fast. Ilk shook his head, not having blinked but also failing to perceive the light's arrival. The vacuum field enveloping half the city slowly receded. Sustaining such a vast field wasn't easy, even for grand wizards and legendary ones. How did it go? Any results? Raphael hurried back, anxiously inquiring. Glenn immediately turned to the witch Nancy responsible for recording time and held a magical clock. Glenn furrowed his brow. Had they forgotten to start the timer? Such a crucial experiment involving even the legendary counselors, and such a significant oversight. I pressed it. Nancy exclaimed in distress, on the verge of tears, as the start and end seemed simultaneous. This magical clock, an incredibly precise alchemical device, held sands of time inside, solidified with magic, dropping 10 grains per second, providing a 0.1 second precision. Nancy's speed was evidently swift, pressing it almost instantly, with not a grain of sand having fallen. "Did any of you see it clearly?" Harold turned to both Aurora and Victorio, the two legendary counselors, who shook their heads. Despite their constant vigilance, they hadn't seen it clearly either. Astonishment painted the faces of everyone present. The light had traveled 100 kilometers before appearing, yet even legendary wizards hadn't perceived any hint of its passage. How fast could it be? 10,000 kilometers? 100,000? Or 1,000,000? Could light really have arrived instantly? Sanchez speculated, echoing the prevailing theory among wizards: light's infinite speed, capable of instantaneous travel regardless of distance. If so, what was the point of testing light's speed? Regardless of the method, there would be no conclusive results. However, Aurora shook her head. She understood there had to be a limit, having made progress in astronomical studies lately, observing unstable orbital periods on many planets' moons. It had to be related to the speed of light. Just that the value might be unimaginably vast. "It seems this experiment has failed." Glenn sighed, reluctant but acknowledging the fact that they had done everything possible. Even successfully letting light traverse 100 kilometers seemed inconsequential now. For light, that distance was no different from 100 meters, all instantaneous. Glenn felt ashamed. Despite their immense efforts, with the aid of numerous grand wizards and legendary counselors, they had gained nothing. "I actually think this experiment holds great value," Lynn's voice suddenly resonated. "At the very least, earning a Morning Star medal shouldn't be a problem. Master Lynn, even if you wish to favor it, jesting about the Council's reputation isn't acceptable, is it?" A Grand Wizard expressed dissatisfaction. Glenn's plan to measure light speed through mirror reflection was indeed intriguing, but the lack of any research findings was a stark reality. If this experiment earned a Morning Star medal, then everyone would have one. Lynn didn't respond but pointed to the first round mirror. People looked puzzled. Although the vacuum field had dissipated, the focusing magic continued. A beam, less than a centimeter in diameter, continuously emitted heat waves onto the mirror. Crack! With a light sound, the mirror shattered. The energy within this beam was terrifying. Even though the mirror reflected 99% of the light, the remaining 1% surpassed the threshold the mirror could withstand. Without the mirror's barrier, the beam's immense power and terror became evident. A wizard standing behind was unfortunate to be struck by the beam. Their shoulder was instantly pierced, a piercing scream resounded through the street. Nearby wizards scattered in panic, but the light's speed made their efforts futile. Glenn hadn't anticipated such an event. The core of the light wasn't under his control, he instinctively deviated from the beam. The subtle yet powerful beam resembled an almost infinite divine sword, tearing through anything in its path. The injured wizard's shoulder was sliced, then like a knife through butter, the wall behind was diagonally split, leaving a vivid red scar on the ground, where the tiles were melted, a sight that left a significant impression on Flora. This unexpected experiment accident caused injuries to over 10 people. Fortunately, no lives were lost. 2 unlucky individuals, one had half their shoulder severed, while another, even with a protective mage shield when approaching the experiment, received a deep scar on their chest. Thankfully, no blood flowed as the wound was instantly cauterized by the high temperature. Others were lucky to be a few hundred meters away from the beam. They suffered burns or temporary blindness from the intense light, injuries not life-threatening. Chapter 322, Legendary Magic, Sunshine Illumination. An experiment gone awry led to considerable casualties, yet the wizards gathered around didn't disperse. Strengthening their personal shields, they excitedly discussed the horrifying beam that had just manifested. In the pursuit of magic, risks often accompany the journey. Various accidents are considered a norm. Hence, wizards sustaining severe injuries, blindness, limb severances, deafening shocks, and even deaths due to poison or explosions are not uncommon. However, this didn't deter their research and passion for magic. Given the level of wizarding pharmaceuticals, as long as one didn't perish on the spot, most injuries were salvageable. What powerful magic! Raphael commented, observing the demolished structures and the solid bricks sliced through on the ground, expressing his awe. The wizards present finally understood why Lynn had awarded Glenn the Morning Star Medal. It wasn't solely for his experiment measuring the speed of light using mirrors, but for this focusing magic. Judging by the destruction along this street, the focused beam could effortlessly slice houses within 50 meters, breach mage shields, and cause fatal harm to unprotected enemies within 100 meters. Even expanded to 300 meters, the intense light could blind or burn people. This is at least a fourth circle, no, fifth circle magic, isn't it? Sanchez pondered. Even in direct combat, wielding a weapon with an effective range exceeding 100 meters, it left barely any room for escape. Glenn, too, found it hard to believe the terror his focusing magic wielded. He had conducted related experiments before, but never had he concentrated the beam to such alarming extents. Of course, this wasn't solely his achievement. Anthony's thunder magic played an indispensable role. Glenn alone couldn't produce such intense beams. It seems light elemental magic can no longer be restricted to mere support. Aurora chimed in, already contemplating numerous uses for the focusing magic. While her previously established polarized magic system was formidable and enigmatic, it was mostly used for support concealment, visual deception, magical projection, inducing blindness through intense light, and the like. Now, it could serve as the primary means in battles. Congratulations, Glenn! You'll be the first nominated for the Morning Star Medal at this academic symposium. Raphael congratulated. Glenn wore a wry smile. He hadn't expected the light beam experiment he had high hopes for to yield no results. Instead, the focusing magic, which he hadn't regarded highly initially, earned him the Morning Star Medal. However, the damaged street and casualties from the experiment troubled him immensely. There would be compensations to make. Thankfully, no one had perished, otherwise, he would be in grave trouble. Thank you for your guidance, Master Lynn. Glenn remembered to express his gratitude to Lynn, who timely cautioned him. Previously, he had envied and somewhat resented this renowned star of magic. Now, all that remained was admiration. The depth and breadth of knowledge Lynn possessed far surpassed Glenn's imagination. The fact that Lynn could accurately point out the limitations of the mirror in reflecting light and the phenomena of light scattering hinted that Lynn might have conducted similar experiments long before. The idea was yours. I must say, this focusing magic and the experiment to test light speed with mirrors were both quite good, Lynn smiled. Unfortunately, the experiment still failed, Glenn sighed. Lynn chuckled without responding. In reality, Glenn's idea wasn't fundamentally flawed, it was indeed possible to roughly measure the speed of light. Of course, provided one had a quick enough reaction speed. According to the data from the past life, light traveled 100 kilometers in roughly 0.003 of a second. Lynn wasn't certain if legendary wizards could perceive such a slight change. Clearly, they couldn't. However, Glenn's focusing magic did surprise Lynn. The convenience of magic often exceeded expectations. Lynn couldn't help but recall the federal government's colossal solar focusing mirror in the wilderness of a past life, generating temperatures capable of instantly melting steel. Concentrated at a point, it could even reach temperatures several times that of a star's surface. Lynn pondered that perhaps they could replicate something similar using extensive focusing magic while airborne. That would indeed be true sunshine illumination. At this thought, Lynn surprisingly realized possessing yet another legendary magic. However, its requirement for specific seasons and weather conditions was quite high. Only during the noon of summer would its power be sufficient. Perhaps it could be taken further to create true laser magic. As Lynn contemplated the new magic, the group of wizards discussed the failed mirror reflection experiment. In truth, numerous wizards aimed to measure light speed, hoping to acquire the Silver Moon Medal. Their ideas were diverse, but all revolved around a central argument: creating a sufficiently long distance and finding a means to record the time taken by light to traverse it. Reality, however, doused their hopes. Glenn's experiment this time had reached the epitome in all aspects. Even the legendary counselors had intervened, yet they couldn't conceive any method to simulate a longer distance for light speed measurement. Master Lynn, is there truly a way to measure light speed? Sanchez asked, puzzled. The other wizards present turned their gaze to this magical luminary. Of course. Lynn nodded. After a pause, Lynn continued, actually, my method isn't that grand. This further piqued Raphael's curiosity, but Lynn shook their head, teasingly adding, the apparatus for the experiment requires a bit more preparation time. In any case, you'll know in a few days. Raphael and the others felt speechless but had no choice but to speculate internally about Lynn's supposedly not-so-complicated method. Harof, with an imaginative mind, wondered if it involved using a magic to slow down the speed of light to fulfill the measurement's requirement. Or perhaps creating a powerful light beam directed at the moon, calculating based on the time and distance it traveled. Some wizards even maliciously thought that this magical luminary was merely playing tricks. If the subsequent experiment turned out like Glenn's failure, it would be quite comical. Chapter 323, Lynn, to measure the speed of light, just a small gear is all I need. Glenn's experiment on light beam measurement, despite its ultimate failure, propelled the curiosity of the wizards regarding the speed of light to a new high. The results of the experiment were so shocking that it sparked immense discussion among them. The terrifying power of condensing strong light into a beam became a topic of fascination for every wizard. It's foreseeable that optics would become a specialized field of study for many wizards in the future. However, regarding the measurement of the speed of light, the wizards divided into two camps. Some staunchly believed that the speed of light was infinite. After all, they could easily see the distant sun and moon from here. Measuring the speed of light was simply absurd. On the other hand, some believed that the speed of light was finite. They reasoned that everything, including the element of light, had its limits. But they couldn't conceive how to continue the experiment. For light, even a distance of 100 kilometers is reached in an instant. If it had a speed, it must surpass at least 10,000 kilometers per second for people's reactions to be unable to keep up. Consider that the circumference of the eternal star beneath their feet was merely over 40,000 kilometers. Are we supposed to conduct the experiment at both ends of the planet? Sanchez's mind conjured this thought. That would certainly provide ample space, but how would they travel there? Fool, this planet is round, and light travels in a straight line. It either gets blocked or flies into space, it can't reach the other end, scoffed Raphael. Raphael opened his mouth and then shook his head helplessly. How should I know? This wizard, filled with magical ideas, had surprised everyone. Who would have thought that merely erecting an ice pillar on the sea's surface and measuring the shadow's length would yield the entire planet's circumference and volume? Thus, Raphael couldn't speculate on what new ingenious idea the other might come up with this time. Curiosity aside, the magical conference continued as usual. Over 3 days, 3 recipients were awarded the Morning Star Medal. They were Glenn, who conjured the focus magic, Flora, who presented electromagnetic theory on stage for Anthony, A&D. Yoland, who had crafted a rudimentary microscope. This wizard from the Prophecy Guild, after being refuted by Lynn in the previous year's conference, had taken the criticism to heart and delved wholeheartedly into research. While observing celestial bodies through an astronomical telescope, Yoland had a sudden inspiration and made some modifications, resulting in the creation of the microscope. Though they had clashed at the conference a year prior, Lynn didn't hold any grudge. It was merely an academic dispute, normal even if it escalated. Yoland hadn't resorted to any low means to upset Lynn intentionally, so Lynn graciously nominated Yoland for the Morning Star Medal. This magnanimity left Yoland feeling deeply ashamed. This time, he had prepared for potential backlash, even drafting a speech of over 10,000 words to elucidate the research's significance. However, Lynn was the first to propose awarding him the Morning Star Medal. In the midst of their collaboration, Raphael persistently tried to extract some details from Lynn, but Lynn diverted them aimlessly. Raphael murmured in private, pondering if Sanchez's speculation was accurate. Perhaps the Star Mage wasn't entirely confident in the experiment, hence the constant secrecy. Ignoring the various rumors circulating among the wizardry, Lynn returned to the rest area of the Iida Academy and summoned Ilk and the others, inquiring about their preparations. "Dean Lynn, we've finished making the gears as you instructed." Ilk and Pierce spoke wearily. They had spent 3 days manufacturing 10 gears of varying sizes, from 500 teeth to 1200 teeth. As per the Dean's instructions, they had to ensure precision, with each tooth's distance being exactly equal, with an accuracy of 1/1000th of a centimeter. Only certified wizards could accomplish such meticulous tasks. This was precisely why Lynn had brought them along. Someone had to do the job. Meanwhile, Lydia and Johnny were tasked with creating the lenses and mirrors, which were now complete. "Excellent, it seems we can start the experiment tonight." Lynn inspected the experimental equipment and nodded in satisfaction. Ilk and the others were incredibly puzzled. Why would the Dean ask them to make so many gears? Are we supposed to measure the speed of light with these things? Lydia raised her hand and asked. "Yes, the gears are enough for that." Lynn nodded. At night, within the city of Green Reel, the square was packed with wizards who had come to witness this experiment. The Star Mage's reputation, coupled with the light speed measurement experiment, made this a spectacle no one wanted to miss. "Master Lynn, we've been waiting for days. You won't tease us now, will you?" Raphael expressed his frustration. He had been contemplating various methods for the experiment these past few days but hadn't found any solutions. "My method is simple, and everything we need is right here." Lynn smiled. Curiously, Raphael and the others gazed at the experimental setup in front of Lynn. The most prominent item was the peculiar-looking alchemical apparatus. After Lynn's explanation, they understood it was used to emit a light beam, akin to Glenn's focusing magic. And placed on the walls of the DC district was a mirror, precisely 4 kilometers away from this square. "Isn't this similar to Glenn's mirror experiment for measuring light speed a few days ago?" Nancy murmured softly, and the other wizards present nodded in agreement. After all, Glenn had used 100 mirrors to create 100 kilometers of space, but it had ultimately failed. In contrast, Lynn's mirrored surface, though traversing half of Green Reel City, was barely 8 kilometers, not even a tenth. Measuring the speed of light was simply a pipe dream. "So, what's this for?" Raphael pointed at what Ilk held. "How is this crucial for the experiment?" "A gear." Raphael immediately recognized it. This thing wasn't unfamiliar to alchemists, it had existed in the steam engine previously created by the Alchemy Association. What did this have to do with measuring the speed of light? Chapter 324, My Method Involves Gears and Light Speed Comparison. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Ilk affixed gears to the alchemical apparatus emitting beams of light, placing a peculiar-looking piece of glass amidst them. It was only then that Lynn finally spoke up. "This is a half-lens. Unlike regular glass, as the name suggests, only one side allows the beam to pass through." Glenn peered back and forth in astonishment. One side displayed a clear view of the background while the other remained blurred. "This experiment is straightforward. The alchemical device emits a beam, and when the gear is stationary, the light, passing through the gear's gap and hitting the reflective mirror on the opposite side, reflects back, striking the opaque side, creating a larger spot for us to see." As Lynn spoke, they activated the alchemical device, and immediately, 2 beams appeared in the air. True to Lynn's words, the light passed through the half-lens, crossed the gap between 2 gears, accurately reaching a distant mirror, bouncing back, and passing through the gear gap to hit the half-lens again. "But if this gear starts spinning, Then the light passing through the gap on its return might be obstructed. Lynn paused, their mind urging the gears to move under the influence of elemental sight. Without much explanation from Lynn, everyone witnessed the beam behind the massive gear intermittently appearing and disappearing on the half-lens, sometimes passing through the gap, sometimes blocked by the gear. Just as the wizards were pondering this phenomenon, Lynn spoke again. Before Lynn could finish, Glenn, as if realizing something, exclaimed, "This means every light element that passes through the first gap will invariably return through the second gap, eliminating the possibility of obstruction. The beam and spot will become remarkably clear." Glenn's words were akin to dropping a boulder into a calm lake, causing a commotion among the wizards present. "This is a genius idea!" exclaimed Raphael, his voice trembling. He had been contemplating how the magical luminary would measure the speed of light, never expecting such a simple solution. The key to this experiment was synchronizing the time it takes for a gear to rotate with the time it takes for light to emit and return. The brilliance lay in the fact that light needed to traverse a full 8 kilometers while the gear needed only to move a fraction to reach the second gap. Each notch on the gear represented a distance of 8 kilometers for the light. If there were 1,000 notches, a single revolution meant the light had traveled 8,000 kilometers. 10 rotations would equal 80,000 miles. Understanding this, the wizards involuntarily gasped. This small gear seemed like a super magnifier. The speed of light might be incredible, but likewise, the gear's speed could escalate dramatically. "This is matching gear and light speed," Harof also exclaimed. Yet Lynn was quite cunning. The gear moved 5 millimeters, the distance between two teeth, while light had to cover 8 kilometers. A difference of tens of thousands of times. Finally, understanding the multiple by which the distance the gear traveled was greater than the speed of light, simply observing the number of teeth on the gear and how many rotations it completed in a second could reverse engineer the speed of light. No wonder Lynn was so confident in measuring the speed of light. "Amazing, truly the luminary of magic," sighed Sanchez. He was impressed. Only a mind of this caliber could devise such a solution. However, many onlooking wizards still wore bewildered expressions. "What are they talking about? Why can't I understand?" But to maintain their dignity as wizards, they nodded in pretended understanding, praising Lynn with a few words. "Indeed, the luminary of magic. A brilliant idea. I knew they would figure it out." Amongst the chorus of praise were hidden dissenting voices. Yassos and others insisted that the speed of light was infinite. No matter how fast Lynn accelerated the gear, it would be futile. "May we begin, Headmaster?" Lydia shouted loudly. Lynn nodded, instructing the halfling girl to start the internal combustion engine, increasing the gear's speed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 722-toothed gear slowly began its rotation, then accelerated, 5 turns per second, then 10, 15. Soon becoming a blur. Meanwhile, the beam and the light spot on the half-lens kept flickering, the frequency increasing, as the light constantly switched between passing and not passing through the gaps. "So fast!" which Nancy muttered to herself. She could no longer discern the gear's rotational speed. At this rate, can light really distinguish those tiny gaps? Considering each gap was merely 0.5 centimeters, at such high speeds, they would become sharp cutting instruments. What if the light elements couldn't find the gaps when passing through? Then wouldn't they be unable to see? "We might not discern it, but light surely can," Lynn affirmed. "Look, the frequency of the beam and the light spot seems to be slowing down," Raphael hurriedly pointed out. Not just him, but many noticed this change. It was too distinct to be an illusion. As the gear's rotation speed increased again, the wizards present wore expressions of fear. The light spot disappeared. Sanchez's eyes widened. Before them was an immensely peculiar sight. The faint beam emitted from the alchemical device stopped upon its return at the gear, whereas the beam from the gear to the half-lens vanished suddenly, no longer flickering as before. This was the opposite of what Lynn had mentioned. What on earth is happening? Raphael nearly pulled out his beard, consumed by confusion. Because all the light passing through the gap collided with the gear teeth upon return. This proves that light speed has limits. We've succeeded halfway. Lynn's voice echoed among the crowd. Chapter 325, Light needs only a second to circumnavigate the continent 7.5 times. Under Lynn's guidance, the wizards present finally grasped the situation, gazing at the gears spinning ceaselessly before them, their faces a mix of astonishment. This gear mechanism had managed to block all attempts of light particles from passing through its teeth, without exception. This isn't magic! Yasos exclaimed in disbelief. This eerie occurrence directly disproved the notion of limitless light speed. Otherwise, every beam passing through the gaps would instantly return, with no possibility of being obstructed. It's feasible, this method is truly feasible, murmured Glenn. Just as Lynn had said, they had achieved half the success. All they needed now was to continue increasing the speed. Those returning beams would gradually move backward, passing over the obstructive gears to reach the next gap. How fast is it spinning now? Raphael urgently inquired. 25 revolutions per second. Lydia reported loudly. Increase it further, faster. Raphael shouted. So intense was it that even onlookers like Ilk felt a tinge of concern, fearing the contraption might suddenly break apart. Even though they accelerated to 35 revolutions per second, the light spot remained absent, but the gear's speed was approaching its limit. Despite Lynn instructing them to reduce the gear spacing between 0.5 centimeters, the gear's circumference still reached a staggering 7 meters. Under such high-speed conditions, it was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Stand back, I'll handle this. Harof stepped forward, interrupting the internal combustion engine's power supply, instantly using magic to accelerate the gear beyond 40 revolutions. To ensure precision, Harof didn't increase the speed too rapidly, instead opting for a balanced pace. When the disk's speed exceeded 52 revolutions per second, every wizard present could distinctly witness a prominent light spot reappearing on the lens. This indicated that the light beam passing through the first gap had returned from the second. As the crowd cheered jubilantly, the entire disk exploded, sharp fragments flying in all directions like the keenest of knives. Screams erupted among the crowd, but thankfully, Harof prevented the experiment from causing further accidents. The flying disk fragments seemed to sink into a sludge, slowing down gradually due to the effect of a delayed barrier, eventually hovering in mid-air. What was the speed just now, speaker? Raphael asked excitedly. It was 52 revolutions per second. Harof affirmed confidently. This value was unquestionable. Raphael immediately calculated in his mind. 720 teeth multiplied by 8 kilometers multiplied by a speed of 52 revolutions. Which means 29,952 kilometers per second. As the wizards calculated this figure, incredulity painted their faces. It was unbelievably fast. No wonder they couldn't track the trajectory of light, no matter how they measured it earlier. Does this mean light can circumnavigate the eternal star's entire circumference in just 1 second? Which Nancy suddenly realized. The circumference of the continent beneath their feet was merely 40,000 kilometers. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Sanchez furrowed his brow. Nearly 300,000 kilometers per second was nearly indistinguishable from instant arrival within their realm of understanding. Only at such a speed can it traverse the vastness of the universe. Aurora reminded them. For instance, from the Sun to this eternal star, the nearest point is around 140 million kilometers, and even at the speed of light, it would take over 8 minutes. Yet, in the face of such distances and speeds, even legendary wizards like them seemed as tiny as dust. So what we see daily is the Sun's state from several minutes ago. Lydia counted on her fingers, abruptly reaching a startling conclusion. Wizards like Yoland from the Prophecy Guild suddenly realized they might measure distances between planets and their relationships using light speed, a universal measuring tool that would easily allow them to calculate previously elusive data. Of course, this premise required them to calculate the speed of light's propagation in the true vacuum of space. While the wizards were astonished by the terrifying speed of light, Lynn was thinking about something else entirely. The light speed in both worlds was astonishingly close. Quietly contemplating in his mind, if the data in the genius brain was accurate, the light speed measured in his previous life was 299,792 km per second. The minuscule difference might be due to measurement precision issues. Could this prove that the two worlds existed within the same universe? This wasn't an implausible notion. While the previous Federation hadn't discovered magic, humanity hadn't even fully grasped the tiny solar system, akin to tribal people living in the desert, believing the sandy expanse to be the entire world. However, the universe's vastness surpassed everyone's imagination. Perhaps in some distant star system, there existed a miraculous substance called magic, or maybe energy. Nevertheless, the similarity between the two worlds was remarkably high. It could also be another Earth in a parallel universe. But these speculations weren't something they could verify now. Lynn didn't invest too much effort in this, utilizing gears of varying teeth counts, prepared long ago, to reattempt several times, verifying the accuracy of this experiment. The final data showed some fluctuation, approximately a difference of several hundred meters. For the wizards present, this result was incredibly satisfying. Compared to the colossal volume of light speed, such a discrepancy was negligible. Some even speculated if light, like the speed of sound, varied in different regions, hence the fluctuation in measurements. Only Lynn himself was slightly dissatisfied. Of course, a more precise determination of light speed was better. But given the current rudimentary conditions, it was impossible to create a more accurate instrument in the short term. The only feasible methods were gears and octagonal mirror experiments, both convenient yet unavoidably prone to slight errors. Chapter 326, The Imperial Griffin Knights Cross the Border. Following the completion of the experiment on light speed measurement, this year's academic symposium finally drew to a close. However, the method of using gears for distance measurement continued to captivate the attendees. Next on the agenda was the award ceremony. Flora, Glenn, and Yoland, all nominated, smoothly received the Morning Star medals. Lynn, too, secured a Silver Moon medal once again thanks to the recent experiment on light speed calculation. However, concerning this award ceremony, the wizards' opinions were sharply divided. Most wizards believed that Lynn's proposal of the beam measurement method could only be described as genius. Although this single experiment hadn't quite met the criteria for earning the Silver Moon medal, showing some leniency toward a prodigy wasn't a big deal. Especially considering that this individual had previously received even the crown medal, there was no need for envy. Yet, there were still some wizards who held reservations about the magical prodigy receiving the Silver Moon medal. Despite the brilliance of Lynn's experiment, it ultimately only measured the speed of light. And these medals were usually awarded to those who made outstanding contributions to the wizarding world, developed legendary magic, or significantly complemented the existing magical system. In their view, measuring the speed of light obviously didn't match up to any of these criteria. One could say that the council had set a rather unfortunate precedent this time. Lynn didn't refuse the interaction among the great wizards. These individuals were the vanguards of the wizarding world. Among them were those who had received the Morning Star medal multiple times, even the Silver Moon medal. In a sense, they were the Newtons and Einsteins of this other world, pivotal figures in advancing magical studies. On the third day following the end of the academic symposium, all the parliamentarians staying within the city of Green Earl received an invitation from the council. Naturally, Lynn was no exception, well aware that the primary purpose of this meeting was likely to discuss how to respond to the Holy Church's imminent invasion. However, just before Lynn was about to leave, Darren, who should have been in Ieda, the land of halflings, rushed over with a group of people in a fluster. "Dean, something's wrong, something's happened." "What happened, Darren?" Lynn furrowed their brow, already forming a guess. "It's intelligence from the kingdom of Hadrolata. Early yesterday morning, the Imperial troops suddenly crossed the border." Darren gasped for breath and handed over a sealed letter. This was much quicker than Lynn had anticipated. With a contemplative expression, Lynn immediately opened the envelope and, upon reading its contents, their expression turned notably serious. One day earlier, at the border of the kingdom of Hadrolata, two massive airships were hovering at an altitude of 1 kilometer, conducting routine patrols. As a proud airship pilot, Hami had always dreamt of soaring through the skies just like the birds. However, lacking magical talent, he was acutely aware that such dreams were impractical. His foreseeable future was merely a hoe and a patch of farmland. If lucky, perhaps he could buy a camelop, saving some effort while tilling the land. But everything changed 2 years ago when the new dean arrived at Iida. Hami left his hoe and joined the newly established glass workshop, where a month's earnings equaled what he used to earn in half a year. Later, he heard that the dean intended to recruit commoners and train them to become pilots for the airships. Hearing this news, Hami couldn't believe his ears. In his eyes, these airships, larger than a house and capable of soaring into the sky, were the greatest magical creations of the wizards. To have the opportunity to pay and experience a flight was already an immense gift. Could these non-magical commoners really operate these magnificent magical creations? Yet, despite his confusion, Hami immediately resigned from the workshop and joined the pilot training. Apart from mastering how to operate this colossal machinery, understanding alchemical instruments perpetually indicating the north and south, they also needed to learn mathematics and arcane knowledge. For instance, estimating the distance between the airship and its target using suitable references and some simple formulas, a basic skill in reconnaissance. Poor Hami, spending most of his life tilling the land, found himself dizzy-headed with these studies. According to some hearsay, even some wizardly folks found this thing called arcane math challenging. These efforts evidently yielded rich rewards. His monthly earnings increased from 10 silver coins to 20, without the need for toiling day and night in the factory. His lifelong dream found realization in a different manner. So, when he heard that Dean Lynn intended to select some airship pilots for dangerous missions, Hami unhesitatingly volunteered. Partly out of gratitude to the dean and partly because during missions, the rewards doubled. In case of an unfortunate demise, their families would receive a generous 10 magical gold coins as compensation, along with the promise of the best care, even free education in commoner schools. Hami and the rest of the pilots undoubtedly undertook these tasks with a sense of inevitability. After spending over a month patrolling the kingdom's borders, their tense spirits gradually relaxed. They even began to wonder if the wizardly folks had exaggerated things a bit. They were, after all, soaring thousands of meters in the sky. Spotting the Imperial troops crossing the border with a telescope and reporting back to Iida that couldn't be dangerous. During this month-long surveillance in the same area, Hami felt increasingly bored. Although he loved the feeling of flying, being stuck in one place for too long made even flying somewhat tedious. Hami fantasized in his mind, if only he could fly to the other end of the world. "Wait, Hami, what's that over there?" his assistant suddenly exclaimed as if discovering something. Hami immediately turned to look, and in the distant sky, it seemed like a golden cloud was approaching them. "That looks peculiar." Hami used the telescope installed on the airship to observe. His pupils contracted. It wasn't a cloud but a large group of creatures with eagle-like heads and lion-like hindquarters. The bright golden feathers, under the sunlight, appeared like a golden halo, resembling a moving cloud from afar. They were griffins, the Imperial Griffin Knights. Chapter 327, The Damaged Airship and the Aerial Battle at the Border. In the land of wizards, griffins were unheard of. However, before their departure, the Grand Wizards had briefed them about certain elite Imperial troops, one being the Griffin Knight Order. Retreat, quickly! Hami shouted, swiftly changing the airship's course toward the kingdom's borders and immediately engaging the optical invisibility button. A spherical shield enveloped the airship, swiftly vanishing into a distorted array of light. The pursuing griffins emitted sharp cries, not behaving as Hami had anticipated. Rather than scattering aimlessly upon losing their target, they regrouped swiftly and organized themselves into a tighter formation, doubling their previous speed. Damn, these fellows are too resilient. They saw through our invisibility. Hami cursed under his breath. Unaware of the griffin's heightened sensitivity to magic creatures, Hami knew that these beings could smell prey's blood even kilometers away. Mere visual disappearance posed little hindrance, especially when it was face-to-face invisibility. However, one couldn't fault Hami and the crew for their lack of caution. While the polarizing magic enchantments on the airship were effective, concealing such a colossal object consumed a significant amount of magical energy, a resource too valuable to waste when not crucial. Considering the possibility of being stranded outside for months, the crew had been conservative with their use of magic crystals, necessary for activating invisibility, saving them only for critical moments. Hurry, hurry! Hami and the crew urgently maneuvered the controls to the maximum. The massive airship underwent a challenging turn, converting a large amount of magical power into hydrogen gas, running the internal combustion engine at full throttle. The airship's speed increased, surprising the Griffin Knights, who had seemed on the brink of encircling it, with this colossal airborne vessel surpassing even the swiftness of griffins. Devi, the captain of the Griffin Knights, hadn't foreseen this. To him, such a massive alchemical contraption should have been slower in operation. Yet, the airship's speed exceeded expectations. If this continued, they could only watch helplessly as their target slipped away before their very eyes. Devi's gaze turned ice-cold. Based on this brief encounter, he had already classified this peculiar alchemical creation as a significant threat. Devi was acutely aware of how impactful a manned, invisible, and high-speed flying object could be in warfare. They had to capture it, intact if possible. With this in mind, Devi immediately communicated with the griffin beneath him, estimating the positions and distances of both parties. Northeast direction, approximately 600 meters away. This height was beyond the reach of a bow and arrow, yet Devi was confident because before becoming a Griffin Knight, he was a clergyman. Thank goodness we escaped. Seeing the airship rapidly breaking free from the enemy's encirclement, Hami and the crew breathed a sigh of relief, joyously feeling as though they'd narrowly escaped disaster. Although they were prepared for sacrifice, nobody would complain about prolonging their own lives if the chance arose. Once they distanced themselves enough, losing the enemy's bearing, they would be completely safe. The crew members, who had been on edge, relaxed collectively. However, the deputy, always vigilant of enemy movements, sensed an impending danger. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Hami, pinning him down inside the cabin. Almost in the next second, a violent shockwave surged from a distance, striking the airship's cockpit directly. The massive airship shuddered violently, shattering one side's panels. Except for Hami and the pinned deputy, the rest of the pilots were thrown out by the force, crashing heavily against the cabin walls. Before they could recover, the second wave of attack descended upon them. Praise Ira Sacred Light Impact! Devi and several other cleric Griffin Knights shouted loudly again. Intense beams of light struck various parts of the cockpit. Although the airship had been crafted with special materials and embellished with alchemical arrays such as resilience, solidification, lightness, and windproof, it couldn't withstand successive divine assaults. If Devi and his team hadn't aimed to capture the peculiar alchemical creation, the airship would have been downed already. Nevertheless, under the second wave of attacks, the aerial airship suffered severe damage, its speed dwindling rapidly. Damn, the external propellers must have been damaged. Hami, having studied airship constructions, knew what this meant. Losing power implied losing their hopes of escape. Everyone, since these bastards won't let us escape, we have no choice but to fight them. Hami turned to the people around him, yelling hoarsely. Let's fight them. Killing one or two won't be a loss, it's a gain. The pilots, gunners, and observers all shouted together, wearing determined expressions on their faces. Their lives were insignificant, usually, nobody cared about them. But in Iida, it was different, as they could earn a whopping 10 magic gold coins. If they could eliminate a few enemies, it would be a huge win. After the shouts, Hami and the crew stopped dodging and instead picked up their rifles, firing at the swiftly approaching Griffin Knights. The continuous gunfire echoed in the sky. As it was the Griffin Knight Order's first encounter with firearms, they hadn't prepared for such strange weapons. Consequently, several griffins were hit. However, their achievements were meager. Griffins, as a magical beast, possessed incredible vitality. Unless struck directly in the head or repeatedly by gunfire, the shots weren't fatal. One particularly bold Griffin Knight maneuvered skillfully through a seemingly unpredictable flight path, narrowly evading the first round of gunfire, reaching the airship just before the second round of ammunition could be loaded. Chapter 328, The Cracked White Phosphorus Fire. Face the judgment of the gods, sinners. The Griffin Knight raised his war hammer, shouting at Hami and the others. In just a few seconds, the distance between the two sides had shrunk to about 20 meters. Hami's group on the airship was still hurriedly loading projectiles. Clearly, this immensely powerful alchemical device couldn't be fired continuously. Today, Hami was determined to claim victory. A smirk crossed the Griffin Knight's face. However, in the next moment, he saw Hami suddenly discard his firearm, pulling out a bottle of peculiar liquid from his pocket, swinging it towards himself. At that speed, dodging was impossible. The Griffin's wings flapped sharply, conjuring a gust that sliced the incoming bottle in half. Yet, this was precisely what Hami had aimed for. The vial was the latest creation from the Alchemical Institute, a potion called the Frost Breath. Of course, in accordance with wizardly naming conventions, it actually contained liquid nitrogen. As the container shattered, the nearly -200 degrees Celsius immediately showcased its astounding lethality. White mist rapidly expanded, enveloping the Griffin Knight. Almost instantly, a thin layer of frost formed on his head, hands, and armor. The Griffin beneath him was no exception. Despite its robust vitality and magical resistance, it struggled for a moment before crashing headfirst into the cockpit's barrier, then transformed into an ice sculpture, plummeting from a kilometer-high altitude. Several other Griffin Knights, equally eager for glory, swiftly altered their course, ascending rapidly, targeting the conspicuous balloon atop the airship. A significant amount of hydrogen inside began gushing out. Using hydrogen instead of helium was more dangerous, specifically for easier self-destruction. Hami's group's resistance quickly reached its limit. This airship wasn't equipped with anti-air firepower, as cannons were ineffective against swiftly moving aerial foes. Their firearms were more practical. Having experienced the firepower of these firearms, the Griffin Knights immediately maneuvered to different altitudes to launch their attacks. Everyone, this is our final moment. They're not employing those potent divine spells anymore. Their sole objective might be to capture us and seize this airship. Hami addressed the assembled group gravely. Once they succeed, endless torment and humiliation await us. Silence answered him, no one spoke, but their gazes were resolute. Hami pressed a wooden button, revealing a compartment filled with sizable bursting shells, loaded with gunpowder and white phosphorus, possessing formidable ground-based firepower. The airship had limited aerial capabilities but excelled against ground targets. If the invading force was under 1,000 strong, this airship alone could crush them entirely. However, it was now being turned into a means for mutual destruction. Everyone solemnly lit torches, deciding their fate by their own hands. At that moment, Devi and several Griffin Knights were wreaking havoc at the airship's base. However, amidst the chaos, the sense of danger cultivated from years on the battlefield faintly alerted Devi. Trusting his instincts, he immediately directed his griffin to move away and shouted loudly, "Disperse! Scatter!" His colleagues obediently followed his command, but alas, it was too late. With 5 torches thrown, a fierce explosion resounded in the sky. Hundreds of bursting shells detonated simultaneously. The colossal airship disintegrated from within, eventually triggering the hydrogen-filled balloon above, engulfing nearby Griffin Knights in surging flames. A succession of agonizing screams echoed, akin to a rain of fire in the sky. Those directly killed in the initial explosion were the fortunate ones. The ones merely touched by the flames were the ones truly in despair. Devi was among them. Using his exceptional intuition, he narrowly escaped the core explosion zone but was ignited by the approaching flames. It was an indescribable burning sensation. Devi desperately tried to extinguish the white phosphorus fire on his body, to no avail, even scorching his hands. His griffin thrashed wildly, akin to madness, performing various acrobatic maneuvers in the air, until it became a fireball hurtling downwards. Since the Holy Church decided on a large-scale recapture of the kingdom, they naturally didn't dispatch just aerial troops. Even the elite Divine Punishment Army was sent. After Devi and his griffin crashed to the ground, bishops immediately surrounded him, using water therapy, attempting to quench the flames with existing moisture in the air. However, the situation didn't improve. Devi continued to scream in agony, as if the flames were devouring him from within. Just when the bishops wore expressions of horror and confusion, a voice rang out among them. "Stop! This is the hellfire summoned by a wizard, impossible to extinguish with ordinary means." The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in red and gold robes, sporting an iron mask. "Lord Edwall." Everyone present immediately bowed, then respectfully inquired, "How should we deal with it?" Edwall directly looked at Devi and suddenly instructed, "Hold your breath." Despite being tormented and on the verge of losing consciousness, upon hearing Edwall's words, Devi clenched his teeth and held his breath. "First, remove the air. It's the primary condition for the flames to burn." Edwall raised his hand, enveloping Devi in a soft light that immediately suppressed the terrifying white phosphorus fire. "Then, remove the injured flesh to prevent it from drawing nutrients. Finally, commence treatment." While Edwall spoke, the previously gentle white light transformed into a deadly weapon. Layers of flesh were directly shaved off Devi's entire body. One could even faintly glimpse his bones. His eyes widened, nearly fainting on the spot. Fortunately, this excruciating pain lasted only a few seconds. The lost flesh quickly regenerated under the effect of the magical art. Chapter 329, Lynn, the time for white phosphorus fire to be phased out has arrived. The entire healing process concluded within a brief 3 minutes. By the time Devi rose again, the injuries on his body had completely vanished. Edwall had personally experienced this eerie, unquenchable fire outside the harbour town. Intelligence from the kingdom had emphasized how this very fire had decimated elite forces of over 10,000 troops. Given his direct leadership in this mission, he was naturally not unprepared. "Thank you, Lord Edwall." Devi expressed gratitude, his demeanor filled with immense remorse. He had led the charge with the aim of seizing that colossal alchemical construct, intending to research ways to decipher it. This would have lessened casualties in the upcoming war. Little did he anticipate the adversary's self-destruction, leading to the demise of over a dozen Griffin Knights. Devi regretted deeply. Had he not been inclined to capture the enemy alive, they could have used divine magic to obliterate the alchemical construct outright. As punishment for this mission's failure, whenever the Griffin Knights are deployed in the future, you must lead the charge, confronting the enemy until I issue the order to retreat, the enemy's defeat, or death. Edwall's indifferent words echoed in Devi's ears. Sacrificing over 10 Griffin Knights merely to destroy an airborne vessel was an outcome Edwall clearly could not accept. A Griffin Knight typically emerged from the Empire's elite forces or even the Divine Punishment Corps. Coupled with synchronized nurturing and combat training, it took years to mold them into shape, not to mention the cost of rearing and training a griffin from a young age. A squad of Griffin Knights, just in terms of training, was enough to bankrupt a prosperous duke. Yet here they lay, dead. Swearing in the name of the divine, from this day forth, I shall lead from the front lines until death do us part. Devi swore fervently. Edwal nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the remaining Griffin Knights also flew in, carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades. The condition of these fallen ones was horrific. Some perished with bodies maimed by explosions, others bore pockmarks from the corrosive white phosphorus, with flames still flickering. In their efforts to retrieve their comrades' bodies, those still alive among the Griffin Knights also endured substantial hardships. Due to lack of intelligence, many had their bodies tainted by this terrifying fire. Before Edwal could act, the other bishops began healing these individuals in a similar manner. This peculiar hellfire was incredibly enigmatic, difficult to extinguish. Yet, once the method of dealing with it was known, even a bishop could handle it. After a few instructions, Edwal approached two bodies covered in white frost. Though he didn't physically touch them, the sub-zero temperatures of over -100 degrees still gave his palms a chilling sensation. Truly, a dreadful cold. Edwal's expression turned somewhat grave. Another troublesome magic, and what concerned him more, according to Devi's report, was that the pilots of that massive alchemical construct were just ordinary individuals without magical abilities. Yet, leveraging alchemy and magic constructs, they inflicted substantial casualties on the Empire's elite Griffin Knights. Deep in thought, Edwal suddenly seemed to sense something, turning his gaze toward the distant sky. About 4 kilometers away in the high altitude, another airship was swiftly heading towards the direction of A.K.A. As the captain, Audiobook, peered through a telescope observing the situation, the sight of Edwal suddenly turning their way startled him. At such a distance, he can still notice. Audiobook involuntarily gasped, feeling his legs weaken slightly. Airships patrolling an area operated in pairs, spaced 3 to 5 kilometers apart. This ensured mutual support to prevent accidents and also guarded against powerful magic that could down a ship, allowing intruders to enter the kingdom's territory unnoticed. Initially, Audiobook had intended to rush for the rescue upon witnessing the attack on Hami's airship. However, within a few short minutes, they had witnessed the airship being surrounded by Griffin Knights, ultimately self-destructing into a ball of fire. Audiobook immediately realized it was all too late. He promptly abandoned the plan for support, redirecting the airship's course to flee. What mattered most now was ensuring the complete transmission of the gathered intelligence. City of Green Earl, Tower of the Day's Crown, the Sky Realm. Over 100 senators gathered within the meeting room, exchanging intelligence received from A.K.A. in succession. It seems the war is arriving much quicker than we anticipated. Raphael murmured after reviewing the letter in his hands, then glanced at Lynn, sighing before speaking again. You have quite a remarkable group of pilots. Lord Lynn. The other senators nodded in agreement. 5 non-magicians had exchanged their lives for over a dozen Griffin Knights, making their deaths somewhat valuable in a certain sense. The cost of the newest airship was priced at merely 2,000 magical coins, its production cost even lower. Lynn felt a tinge of regret for Hami and the others. To him, 5 skilled pilots were far more precious than the deaths of several Griffin Knights. Presently, the workshops in A.K.A. were swiftly manufacturing airships, but the shortage of pilots was a significant concern. Training them was a challenging task. I read in the intelligence report that the Holy Church seems to have found a way to counter the hellfire. A senator hesitantly spoke. At this, everyone in the room turned their gaze to Lynn. Due to the council's propaganda and various rumors circulating among the public, they were well aware of the legendary feats of this magic prodigy before them. Naturally, they understood his ability to create an immortal hellfire. When Lynn was still a third circle wizard, he used it to destroy half a town. It had also been utilized recently in defeating the kingdom's elite forces. These two accomplishments in annihilating Legion-level forces undoubtedly established this peculiar flame as a symbol of the sorcerer. There were rumors that Lynn summoned this from an endless purgatory, a flame that would scorch and consume flesh and blood, ensuring death upon the slightest contact. The sacrifices of Hami and the others had resulted in such significant achievements, and Lynn's development of the white phosphorus explosive was also invaluable. Raphael, naturally, did not believe in any so-called hellfire, but he hadn't expected the Holy Church to find a solution so quickly. Chapter 330, Why Not Try My Anti-Aircraft Laser? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lynn appeared unperturbed and casually remarked, "Any magic can be cracked, including my white phosphorus fire." It was precisely because of this that upon entering the land of wizards, he had been cautious in withholding information about white phosphorus. This stuff was only to taunt the uncultured bishops within the Sekka's empire. If dared to be used extensively in the land of wizards, it wouldn't take long before a wizard replicated it. After all, phosphorus wasn't challenging to manufacture. In order to achieve large-scale production, he even entrusted this technology to a few trustworthy wizards in the Alchemy Research Institute. In fact, after breaking through as a Grand Wizard, the significance of white phosphorus to Lynn had greatly diminished. In battles at the Grand Wizard level, it lacked impact, not to mention, a vacuum domain alone could greatly reduce its power. Even if white phosphorus fire were mass-produced, it would only equate to the power of a fourth or fifth circle magic spell. The characteristics of white phosphorus also determined its ceiling. But that wasn't a big deal. Among the numerous terrifying weapons recorded in the artificial intelligence, white phosphorus shells were just ordinary. Mainly, they were easy to produce, which is why he listed them as the primary option. It so happens that I've been devising a new, more powerful fire magic these days. It's time for it to replace the old. Lynn sighed, expressing his thoughts. As a Grand Wizard, he could easily do things he couldn't do before, such as creating more complex chemical combinations. For other wizards, creating a powerful new magic was no easy task. It often took years or even decades, but for Lynn, flipping through data in the intelligence often sparked inspiration. The faces of Raphael and others twitched. A flame magic stronger than hellfire was already beyond their expectations. Lynn didn't intend to elaborate further. Instead, he tapped the conference table, diverting everyone's attention from white phosphorus fire. They had more pressing matters to attend to. According to the intel gathered by pilots using telescopes, this incursion by the Imperial Army should exceed 30,000 troops. Apart from the Griffin Knights, there's an additional special force of about 5,000 individuals, all clad in bright silver armor. They seem formidable, Lynn spoke in a grave tone. Their leader is a man wearing an iron mask and a red-gold robe, hiding his face and age, he added. Although the two had faced off across the sea at the harbor town, Lynn didn't have such keen eyesight then. He knew someone had summoned the illusion of a goddess, halting the spread of white phosphorus fire, but he didn't know who exactly. That leader should be Edwal, a high-ranking archbishop of the Holy Church, rumored to be highly regarded within the church, even with the potential to become the next chief inquisitor, Harof explained. While he often stayed within the land of wizards and hadn't ventured out, it didn't mean the council lacked spies within the empire. These basic pieces of information were clear. The previous year, Greenroll City had almost been destroyed by those fanatical doomsday cultists. Harof, learning from that lesson, increased investment in the intelligence system. However, it seemed futile now, as his spies had informed him 3 days ago that the Imperial Army should still be assembling in the east. Yet, they had unexpectedly turned and breached the kingdom's borders. If not for Lynn's dirigibles constantly monitoring the borders, they might still be unaware. After a pause, Harof continued, as for those silver-armored troops, they should be the Holy Church's divine punishment army. Lynn furrowed his brow. He had heard of this elite legion of the Church, rumors spoke of their blessings from the divine, making them incredibly valiant in battle, the elites among elites. This could very well be just a vanguard force. Aurora reminded. They had taken charge of the entire kingdom, and the recent battle in the capital had exposed some of the Society of Mystical Arts' strength. No matter how pompous the church was, they wouldn't send such a small force, even if it was elite. A succession of bad news left the members of the council looking grim. Dealing with the ground-based divine punishment army was one thing, even if they were elite, their advanced firearms provided an edge. But the Griffin Knights in the sky posed a formidable challenge. As long as they existed, the airships couldn't ascend for bombardment, and their magic was hard to reach the swift and responsive Griffin Legion in the sky. They couldn't keep sacrificing airships every time, could they? According to intelligence, this time, those Griffin Knights aimed to seize control of the airships and capture the pilots on board. Otherwise, they could easily use long-range spells to destroy them. Perhaps we could consider having some shape-shifting wizards transform into flying creatures to protect these airships, suggested a Grand Wizard. Engage them in aerial combat? Are you mad? Sanchez rebuked the impractical idea. It was like playing with the lives of shape-shifting wizards. Once the transformation spell was complete, wizards would lose some of their spell-casting abilities. It was difficult to individually confront the formidable creatures like griffins in the sky, let alone the Griffin Knights who could coordinate spells. Do you have a better solution? The Grand Wizard coldly challenged. While his idea would inevitably incur significant losses, it was still a method. Sanchez hesitated for a moment, then suggested, after careful consideration, that they could refrain from allowing the airships to ascend, surrendering control of the skies. If those Griffin Knights dared to approach the ground for an attack, they could fiercely retaliate with firearms and magic. Why not try using lasers? Amidst the discussions, Lynn suddenly interjected. The appearance of these Griffin Knights had somewhat caught him off guard. Developing updated flying machines seemed already too late, so why not try anti-aircraft lasers? Laser. Aurora looked at Lynn in astonishment, then quickly grasped the idea. You mean that new beam magic? Harof and the others suddenly brightened up. Indeed, this was a great idea. Those Griffin Knights were fast and agile, right? But could they be faster than light? That was nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, enough to circle the continent 7.5 times. Chapter 331, Even with the assistance of the Society of Mystical Arts, it might not be enough to defeat such a creature. Lynn's words opened a new world for those present, unveiling the might of laser magic. They had already experienced its terror during the recent experiment on measuring light speed. At the moment the beam was released, no one could evade it. Yet, there were shortcomings. The farther the distance, the weaker the intensity. The effective striking range was approximately 300 to 400 meters. To tackle griffins flying thousands of meters high, modifications were needed, enhancing the power of this magic. The lawmakers enthusiastically discussed the improvement plans for this beam magic. As their understanding of optics remained in its early stages, these proposals revolved around creating more powerful light sources and focusing them. Raphael suggested equipping wizards proficient in light magic on airships to launch attacks from the sky, significantly shortening the distance. While Lynn didn't engage in the discussion, he had already devised a plan. Laser magic wasn't merely about concentrating light. To put it simply, laser was known as stimulated emission of radiation. It involved electrons in atoms absorbing energy, transitioning from lower to higher energy levels, and releasing the stored energy as photons when returning from higher to lower energy levels, a precise and swift tool. The Federation's laser weapon technology was highly advanced. His task was to convert relevant theories into magic, a feat achievable in a few days. Sanchez, who had no expertise in optics, didn't participate in the discussion. He was more intrigued by another matter. Indeed, Lynn nodded. Which legendary wizard from the Society of Mystical Arts intervened? Harof, standing nearby, inquired curiously. He knew even a projection of Isla surpassed the power of grand wizards, something Lynn and the others couldn't contend with. Everyone present was curious about this. Although the magic daily described the final outcome of the battle, it didn't delve into the entire process. Lynn casually shook his head. In fact, the general plan to establish the Magic Kingdom was devised by Anthony and me. Few scholars were involved, and it wasn't an order from within the Society of Mystical Arts. So, there was no assistance from legendary wizards? Harof was puzzled. How did they manage to defeat the projection then? As everyone inquired, Lynn briefly recounted the events of the battle for the capital. To dismantle the projection, he gathered over 100 official wizards and the power of Archwizard Anthony, utilizing thunder magic to charge a specially designed electromagnetic railgun, resulting in a strike comparable to a legendary's power. However, after that shot, the railgun was damaged due to overload. You folks have quite the audacity. Aurora marveled. When Lynn mentioned the plan for the Magic Kingdom earlier, she thought it was orchestrated by the leaders of the Society of Mystical Arts. After all, splitting a kingdom from within the empire, especially a place where the church's influence was strongest, was truly shocking. And Lynn and company actually pulled it off. Victorio, the magic artificer, was particularly interested in these electromagnetic weapons. He had used something similar a year ago against August, and the impact was unforgettable. Well, everything went relatively smoothly, didn't it? Lynn nonchalantly remarked. Reflecting on that battle now was indeed thrilling. Even though he had used the safest means, leveraging the advantages of the environment and astrology to take out August, he hadn't expected the ability of his opponent to tether his soul to others. Moreover, with the prayers of thousands of devout followers, the projection of the goddess was summoned. Only after the incident did he learn from Hader that the anchor for summoning the shadow of the divine was an object housed within the church, revered by its faithful. Fortunately, he had prepared the ace in the hole, the electromagnetic railgun, in advance. Otherwise, things could have spiraled out of control. Now, the attention of the church was diverted, just as they had anticipated. Since you've faced her projection and even battled her, can you roughly determine her current state? Asked Aurora solemnly. This was the greatest variable in this war, the aspect they were most concerned about. Having won the Faith War, Isla's actions had been more insane than all the psychic wizards combined. She established the church, proclaimed herself a true god, fabricated the creation myth from the scriptures, and, after centuries of indoctrination, transformed the entire empire into a pasture of faith. No one knew the extent of her power. Aurora couldn't fathom if Isla had found a way to rid herself of soul contamination. The church's supposed descent of gods, according to her guess, was likely an even more potent form of projection magic, using sacred artifacts as anchors to manifest one's will. It's hard to say. But I believe she should have been influenced to some extent, Lynn pondered for a long while. He had seen the projection of the divine twice and had a deep impression of it. These incarnations exuded a sense of divinity and compassion. As for whether she had been completely corrupted by faith, Lynn couldn't easily conclude. But what was certain was that the incarnation they faced lacked some expected agility, a crucial reason the electromagnetic cannon hit it. Lynn laid out his deductions and observed details. Several legendary counselors visibly relaxed. Their primary concern was whether Isla had found a way to rid herself of soul contamination. Despite centuries of accumulation and tens of millions of followers within the empire providing unimaginable magical support, the essence of a wizard's power lay in accumulated knowledge. That was the essence of a wizard's might. Aurora couldn't imagine the terror of facing an opponent who had lived for 8 or 9 centuries, harvested countless souls for sustenance, possessed intelligence, and had been consuming faith. It was an adversary no one would want to confront. With the power of the Council alone, even with the support of the Society of Mystical Arts, they might not be able to defeat such a monster. Chapter 332, Hader's Panic and the Rebellion of Kingdom Nobles. This is the best news we've got. Harof's tone was light as he spoke, confident that if Ella's magic lingered at its level from centuries ago, their combined strength could triumph over the opposition. "Don't take it lightly, Harof," Victorio cautioned. "Setting aside the true strength of Ella herself, dealing with just a church alone wouldn't be easy. After centuries of development, it had evolved into a formidable force. On the surface alone, they would have to face at least 5 legendary-level opponents." Lynn nodded. The divine projection before had exhibited a power that seemed to warp space, even slow down time, an ability that intrigued him immensely. And that was just an avatar. He wondered how powerful Ella herself would be. Discussions about the impending war continued for the entire morning. The council's response was swiftly relaying the orders for war. Over 200 airships completed their assembly by evening, setting forth mightily towards the distant horizon. 4 ironclad ships docked at the Iida harbor, drawing the attention of the townsfolk. For the townsfolk of Iida, peace had been a long-standing word. Yet, sailors from the Sekka's empire in the taverns often described the brutal scenes of lords attacking each other. Mary could only silently hope that they would emerge victorious from this war. But aboard the airships and ironclads, a different scene unfolded. The gunners previously dispatched to the kingdom boasted about easily defeating those armored knights, claiming no casualties throughout. One lucky gunner even became a lord by killing some prince. Others who gained merit in the war for the capital received substantial rewards. Old York was no exception. His bravery in battle led him, along with Raydell and others, to seize the city gates, elevating his rank from a common soldier to a sergeant who could lead a squad, and he received 10 magical coins as a reward. For Old York, once a mere hunter 2 years ago, 10 magical coins amounted to a fortune. He had never seen what a coin looked like before, but now, not only were they shiny, they were intricately engraved. These coins could exchange for a mountain of wheat, enough to feed him for a good part of his life. But now, Old York had aspirations beyond mere sustenance. Apart from aiming for a higher officer rank, he wanted to buy a fancy alchemical engine and even send his child to a commoner's school, perhaps one day joining the Alchemy Association as an assistant to the wizards. All these were things Old York had never dared to dream of before, now seemingly within easy reach. Moreover, Iida recently established several factories, producing many intriguing novelties that greatly intrigued Old York. Like a thing called an electric light, which illuminated the night as brightly as day, far superior to candles. It had become the new trend in Iida. All of this required seizing on the battlefield, and Old York was confident in his marksmanship. Within 70 meters, he could hit his target without fail. "This time, I need to be more vigilant, can't let those brats snatch the lead again." Old York tightened his grip on the new-style firearm, muttering to himself. During the previous citywide pursuit of that royal prince, Old York had the misfortune of encountering someone with far worse marksmanship than himself, who stole his credit. Otherwise, he would have been the one rewarded with vast lands. The next day, at noon, within the grand hall of the Hadralata Kingdom's palace, nobles gathered, each silent like wooden figures. But King Hayder was ablaze with fury, continuously cursing. "These bastards! They deserve death." 3 days prior, Hayder received news of the Imperial Army's invasion. Initially unconcerned, the kingdom's forces had already assembled to face this war. However, the situation unfolded beyond his expectations. The eastern border lords had all turned coat, showing no intention of resisting. In just 3 short days, they infiltrated deep into the kingdom's heart, swiftly seizing control of several cities. Not only that, but the northern border lords also showed signs of defiance, some outright refusing the kingdom's summons. How could Hayder not be furious? A hint of fear even crept into his heart. Those nobles who professed loyalty to him had swiftly changed their tune, causing the initially estimated 50,000-strong army meant to confront the empire to barely reach 30,000. Most of them were hastily conscripted peasant soldiers lacking proper training. Amid Hayder's frantic roars, Loyal nobles like Gade showed concern, but many others watched, amused. They scoffed at the notion of an independent war. Once the church's army arrived, all resistance would be futile. It was only because Hayter confined them within the capital that they had to comply. In the next moment, the closed doors of the grand hall burst open, accompanied by a voice that the attendees both recognized and feared. "Please calm down, Your Majesty Hayter. These are merely short-sighted lords. Once we crush the church's legions, we can deal with them accordingly." "Lynn, Master Anthony, you've finally arrived." Hayter looked towards the door, pleasantly surprised. Within the hall, the nobles, who had various schemes in mind, shivered upon seeing Lynn. Just over a month ago, they witnessed how he effortlessly manipulated celestial phenomena, annihilating thousands of kingdom guards. He even, in the presence of tens of thousands of townspeople in the capital, obliterated a god in its incarnate form. This seemingly youthful wizard had become the most formidable and terrifying sorcerer in their hearts. Chapter 333, The Startling Parade Shaking the Kingdom. "Your Majesty Hayter, please forgive our tardiness." Lord Lynn nodded slightly, preserving the new king's dignity. Hayter, feeling like a traveler grasping at a lifeline in despair, hastily spoke, "Lord Lynn, the Holy Church's forces have penetrated our borders. We must swiftly organize and expel them from our lands." "Please, do not fret, Your Majesty," Lord Lynn calmly pacified the anxious Hayter. It had to be said, compared to his father, King Basil, this second prince's composure and grace were leagues apart. As for the nobles in the east of the kingdom defecting, Lord Lynn wasn't surprised at all. After all, the influence of the Holy Church within the kingdom had been long-standing, and their occupation of the capital was but a cunning move that lacked popular support. This situation was well within his expectations. Surveying the nobles with their varied thoughts, Lord Lynn slowly addressed them, "Reinforcements from the land of wizards have probably arrived. If any of you are interested, feel free to join and witness." "I'd like to see that," mocked Count Morden. Years ago, he had the privilege of witnessing the Divine Punishment Army return from the Holy City, an unparalleled sight. They said these soldiers, hand-picked elites from the army and even witch hunters, were all knights blessed by the gods. It was not an exaggeration to say that merely 3,000 or 4,000 of them could sweep through the entire kingdom. Under Lord Lynn's lead, King Hayter and the nobles stepped out of the royal palace. As they exited, Morden already sensed something amiss. The outside lacked the warm sunlight, instead shrouded in gloom. "Is it evening already? Has it grown dark?" Duke Gade, now promoted to a duke, spoke puzzled, while another noble gazed in horror at the sky. "Look up!" Everyone present looked skyward, witnessing a scene both astonishing and terrifying. Hundreds of airships suspended hundreds of meters high, each as colossal as a house, linking together and blotting out the sky. Their shadows extended over the entire palace, creating an eerie twilight despite the afternoon hour. Though Lord Lynn had used airships in the war that toppled the kingdom's elites, this spectacle was the first time this contraption revealed its true form before everyone. The sheer magnitude of these flying vessels was undeniably awe-inspiring, leaving even Morden, who had previously mocked, speechless and astonished. "Let's go, they'll land in the square." Lord Lynn's shout snapped the stunned nobles out of their trance. By the time they reached the square, these airships had neatly settled in the vast expanse. The composition of this army from the mysterious land of wizards starkly differed from their preconceptions. This force was peculiar, devoid of anyone wielding swords or crossbows. Rows of soldiers clad in formal attire disembarked from the airships, their bayonets gleaming under the blazing sun, attracting everyone's gaze. Furrowing their brows, Morden and others, in the month since the battle for the capital, had gathered intelligence. They recognized these soldiers carrying an extraordinary weapon called a musket. Capable of piercing iron armor from 100 paces, the thunderous roar upon firing was heard. Morden had previously believed that the 3,000 musketeers who seized the capital were the utmost limit these devilish zealots could muster. After all, these alchemical devices should be challenging to produce. Yet, here they stood, enough in numbers to outfit a legion of 10,000. What intrigued him more were the peculiar iron clumps offloaded from the airships. Such hefty objects, devoid of horses or beasts of burden to transport them, yet moving effortlessly. Morton couldn't fathom their source of power, attributing it to the sinister magic of these wizards. For this initial skirmish against the Church, both Lord Lynn and the Council deemed it of utmost importance. They could only win, for failure would render all prior efforts futile. Lord Lynn brought almost everything he could. Cannons, alchemic armored vehicles, electromagnetic railguns, even those ironclad ships sailing the seas. However, due to the limited carrying capacity of the airships, this was merely the first wave of support troops, totaling around 12,000. Even for Morton and his peers, this small-scale parade was sufficiently overwhelming. Lord Lynn, do you know the purpose of these peculiar steel boxes? King Hayter curiously inquired. Naturally, the only thing he could envision was these boxes wreaking havoc on the battlefield, but he knew it couldn't be that simple. Staring down those grim-looking gun barrels, they felt an inexplicable sensation of staring death in the face. You'll find out in a few days, Lord Lynn smiled, withholding any further details. The kingdom's prominent nobles were coerced to remain in the capital, enabling Hayter to swiftly seize control of most of the kingdom. Who knew if someone would bypass their surveillance and leak information to the Church? The ostensible purpose of this parade was to stabilize the situation, preventing any scheming that might lead to internal turmoil, causing the kingdom to face both internal and external crises. These advanced weapons couldn't afford to divulge any secrets. For now, it seemed the effect was quite satisfactory. Lord Lynn's gaze swept over the fearful faces of the noble class and then to the distant onlookers. Lord Lynn deliberately concealed certain matters, causing some dissatisfaction in King Hayter, but he understood that the kingdom of Hadrolata now relied on these wizards to confront the Church. He had to suppress any trace of discontent. After the brief parade concluded, Lord Lynn handed the prepared blueprint of a laser emitter to Anthony, urging the electromagnetism expert to research and ideally manufacture it swiftly, to catch up with the impending war. As for Lord Lynn himself, he retreated to the residence arranged for him in Hayter, preparing to develop new flame magic. This time, he didn't manifest in the Hadrolata kingdom through magical projection but in person. To support this war effort, the council dispatched over 1,000 wizards to the capital, several of them grand wizards. Even the legendary counselors would intervene if necessary. As the architect of the plan, the nexus between the Land of Wizards and the Society of Mystical Arts, Lord Lynn naturally couldn't be exempt. Chapter 334, Lynn, the True Unquenchable Flame, Hellfire Chlorine Trifluoride. Lynn ventured deep into the manor on his own, instructing Ilk and the others, as well as the estate's servants and guards, not to disturb him. With a silent incantation in his mind, he began. 071, display my current status. Designated target, Lynn. Physical activity, high. Magic scale, 485. Mental strength rating, Grand Wizard, 4th circle. Spell slots, White Phosphorus, Flame Touch, Liquid Nitrogen, Frost Domain, Minor, Magic Protection, Wizard Shield, Magic Barrier, Minor, Deflection Field. 4th circle, Spatial Waves, Iron Sandstorm, Electromagnetic Cannon, 3x Supersonic, Deflection Field, Advanced Projection, Vacuum Domain, Sluggish Barrier. Magic Domain Users, 43. Upon ascending to the rank of Grand Wizard, Lynn discovered his magical power had increased roughly 5-fold from its original state. His mental prowess had grown in tandem, enhancing his control over elements by a significant degree. However, compared to other Grand Wizards, he held only 7 variations of 4th circle magic, a mere handful in comparison. Among these, Vacuum Magic and the Sluggish Barrier were adaptations of his inherent domain, commonly wielded by most Grand Wizards. The rest of his repertoire included spatial waves, a high-energy armor-piercing spell with high magical consumption and effective at short to medium range. The electromagnetic cannon served to compensate for his lack of long-range combat capabilities, boasting formidable power and speed, albeit requiring a brief preparation time. Yet, in the realm of Grand Wizard battles, he lacked a wide-ranging, swift-deploying spell for suppressing opponents. The fourth circle spell, Iron Sandstorm, was impressive, especially when enhanced with thunder magic, ranking high among fourth circle spells. Still, it failed to satisfy Lynn. Before he became a Grand Wizard, this position had been solely under the command of white phosphorus flames. For low-circle wizards incapable of conjuring vacuum domains and bishops, white phosphorus was akin to a nightmare. Lynn intended to create something to replace it, a substance terrifying enough to make even the most notorious dark wizards hesitate: chlorine trifluoride. If anything could truly earn the title of Hellfire, while white phosphorus could barely scrape by, chlorine trifluoride deserved it wholeheartedly. This toxic, highly corrosive inorganic compound had a boiling point of 11.3 degrees Celsius and a melting point of 76.3 degrees Celsius. At room temperature, it existed as a colorless gas, turning into a green liquid when cooled. Primarily used in aviation rocket fuel, nuclear fuel processing, and post-treatment. In itself non-combustible, it fiercely reacted with substances. In some ways, chlorine trifluoride was an upgraded version of white phosphorus, possessing many of the latter's traits but significantly stronger and more terrifying. While white phosphorus could be suppressed by water and rendered non-flammable under low temperatures until reignited upon warming, chlorine trifluoride rendered such measures futile. It could burn metals, sturdy concrete, and even sand and rocks. Yes, it would ignite instantly, not slowly corrode like white phosphorus. Encountering water would trigger an explosion at ultra-high temperatures. It defied reason. Due to fluorine and chlorine's extremely electronegative nature, once combined, they aggressively plundered nearby electrons. As elements comprise atomic nuclei and electrons, theoretically, any substance could become chlorine trifluoride's fuel. This was the true unquenchable flame in hellfire. Once it ignited in a laboratory, the only hope lay in the immediate discovery and swift retreat, as there was no effective way to extinguish it. Previously, Lynn had refrained from creating it due to its extreme instability, risking uncontrollable combustion that could lead to his demise. This explained why chlorine trifluoride, despite its immense power, hadn't been weaponized to dominate battlefields. Many throughout history attempted this but invariably faced disastrous transportation issues even when secured within specially treated metal containers. It was still not foolproof. However, now that Lynn had ascended to Grand Wizard, wielding greater control over magic and elements, he dared to attempt harnessing this highly dangerous compound. He summoned all the information about chlorine trifluoride from his mind's database. Even the chemical equation hinted at its nature. Cl2 plus 3F2 equals 2ClF3. After carefully reviewing the red-marked precautions, Lynn closed his eyes and commenced the complex synthesis of elements. Magical energy surged within his sphere, creating a vacuum zone to prevent chlorine trifluoride from losing control, the only method to contain it avoiding contact with other substances. Interestingly, it didn't require oxygen to ignite. In a vacuum, it could still burn, as it fundamentally plundered electrons. Within the defined vacuum zone, Lynn uncorked 2 containers storing fluorine and chlorine elements. Swiftly, they emanated and, under his mental control, floated within the zone. With utmost care, Lynn forcibly confined all elements within a space the size of his palm, allowing them to interact and collide. As a Grand Wizard, precise control over a single element was beyond his capabilities. He could only guide them directionally or slow their movements with magic, employing mental force. Both the creation of a vacuum zone and the controlled interaction and collision of elements consumed vast amounts of magical and mental energy. Had Lynn remained a third circle wizard, within mere seconds, he'd have faced mental exhaustion. Fortunately, having completed his ascension, this level of expenditure was manageable. Nevertheless, it took Lynn an entire afternoon and multiple attempts before he finally synthesized what he desired. A peculiar element materialized in Lynn's palm, with 4 elements tightly bonded, forming a T-shape with a short bond and 2 long bonds. This was the one of the most perilous compounds, a chlorine trifluoride. Chapter 335, Lynn's Defeat. The perilous and dreadful compound hovered in his palm at this moment. Lynn, with a slightly weary expression, revealed a faint smile before unleashing his magic, the advanced material deconstruction spell. Magic surged like a shark, catching the scent of blood, crazily enveloping the chlorine trifluoride under the manipulation of his mental force. "It's not reacting," Lynn murmured to himself. But it made sense. Magic doesn't possess electrons, so there wouldn't be the phenomenon of plundering. While contemplating, magic had already entered the chlorine trifluoride, imprinting its structure and features, swiftly proceeding to replicate. Lynn simultaneously lifted the vacuum field. Upon contact with other substances, the chlorine trifluoride immediately exhibited its terror, swiftly igniting into flames, hot and tinged with a hint of eerie. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and various rare elements in the air, perceived by Lynn, were quickly drawn into the flames of hell. The chlorine trifluoride, like an insatiable and perpetually unsatisfied glutton, crazily devoured all approaching elements, turning them into its sustenance. In just a few seconds, what was initially a spark the size of a fingertip rapidly expanded to that of a fist, accompanied by a substantial amount of toxic gas. This was the second characteristic of chlorine trifluoride. Its reaction with other substances produced highly toxic gas, somewhat akin to phosphorus. "Let's call it the inextinguishable flame," Lynn mused, rubbing his chin. This thing needed a name. Calling it chlorine trifluoride directly was too straightforward, akin to self-disclosure. Since these chlorine trifluoride compounds were magically simulated, they could be manipulated like other spells, albeit with a slightly higher difficulty due to their actual electron looting, necessitating additional mental energy for control. Whether they could counter spells and divine arts as he imagined remained an unknown. This was an urgently requiring validation. After dinner, Lynn summoned Anthony, who was researching laser emitters, proposing a limited magical battle to test the new spell's potency. Anthony enthusiastically agreed. The location? The spacious training ground within the estate. Upon receiving the message, Ilk and the others dropped their current tasks. They were all interested in the headmaster's new magic, even Raphael and his companions. "How much chance do you think Master Lynn has?" Sanchez quietly asked his colleagues. "Less than 10%. Dennis pondered, responding thoughtfully. You see, Anthony was a 6th Circle Grand Wizard, just a step away from legendary status, and he'd even developed unique electromagnetic magic. And Lynn had only recently advanced. A 4th Circle against a 6th Circle. That gap couldn't be bridged by just 1 or 2 novel spells. Indeed, if Anthony's opponent wasn't this rising star in magic, there might not have been even that 1% chance. That's not necessarily true." Raphael shook his head, not agreeing with Dennis' inference. "Don't forget, Master Lynn almost killed August. He had fought alongside Lynn against the Doomsday cultists. Back then, Lynn, just a 3rd Circle wizard, had devised a powerful spatial magic within the magical domain, aiding in defeating the infiltrator within the papal court, nearly obliterating the potentially legendary August with an electromagnetic cannon. But if I remember correctly, wasn't Lady Aurora assisting him covertly?" A wizard reminded, believing this magic prodigy simply stumbled upon a feat. No matter who it was, with the assistance of legendary counselors, resolving the turmoil within Green Earl City wasn't a daunting task. While some debated from an outside perspective, assessing the outcome based on the strengths of both sides, Anthony, facing Lynn, had an exceedingly solemn expression. He was well aware that the figure standing opposite wasn't an ordinary 4th Circle wizard but a former legend. Even though Lynn's power hadn't fully recovered, he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Anthony faintly sensed the long-submerged fervor in his body starting to boil. Confronting a legendary wizard in his prime was beyond his capability now, but it was an opportunity to witness a legend's might. "Can we begin, Master Lynn?" Anthony asked. In front of others, he refrained from rashly addressing Lynn as his mentor, as he hadn't yet deciphered the intricate Maxwell equations, which Lynn acknowledged. "Of course," Lynn casually replied, unaware that Anthony, lost in his self-fantasies, had already started taking it seriously. Since his breakthrough, this was Lynn's first actual combat against a true Grand Wizard. Previously, while battling Hurlram and August, he either outwitted them or relied on others' aid. This time, he'd confront a sixth circle wizard relying solely on his own strength. At the moment Lynn nodded in agreement, Anthony raised his hand. A whisper of blue-purple lightning appeared at his fingertips. Thunderbolt. It was just a fourth circle spell, but its advantage lay in its incredibly swift casting. Almost at the instant his finger lifted, the flashing lightning resembled a ferocious thunderous serpent hurtling toward Lynn. However, the flickering lightning was firmly confined within a 3-meter radius around Lynn, leaving him entirely unharmed. That was the Faraday cage. Engaging in battle with Anthony, who excelled in thunder magic, Lynn wasn't about to take any chances. Anthony's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, amidst the flickering electric glow, minuscule metallic elements instantly transformed into lethal weapons, converging and extending outward at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, several sharp copper spikes pierced through the flashing lightning, impaling Lynn firmly in place. "Headmaster!" Seeing Lynn pierced by these copper spikes, Ilk exclaimed in panic, and Pierce and the others were equally shocked, their faces a picture of astonishment. They hadn't anticipated that what was merely a magical experiment would prompt Anthony to suddenly act so ruthlessly. Chapter 336, The Everlasting Flame That Devours All. The Grand Wizards, unlike A.K.A. and the others, weren't particularly startled. They could discern that these copper nails, though intimidating, skillfully avoided vital areas. The destructive power of high-level magic was always astounding. In battles among Grand Wizards, withholding such force was a feat in itself. After all, no one knew the adversary's capabilities or if they could withstand the onslaught. "Is this thunder magic? Truly extraordinary." Sanchez frowned involuntarily. Anthony's display of thunderbolt was lightning fast, even he might not have reacted in time. Yet, Raphael hadn't anticipated the swift conclusion to this battle. It lasted, what, a mere second? Victory was swiftly decided. He had expected a more prolonged skirmish, a chance to witness a spectacular fight. But alas, the gap in their strengths proved too vast. "Do you think this looks like the end? This is merely the beginning." Dennis, standing nearby, reminded them bluntly. Following Dennis's prompt, those present noticed something peculiar about Lynn, who remained unfazed despite the pierced copper nails. His face betrayed no sign of pain, and no blood flowed from the pierced areas. Instead, they caught fire. Yes, quite literally on fire. Intense flames surged from Lynn's body, consuming everything: clothes, skin, flesh, all turned to fuel for the inferno. Not only that, the flames rapidly expanded, engulfing everything around, be it the yellow-orange copper nails or even lightning. Breath of flames. Before Anthony could contemplate, Lynn's voice emanated from the flames' midst. Since the start of the battle, Lynn had employed refractive magic. What remained in place was merely a magical projection. The searing everlasting flame consumed everything along its path, transforming into billowing waves of fire, surging towards Anthony. Vacuum domain. Anthony looked solemn. His domain swiftly expanded in all directions, stripping elements away. His magical energy transformed into a curtain of water, blocking the onslaught. No air meant the fire would naturally extinguish. And water was fire's nemesis. This was common knowledge. Even observers like Raphael felt the same. However, this common knowledge failed now. Within the vacuum domain, the everlasting flame persisted, not only refusing to be extinguished upon contact with the water curtain but also consuming it, erupting with temperatures akin to the sun and exploding. Anthony's face turned grim. With every step back, his magic instinctively converted into various elements. Yet, whether it was the shield formed from metallic elements, walls of sand, electromagnetic barriers, they all lost their efficacy. Their fate was no different. Sooner or later, they all turned into fodder, devoured by the flames. In a blink, Anthony found himself enveloped in the sea of flames, with only the last barrier, made of serpent scales, remaining. He sensed its waning strength against the rapidly strengthening blaze. In such a cycle, his strongest defense would crumble in at most half a minute. The once legendary figure. Mastering such a terrifying fire magic, Anthony sighed inwardly, pushed to the brink so effortlessly. Yet, Anthony didn't intend to surrender. There was another way to claim victory: direct assault on the spellcaster. He had attempted 17 types of elements, all succumbing to the flame's erosion. Yet, there was one more unique element that might work: light. This thought flashed in Anthony's mind. In the next moment, a pure white beam surged through the roaring flames, piercing Lynn once more. Obviously, it was another magical projection. Ever since mastering advanced illusion arts, Lynn had honed his skills in this domain. And, in the enveloping everlasting flame, Anthony couldn't precisely pinpoint Lynn's true position, but he didn't need to. Nothing could surpass the speed of light. As the laser swept, iron railings and wooden stakes on the training ground were instantly severed, leaving perfectly neat cuts. Even a deep groove marked a distant wall. "Stop, cease!" Raphael shouted in horror. Anthony's laser ceased. What happened to Lynn, they didn't know, but Raphael wasn't concerned for his own safety. They stood beyond the battlefield, able to withstand the weakened laser. However, Ilaki and the other apprentice wizards might have been severed in half. In Raphael's alarmed outcry, the glaring beam soon halted. Lynn, realizing the training ground couldn't endure their clash, prepared to extinguish the raging flames. The everlasting flame enveloping Anthony was suppressed. However, to Lynn's surprise, several flames remained, adhering uncontrollably across the training ground, showing signs of slipping his control. Lynn furrowed his brow. Unlike white phosphorus, trichlorofluoromethane couldn't combust. Its flames derived from scavenging electrons from other elements, making it a derivative of fire. During his experiments, he'd only created a fist-sized everlasting flame he could deftly control with his mental strength. Now, having consumed a massive amount of fuel, it spiraled out of control. Considering his options, Lynn forcefully separated the areas corroded by the flames using pure magical force, suspending them in the vacuum domain, allowing them to burn out slowly. He became vigilant. Using this magic in the future required utmost caution. The potency of this entity was indeed terrifying. It could subdue even a hex ring wizard like Anthony. However, a slight oversight could lead to self-repercussions. It was a double-edged sword. At least, with his current mental prowess, Lynn couldn't fully control this hazardous element. As the surrounding flames were stripped and extinguished, Anthony breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost met his end beneath the sea of fire. Raphael and others traversed the pitted training ground. Sanchez, eager for answers, inquired. "Master Lynn, was that truly fire magic you used just now? Or was it an illusion to the eyes? I saw it burning even within a vacuum." Chapter 337, Impossible, My 3 Laws of Fire Cannot Be Wrong. Many shared Sanchez's thoughts at that moment. They'd been watching the entire spectacle unfold, witnessing the unbelievable and outright paradoxical. It wasn't surprising they began to doubt, wondering if this might be some powerful visual illusion. After all, fire couldn't possibly burn lightning, much less turn a water curtain into fuel. "This is undoubtedly a form of flame," Lynn stated without hesitation. So, does that mean hell really exists? Raphael asked incredulously. He immediately recalled the rumors within the wizarding world. This magical luminary controlled flames from the deepest pits of hell, capable of consuming and incinerating everything. Raphael had previously scoffed at this notion, but now, he found himself teetering on the edge of belief because, other than hellfire, he couldn't think of any other description. Hell is just a fabrication of the Holy Church. I never thought you'd buy into that, Lynn chuckled, pausing briefly before continuing. Of course, it's not what you think. I call it the eternal blaze, a flame crafted by magic. But this isn't magic at all. It completely violates my 3 laws of fire. This type of flame cannot exist. One grand wizard couldn't resist loudly objecting. This is Master Adela, with profound expertise in elemental studies. Ah, the master who proposed the theory of fire elements. Lynn suddenly realized. He had briefly encountered Adela at a previous gathering of grand wizards but hadn't engaged in deep conversation. That's me. Adela nodded proudly. He had studied fire elements for decades, summarizing various characteristics and laws concerning fire. Among them was the 3 laws of fire: temperature, the speed of elemental movement, combustibles, and sufficient oxygen. All fires couldn't exist outside these elements. Fire elements existed within every combustible, but they were smaller than regular elements, beyond the perception of wizards unless prompted by high temperatures and oxygen. Adela enthusiastically explained his theory of fire elements to Lynn, a conclusion drawn from rigorous research and numerous experiments. It was through this study that he triumphed in the debate 2 decades ago on what flames truly were, defeating the combustion theory and flame magic theory, earning himself a silver moon medal. But Lynn's summoned flames had entirely violated these 3 laws. For instance, burning in a vacuum violated the necessity of oxygen for fire's existence. This is a modal window. Beginning of dialogue window. Escape will cancel and close the window. End of dialogue window. Metals and sand weren't combustible, yet they mysteriously caught fire. This had to be fake, surely a visual illusion. Listening to Adela's analysis and the so-called theory of fire elements, Lynn couldn't help but feel amused. This so-called 3 laws of fire resembled the 3 essential elements of combustion from his previous life. However, reaching this level of understanding was already impressive. Discussions on the essence of fire had persisted for thousands of years in his previous world, only finding conclusions in recent times. Lynn didn't delve further, simply extending his hand. A blazing flame quickly ignited. This was the eternal blaze. The assembled wizards couldn't help but feel a palpable unease but still drew closer, utterly fascinated by this fist-sized flame. Anthony appeared grave. He had just experienced firsthand the helplessness against this bizarre flame. It seemed everything and anything was its delectable sustenance. Adela attempted to personally verify its authenticity but was stopped by Lynn. If touched by this thing, there was no remedy but to strip the burnt flesh. Even if not fatally so, prolonged contact meant shedding skin. True or not, it was perilous. Though he couldn't truly touch it in the end, Adela keenly felt its immense heat. At such proximity, he didn't believe the other could conceal this from his magical senses. He promptly sliced off an iron railing and placed it over the eternal blaze. The slender iron bar burst into flames before everyone's eyes. It didn't melt due to high temperatures but genuinely burned, flames spreading along its length. Undeterred, Adela conjured a sturdy stone with his mage hand. Incredibly, even the stone caught fire. Lastly, in the vacuum experiment, they witnessed an extraordinary sight: stones burning in a vacuum. If something looks like fire, acts like fire, no matter how strange, undoubtedly, it's fire. This is impossible. Stones cannot serve as fuel. This shouldn't be right, and without oxygen, why can it still burn? Adela muttered, completely puzzled, almost teetering on the brink of madness. Raphael and others looked at Adela with deep sympathy. They understood he had devoted most of his life to fire element studies, and suddenly finding his theories wrong was a devastating blow. However, it was at this moment Lynn spoke up. Actually, your 3 laws of fire are quite accurate. Adela paused, a mixture of shock and confusion, wondering if he had misheard. Before he could inquire, Lynn continued explaining. But I need to correct a few points, like oxygen indeed being a condition for complete combustion, but not a necessary one. More accurately, all that's needed is an oxidizer. Upon hearing this, the audience furrowed their brows. Complete condition versus necessary condition, these novel terms seemed somewhat alien to them, but they could barely grasp their meaning. However, this oxidizer was puzzling. An oxidizer gains electrons in oxidation-reduction reactions, like trichlorofluoromethane, a strong oxidizer and fluorinating agent, directly substituting the role of oxygen. That's why in a vacuum, it can ignite substances, fuel. But there were few elements capable of serving as oxidizers, and most were compounds. Considering Raphael and others had limited knowledge, Lynn refrained from an extensive explanation. Otherwise, he'd have to start by explaining what oxidation-reduction reactions were before delving into atomic structures. After a moment's contemplation, Lynn briefly summarized, in simple terms, certain elements can replace oxygen as the ignition condition. Therefore, even in an oxygen-free environment, combustion can continue. Chapter 338, The Sly Archbishop Edwal. I know, just like the Sunday. The sun can burn even in a vacuum. Lydia hastily spoke, recalling Lord Lynn's astronomy class where he mentioned this peculiar phenomenon but didn't explain why. Lord Lynn chuckled. The sun's light didn't come from combustion, it arose from nuclear fusion within the sun, with light and heat merely as appearances. Lydia found the example fitting. Adela immediately grasped it. It wasn't about burning without oxygen but substituting it with other elements. I see. She had experimented similarly before, but none of the dozen elements she'd used could replace oxygen's role. This led her to conclude that combustion required oxygen. But why could stones and metals serve as fuel? Lord Lynn didn't elaborate. Snuffing out the eternal flame in his palm, he turned to Anthony, saying with a smile, Master Anthony, your progress was unexpectedly quick, perfecting the laser magic in just a few hours. He had handed Anthony the related blueprints that morning, nearly in sync with the development of 2 different types of magic. It's still in its infancy, far from perfection, Anthony said, feeling sentimental. Moreover, there was another method to enhance the laser's power, compressing its diameter. The thinner the laser beam, the stronger its destructive force. After compressing it from 5 mm to 0.5 mm, its power multiplied several times, almost on par with 5-ring magic's level. It could be further compressed with seemingly no limit. To Anthony, this was an unlimited magic. Once compressed finely enough, it could reach the level of legendary magic. I wonder whose theory this elemental excitation is based on? Anthony curiously inquired. The person who proposed this theory had a profound understanding of elements. I developed it based on Glenn's focusing magic and the elemental structure theory within the Prophecy Guild, Lord Lynn casually explained. Previously, while measuring elements, he admitted that his understanding of light, even within the guild, was at a rudimentary stage. He couldn't discredit himself, so he reluctantly claimed the credit. Raphael and the others were speechless. This magical prodigy not only created terrifying flame magic after the symposium but also delved into modifying laser spells during this time. The gap between individuals was greater than the gap between a person and a dog. Speaking of which, who won in that battle just now? Sanchez suddenly asked, seemingly out of the blue. For Sanchez, an advocate of practical combat, discussing these magic theories was less important than determining victory or defeat. The situation on the field was perilous moments before the conclusion when Raphael halted it. Sanchez's words diverted everyone's attention. Lord Lynn's flame magic was terrifying, but under Anthony's laser magic, there was no chance to evade either. Naturally, I lost. Anthony replied calmly. He couldn't withstand that eternal flame, but Lord Lynn might be able to counter his laser magic. After all, the magic's principle was what Lord Lynn had informed him of, there couldn't be a lack of countermeasures. Anthony was quite open-minded, facing a former legend, losing was perfectly normal. What he hadn't expected was losing so swiftly. Anthony's candid admission somewhat surprised Raphael and the others. Subsequently, they all turned to Lord Lynn. A 4-ring wizard defeating a 6-ring wizard, nearly overwhelmingly, would hardly be believed if spoken of. Since there's no definite result, let's consider it a draw, Lord Lynn said, not aiming to take advantage of Anthony. Winning or losing didn't concern him, having a bout, understanding the nature of chlorine trifluoride, was satisfying enough. Among wizards, determining the outcome of a battle wasn't easy until the final moment. After all, one couldn't foresee the strange and uncommon spells the opponent might unleash. The discussion about the battle's outcome passed casually, disappointing Sanchez, who had been intrigued. He redirected the topic to the impending war. Due to the Griffin Knight's obstruction, the reconnaissance function of airships had significantly diminished. Pilots dared only to observe from a distance of at least 3 kilometers using telescopes. Even that almost led to their downfall. That sly Archbishop Edwell had a crafty plan, hiding some Griffin Knights in the woods, causing the army to move slowly. When the airships approached for reconnaissance, they'd burst out from the forest suddenly. If not for the pilots' quick reactions and the speed of 2 airships, they would have been caught off guard. Because of this, few pilots were willing to approach for reconnaissance. So, they could barely grasp the Legion's movements and lacked more intel. Though laser magic had been developed, mass deployment required more time. Lord Lynn proposed teaching this magic to trustworthy official wizards, using them as human laser emitters. Gaining air superiority was crucial, greatly reducing casualties. It's better for us not to engage personally. Instead, we need to eliminate these bothersome griffins until they dare not take to the skies. Adela said fiercely. No, that would be ineffective. Lord Lynn shook his head. Despite their abilities to fly, they weren't as agile in the air as the Griffin Knights. Even with a surprise attack, they could at most eliminate dozens of griffins, unable to halt the others. The clergy's number likely surpassed theirs. If they needlessly depleted their magical reserves and exposed vital magical information, facing countermeasures in subsequent battles would be challenging. Either refrain from action or wipe out the entire Griffin Knights contingent. Otherwise, if these individuals managed to retreat successfully and pondered for a while, they might devise ways to counter laser magic. Magic and divine arts were closely linked, this wasn't an impossible feat. Chapter 339, The Devastator of Harbor Town, the mastermind behind the ruin of the church. In the scorching summer of the Hadralata Kingdom, just a few kilometers away from the royal capital, sprawled the wilderness. A vast swath of black shadows crept relentlessly from the horizon towards the capital. Rust-colored flags fluttered in the air, accompanied by the rhythmic beats of drums and the clattering of hooves, all in a remarkably organized fashion. They've arrived rather swiftly, Raphael remarked, gazing from the city walls at the approaching army, a mass so dense it seemed to stretch endlessly beyond sight. Rough estimates placed their numbers at least 80,000 or more, divided roughly into 3 groups. While the flanking legions boasted considerable numbers, their formation seemed somewhat disorganized. Soldiers appeared mismatched in their armaments and armor. Hurlram, Dugest, Barrow. These are traders from the neighboring kingdoms. Hayter ground his teeth, recognizing the armies of several dukes by the distinctive emblems on their towering banners. Meanwhile, Lynn employed far-seeing magic, observing the central silver-armored legion. Every member stood imposingly, advancing solemnly. Their ice-cold, ruthless gazes instilled dread in onlookers. They were the infamous Divine Punishment Army. In just a fortnight, the papal forces had already reached the gates of the royal capital. Indeed, according to the intel they'd gathered, some nobles along the way had attempted feudal resistance. But against these forces, sturdy walls could withstand ground troops, yet they'd prove futile against the Griffin Knights descending from the skies. There was no need for the bishops to intervene, the entire city would fall within the hour. Old York and the others nearby wore expressions of anticipation, eager for action. Despite the papal army outnumbering them, they felt no fear. After all, when Duke Rickman led an army several times their size, they'd routed them with their firearms. So, to Old York's mind, these weren't just 80,000 enemies, they were opportunities, heads to claim. No, not yet. It's not the right time, Lynn shook his head. Considering the current rate of laser cannon production, it would take another 2 to 3 days to outfit them onto the airships. Rushing out for battle without air superiority might result in significant casualties. After all, their opponents weren't just feudal soldiers wielding swords and spears, they also wielded formidable magical powers. What do you think, Your Majesty Hayter? Lynn turned to the king at his side. Hayter was incredibly anxious. With the vast eastern territories of the kingdom now fallen, he desired nothing more than to lead these wizards out to crush the accursed papal legions, reclaim lost lands, and execute those noble traitors. But Hayter restrained himself. He understood that if Lynn said it wasn't time, it meant they lacked a surefire plan. He gritted his teeth. So be it, we defend, rather than attack. Simultaneously, the papal army halted in the wilderness outside the royal capital. A middle-aged man clad in silver armor, bearing a holy emblem on his chest, kept his gaze fixed on the city walls. Despite the distance, his exceptional vision clearly identified his target amidst the crowd. With interest, he spoke, "That's the great sorcerer Lynn, wanted for 300,000 imperial coins? He's much younger than I imagined. Don't underestimate him, Arno. He's not an easy target," cautioned Edwal, the one with the iron mask, before providing intelligence about Lynn. Previously wanted for the burning of Harbour Town, the bounty on him had escalated from 50,000 to an astounding 300,000 due to orchestrating this rebellion. And now, he was accused not just of treason but also blasphemy against the divine, a crime of unimaginable severity. This was an exorbitant sum, even a pauper with that money could buy himself a position as a duke. In the Book of Sinners, descriptions of Lynn had escalated to include the overthrow of the kingdom's church, the slaying of the cardinal, and defying the gods. There were no words to describe his heinousness. None of the previously documented sinners in the sacred texts could match him. He wields a strange hellfire that devours flesh and blood. It's challenging to extinguish conventionally, Edwal warned. But once the elements in the air are isolated, it can be quelled. Non-flammable sand and rocks can also bury it. Temperature plays a crucial role. Edwal's detailed explanation stemmed from their analysis of the wreckage of an airship and its peculiar flames. In that case, I'm claiming that 300,000 bounty. Arno cracked a smirk, etching Edwal's words firmly in his mind. But if you have the capability, be wary of his ice magic. Edwal, with the iron mask concealing his expressions, issued another caution before turning to several dukes of the kingdom. Hebrew, Austin, Barrow. I entrust you to lead the kingdom's armies as the vanguard. But, Lord Edwal, those wizards will use all sorts of mysterious spells. With just us, I fear we can't even get close to the city walls. Duke Barrow quivered slightly. The other nobles present were also hesitant. Though they surrendered without hesitation when the papal army arrived, it didn't mean they were devout believers. According to intelligence, these wizard-trained troops employed strange mystical weaponry, immensely powerful. A fully trained cavalry unit had been easily routed during a charge. Even if they managed to take the capital, they'd suffer heavy casualties. This is your only chance. Prove your loyalty to the Lord with actions and repent for your sins. Edwal's words carried an unyielding tone. Edwal felt no goodwill toward these opportunistic nobles. When the group of wizards killed King Basil and sparked the rebellion, only a few nobles resisted. Most remained undecided, even collaborating with the wizards to persecute local priests and bishops. Undoubtedly, these were all sinners. So, regardless of whether they were barons, viscounts, or dukes from the Eastern Kingdom, Edwal had coerced them all, assembling this massive army. Chapter 340, The Siege and the Impenetrable Firearms. Under the relentless pressure in Edwal, Hebrew and Barrow exchanged a glance, filled with deep regret. If their army were to perish, their mere title as a duke would be inadequate against the onslaught of the remaining nobles. If only they had heeded Haydar's command and entered the capital. But regrets at this point were futile. Despite Hebrew and Barrow's reluctance, they found themselves helpless. It was at this moment that Edwal's indifferent voice resonated among them. Among all of you, whoever can seize the capital or perform the most outstanding deeds shall be the next king of Hadralata. Edwal's words were like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, causing every noble present to brim with fervor. Hebrew and Barrow were no exceptions. This was the chance to rule an entire kingdom. Perhaps the only chance. As nobles of the kingdom, they could battle, pillage territories, employ various clandestine means, but there was one line they couldn't cross: seizing the throne without the church's recognition, donning the crown under the divine witness and blessing. Over 100 years ago, the Basil family's predecessor ascended the throne this way. Becoming a king would mean eternal succession under the divine protection, as long as they didn't rebel against the church. The nobles of the kingdom were elated at the church's support. Even a minor baron could ascend, aided by the church, to the position of a king. Hebrew immediately sprang into action, galloping to the soldiers, delivering an impassioned speech. Believers of the divine, the heretic worshippers lurk within this very capital, seeking to unleash hell's gates, annihilate the kingdom, allowing devils, calamities, and plagues to rampage across the world. We cannot tolerate such abominations. These evildoers, these heretics, must pay for their sins in blood. For every enemy slain before you, an imperial gold coin shall be yours. Kill a wizard and be knighted, the first to ascend the city walls rewarded with riches and an earldom. Hebrew's words echoed like a thunderous bell across the wilderness. Under the lure of grand rewards, the morale of tens of thousands of soldiers surged. In the name of the divine! Hebrew fervently shouted. In the name of the divine! The morale of the tens of thousands of soldiers soared, their thunderous roars echoing through the skies. Soon, dozens of nobles led their private armies, charging towards the capital. Drums resounded louder, joined by the devout hymns of priests and bishops. O great lords of the stars, goddess of the moon, creators of all things, we beseech your grace, grant us light, hope, and strength. Amidst the ethereal hymns, the noble soldiers shimmered with the radiance of divine magic, courage and strength surging within them. They're coming, they're here. The intimidating force of tens of thousands charging made even the prepared old York and others tense. Nevertheless, they readied their firearms, waiting silently for the enemy to come within shooting range. The optimal environment for firearms was when both sides were on the same plane, firing in rows. But the advantage of higher ground provided a broader view. Moreover, with this many enemies, hitting them wasn't an issue at all. 10,000 gunners stationed on the city walls, divided into arrays, unleashed a continuous barrage of fire upon the charging soldiers. Rows fell, roughly estimated to be over 1,000 casualties, a spectacular yet fleeting sight. However, within seconds, almost 70% of the fallen rose again, fervently chanting for the divine as they charged the walls. The wizards observing the battle atop the walls bore solemn expressions. Lynn could tell these soldiers were shielded by divine magic. When facing the kingdom's army previously, he'd seen similar things. However, back then, their opponents were only a few bishops and dozens of priests, releasing limited divine magic that boosted courage but couldn't withstand gunfire. This time, it was different. Several tens of thousands were shielded with actual divine magic, akin to a first-tier defensive spell. It couldn't withstand gunfire but significantly weakened its impact. If aimed at tougher armor, it might even fail to breach, only staggering the target due to the impact. If the defenders had used crossbows instead of firearms, it would have been even harder to breach. Fortunately, these shields are one-time use. Raphael sighed as he saw most of the soldiers who rose fall again under the second volley of gunfire, relieved yet realizing each soldier essentially gained an extra life. Thinking this, Raphael glanced at Lynn, deeply admiring the magic prodigy's foresight. A few days prior, while discussing how to wage this war, they proposed an offensive strategy, leveraging their equipment's advantage to crush this church legion on the plains, perhaps even penetrating into the Empire's borders. After all, their previous victories were too effortless. The firearms unit annihilated opponents several times their number with minimal casualties. Their foes couldn't mount an effective resistance, leading to an easy conquest. Only Lynn insisted on defending the city, avoiding open field combat until they understood the enemy better. It favored the firearms unit, true, but it also suited large-scale troop engagements and cavalry charges. Now, with these colossal protective divine spells, firearms couldn't unleash their full potential. Battling on the plains, their formations could potentially collapse under such conditions. At this moment, the members of the firearms unit also recognized their formidable opponents. They could endure a shot from a firearm without falling and continued advancing while carrying ladders. The arrogance they held before dissipated instantly. York was in the third wave of shooters. Using a spyglass earned through merit, he carefully observed the enemy's movements. He swiftly noticed that those who fell in the first round were struck in the weaker sections of their armor or, by misfortune, directly in the face. Hence, it wasn't that their firearms couldn't penetrate but, after the divine magic and armor weakened the impact, the bullets failed to cause fatal injuries. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 341, Brutal Defense of the Royal Capital. Third column, Fire. A spirited cry echoed atop the city walls. Old York hastily pulled the trigger, adjusting the scope on the gunstock, targeting specifically the nobles adorned in elaborate attire. He had marked his targets during the two previous volleys, especially eyeing the most flamboyantly dressed among them. Charge! Charge! Duke Barrow's booming voice echoed below the royal city's walls. Despite the dense gunfire and the continuous roar of cannons on the battlefield, he harbored no fear. He believed in divine protection and in the impeccable armor bought at a hefty price. Faintly, Barrow envisaged himself rushing into the city, slaying the false King Hater, and seizing the crown. An indescribable excitement filled his mind. But in the next moment, his thoughts froze. A round lead bullet whizzed through, piercing the divine shield instantly and penetrating Barrow's eye. The power of divine protection waned, consciousness rapidly slipping away. At the moment of losing consciousness, Barrow finally realized that the throne of a king was nothing but an elusive temptation. They were all merely pawns meant to exhaust the enemy. Perfect! Old York, who had claimed another victim on the wall, cheered for his exceptional marksmanship. That unfortunate fellow in such exquisite armor must have been a high-ranking noble, surely? With a gleeful change of bullets, Old York resumed using his telescope to search for the next target. Similar to him, many riflemen harbored such thoughts. Controlled by magic and desire on the battlefield, the nobles soon met their demise amidst the successive gunfire. While not everyone was a sharpshooter, and despite the nobles wearing the finest armor, facing a barrage of several rifles resulted in them being riddled with holes after a single volley. Increasing casualties gradually liberated Hebrew and his companions from the grip of magic. Not easily deceived commoners, despite the temptation to rule a kingdom, succumbed ultimately to their fear of death. Their charge slowed down, some even withdrew to command their troops. The soldiers suffered even more casualties. In less than an hour, over 4,000 perished beneath the city walls, painting the land beyond in crimson. Slaughter and gunfire resounded continuously on the battlefield, occasionally accompanied by sporadic arrow showers, quickly interrupted by cannon bombardment, leaving only scattered arrows, posing little threat. These sacrifices were not in vain, they had breached the line of death, reached below the walls, where ladders had been set up. Similarly protected battering rams arrived at the city gates under the human shield but were hit by several cannonballs, causing them to tilt. The iron-heavy hammer struck the gates, producing a bearable dull sound. Yet, despite the gate shaking slightly, it stood firm, backed by a half-meter-thick cement wall magically constructed by Lynn and others, extremely sturdy. Not just the battering ram, even divine arts might struggle to breach it. This is a modal window. Beginning of dialogue window. Escape will cancel and close the window. End of dialogue window. As soldiers amassed below the gate, the wizards on the walls finally took action, casting flames, frost, lightning, and falling rocks, turning the entire battlefield into hell. Under this barrage of magic, thousands more perished. The meticulously constructed siege ladders and rams were reduced to ashes. After clearing the soldiers near the walls, Ilk and the others ceased casting spells, leaving the riflemen to continue their assault. A wizard's magic wasn't limitless, usually casting 5 or 6 spells of the same level would strain their mental power. Considering these sorcerers hadn't directly entered the battlefield, they couldn't exert too much strength. The immense casualties didn't daunt the remaining soldiers. They continued as if oblivious to the harrowing screams of their comrades, rallying for the divine while continuing to erect the siege ladders. The deeper their belief in the supportive magic, the greater the influence it held. To these impoverished commoners with nothing, who usually relied on prayers to endure life's hardships, Lynn and others on the wall seemed like the perpetrators of all suffering, the ones responsible for their misery. Their madness even caused hesitation in Old York before firing. These people were like demons from hell, even with a leg missing, they crawled to the wall, scratching at the sturdy barrier with their nails. Truly dreadful. Raphael sighed, unable to bear witness. This was his first experience with such large-scale warfare, yet he had no intention of intervening, simply observing quietly. This small scene was far from necessitating their action. Lynn furrowed her brow, thoroughly puzzled. She couldn't fathom Edwall's intentions bringing these people here to their deaths. According to military strategy, without multiple times the troops or more advanced weaponry and tactics, a direct assault on a city was no different from a massacre. Even if these tens of thousands were all slain, they wouldn't budge this stronghold an inch. Edwall couldn't possibly be a brute who only understood direct assault. Otherwise, he wouldn't qualify to lead the army, commanding both the Divine Punishment Army and the Griffin Knights, 2 elite forces. Could they be planning to exhaust our ammunition with these people's lives? Sanchez speculated. At those words, Raphael and the others grew concerned. Guarding the walls, the 10,000 riflemen, after a few rounds of fire, had already expended tens of thousands of bullets. Their hourly consumption rate started at 100,000. They weren't familiar with the lead bullet's production process, but they noticed its roundness and consistent specifications, although not complex, would still consume a significant amount of time. Haha, that's just wishful thinking. Perhaps you don't know how these bullets are made. Dennis chuckled, speaking up. Even if it's simple, how many can a person make in a day? A great wizard laughed heartily. Bullets don't fall from the sky, do they? He could guess the production method somewhat, melting lead ore at high temperatures, then somehow shaping them into consistent-sized spheres. No, indeed, they do fall from the sky. Dennis said with an eerie expression. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 342, Wasteful Destruction, Is This How You Use Petroleum? Dennis's straightforward words left the wizards present utterly astonished, almost thinking he was joking. How could bullets from a firearm possibly fall from the sky? Even if it was a joke, this was quite absurd. However, they quickly heard Lynn nodding beside them. The production of lead bullets indeed requires minimal labor. Saying they fall from the sky isn't an issue. They crafted these lead bullets using the prevailing towering method from the 18th century. All that's needed is a several dozen meters high structure with a magical furnace at the top and a large pool below to catch the poured molten lead. When making lead bullets, they simply heat lead water at the tower's peak and pour the melted lead directly from above. The molten lead remains weightless in midair due to the surface tension, naturally forming spherical shapes as it rapidly cools and solidifies during descent. In essence, the production of lead bullets uses planetary gravity as a hammer, utilizing the liquid's tension for shaping. It doesn't require any manpower, just enough lead ore for rapid mass production. And the kingdom of Hadrolata lacks nothing but various ores. To counter this war, Lynn directly established over a dozen tall tower factories in the capital, storing over 10 tons of lead ore. Suffice it to say, there's an ample supply of bullets for firearms. Despite Lynn's explanation, Sanchez and the others remained baffled. While the method seemed simple, the underlying principles were harder to comprehend. Objects naturally fall under gravity's influence, that's correct. However, considering air resistance, they should form elliptical or oval shapes instead. Why then did they fall into the water in a spherical form? This particular aspect had escaped their previous observations. Raphael even extracted water vapor from the air, conducting fluid free-fall experiments on the city walls. Outside the capital of Hadrolata, Edwal, who had been keenly observing the enemy's movements, immediately noticed the peculiar actions of the wizards. He grew alert instantly. Are they creating a water stream? No, water droplets. Arno wore a puzzled expression. With enhanced vision from divine magic, he could discern the approximate movements of every person on the wall from 2 kilometers away. Perhaps it's some form of magical gesture, conjectured one of the archbishops. Or it could be a curse-like sorcery. The bishops became wary as well. During their past witch hunts, they often encountered various sinister enchantments that made their pursuits challenging. After some contemplation, Edwal couldn't fathom what these people were up to. Out of caution, he cast a 6th circle divine spell, Sanctuary of Heaven. An invisible barrier quietly arose, enveloping everyone present. The world seemed surreal, as if they were separated from the earthly realm by a thin film, looking outwards as if observing fish swimming in a lake. However, the anticipated attack never materialized. The group of wizards merely conjured droplets of water, watching them fall to the ground, as if engaging in a ludicrous and childish game. This was certainly implausible. In the midst of a war, the opposing side wouldn't engage in such meaningless actions, there had to be some deeper intent. These magical weapons are quite impressive. Arno, more focused on the battlefield than Edwal's contemplation, remarked. The situation was heavily one-sided. The noble militia assaulting the capital totaled a formidable 50,000, but despite the loss of nearly 10,000 lives, they hadn't achieved any success. They fell like rows of wheat under the swing of a scythe. Arno had to retract his prior disdain for these wizards. While they had intelligence on firearms, their capabilities surpassed expectations. Even with the noble soldiers clad in armor and protected by divine spells, they couldn't completely fend off the attacks. The cannons were even more formidable, a direct hit would turn even the thickest armor into mincemeat. No wonder they could easily conquer the capital and eliminate the kingdom's church. When we breach the capital, remember to capture a few alive. Knowing their manufacturing methods will make dealing with these dark magic users much easier in the future. Arno suddenly chuckled, making his suggestion. These are creations of witchcraft, knowledge from the devil, destroying them all is. An annoyed archbishop nearby vehemently retorted. Casually exploring and learning forbidden knowledge might lead to unforeseen consequences. Previously, some higher UPS within the church found some inventions by the wizards intriguing, believing they could be harnessed. However, some priests and even bishops, lacking in willpower, were lured by the devil's knowledge after perusing confiscated sorcery notes, eventually betraying the grace of God. Since then, any pages, notes, or spell materials confiscated during witch hunts had to be immediately burned or sealed within the forbidden library. It was highly likely that the evil deities and demons used their magic within those forbidden wizardry teachings, ensnaring anyone who dared to peruse them. Shall we not act yet, Lord Edwall? Arno, disinterested in arguing further with these individuals, turned directly to Edwall, inquiring. At this rate, these 50,000 might all perish here, and their deaths would hold no value whatsoever. Edwall didn't reply but instead posed a question. Is the oil prepared? It's been delivered long ago. Arno's face bore a thick grin. With a wave of his hand, over 100 guards clad in silver armor brought in barrels containing a thick, black liquid. This oil was discovered by a fisherman months ago. After an earthquake, a crevice opened up, gushing forth this rolling black oil. Ignited by unknown means, it burned for half a month, leading the local fishermen to believe they'd opened a gateway to hell. The church was notified, and only through the intervention of an archbishop did the fire finally quell. After extensive testing, it was confirmed that this substance had no connection to demons or magic. It served as a weapon against heretics and infernal creatures in their war, proving quite effective. However, the trebuchet's range might not be sufficient to launch the oil, remarked a bishop, frowning. The cannons the wizards had created had a much longer range than trebuchets, making them easy targets. If it doesn't work from the ground, we'll use the sky. Arno grinned, understanding Edwall's intent. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 343, Oil, the Blood of Industry, Source of Power. From the sky? After a brief moment of confusion, the bishops present also began to comprehend the situation. The wizards' airships didn't ascend, evidently, they feared the might of the Griffin Knights. This meant they could replicate the Griffin Knights' strategy, utilizing their speed and height advantage for aerial attacks. Devi, this time it's your lead. Edwall continued to inquire. I understand, Lord Edwall. I won't return without completing the mission. Devi pledged firmly, placing his right hand over his heart. He then led the Griffin Knights, wrapping bundles of specially treated fabric containing oil, ascending into the sky. I'll join in and meet these followers of the Dark Wizards, test their abilities. Unable to contain himself, Arno volunteered after Edwall's request, taking a bundle of oil, substituting for one of the Griffin Knights on the mission. Hundreds of Griffin Knights ascended, their golden feathers gleaming brightly in the sunlight, resembling patches of golden clouds. Be cautious, the Griffins have ascended. Lynn emphasized from atop the tower, raising the tone slightly to alert everyone. In truth, the magnitude of their actions was impossible to conceal. Even Raphael and others, pondering why the liquid suspended in the air always formed circles, were forced to halt their thoughts and prepare. Within a minute, the Griffin Knights had already soared over the capital city, maintaining an altitude of about a kilometer. They circled incessantly, occasionally diving a distance, provocatively swooping about 300 to 400 meters above the heads of the wizards, greatly disrupting the riflemen's effectiveness. Because no one knew when these Griffin Knights hovering in the sky would launch an attack. Fireball spell. Several wizards, unable to bear the provocation after another dive by the Griffin Knights, simultaneously cast spells. Several fireballs soared into the sky toward several Griffin Knights flying high, employing mathematical formulas in advance to predict the enemy's flight positions, almost guaranteeing a hit. However, their plans were thwarted. The Griffins merely flapped their wings, abruptly changed direction mid-air, easily evading the flames and explosions. Rather than ascending to evade, they lowered their altitude once again, flying over the heads of the wizards, frustrating them immensely, prompting retaliation through magic. Magic barrage, ice storm, multiple fireball spells. For a moment, dozens of spells shot up into the sky, attempting to overwhelm the agile Griffin Knights with sheer numbers. Unfortunately, Devi, who had anticipated a powerful magical surge, commanded his team to ascend again upon sensing it, nullifying all spells once more. Raphael hurriedly intervened. "Cease fire! Don't waste magical energy, this might be an enemy trick. Damn it! If only we could use that magic, those Griffin Knights wouldn't dare be so bold." Nancy muttered angrily. Both she and Glenn had learned Lynn and Anthony's improved laser magic, yet Lynn forbade them from using it easily, claiming the time wasn't right. "Endure it, they don't have the courage to come too close. If they do, we'll bring them down. Just pretend they don't exist." Raphael shook his head. The wizards atop the tower were frustrated but helpless. Their magic couldn't reach such a distance, posing enough threat to griffins moving at high speed. The adversaries were too agile, virtually impossible to hit. Devi led the Griffin Knights, frequently taunting the wizards stationed on the walls. After roughly gauging the safe distance, most griffins dispersed. Arno didn't leave, instead, he and a small group of remaining Griffin Knights targeted the cannons atop the walls. Directing their griffins to dive at an altitude of about 500 meters, they swiftly hurled ignited oil-soaked fabric toward their target. "Wait, what's that?" Sharp-eyed Glenn had been observing the sky and was the first to notice something amiss. "Fire! It's fire!" a wizard exclaimed loudly. "Is it some kind of sorcery?" Watching the fireballs descending from the sky, Dennis frowned. "I don't know, but it's definitely related to those Griffin Knights." Sanchez shook his head, looking unusually grave. Similar scenes were unfolding in every corner of the sky above the capital city, as if the sky was raining fire. Magic barrier. On the tower, over 100 official wizards cast a spell together, instantly creating a circular magical barrier overhead. The fabric drenched in oil disintegrated rapidly under the flame's assault, colliding with the barrier, causing bursts of explosive noises. Some of the as yet unburned black liquid adhered to the magical shield overhead. Simultaneously, a pungent odor wafted to everyone's noses. Toxin gas? Wizards who specialized in poison magic immediately sensed this substance's intrusion into the barrier and promptly held their breaths, on high alert. Lynn quickly recognized the partially burned, pitch-black liquid, his expression a mix of astonishment and some excitement. "Wait! Could this be oil? Oil? What's that?" Dennis and others were utterly puzzled, encountering another unfamiliar term. "It's a crucial liquid fuel," Lynn explained. "What is oil?" "It's the lifeblood of industry, the source of power, one of the cornerstones of modernization. Apart from being a fuel, it can be made into plastic, asphalt, synthetic rubber, and more. Although in the wizarding world, they primarily operate with magical engines that convert hydrogen through magic to induce gas explosions, providing power, which is significantly more efficient than liquid fuels. However, cost is a significant issue. For instance, a standard crystal magical stone, 3 magic gold coins in value, only provides 5 days' worth of flying fuel for an airship. If not for wartime support by the Council, even tapping into accumulated magical stone reserves, they wouldn't dare sustain the consumption of hundreds of airships continuously. Once the process of magical conversion is expanded throughout the kingdom of Hadrolata, they wouldn't primarily rely on magical stones. Oil is a viable alternative. Lynn had previously instructed kingdom scouts to look out for it, but oil exploration isn't an easy task, and to date, no information had returned. Lynn hadn't expected to stumble upon traces of oil in this war, let alone see it being directly used as fire oil. It was simply wasteful and destructive. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 344, Thundering Net Covering the Capital. As Lynn explained what oil was, similar magical barriers rose across the towering towers, sealed factories, and above the capital, shielding it from the falling firestorm. To prevent rebel attacks during intense combat and the potential destruction of granaries, armories, or even large-scale explosions, Lynn ensured alchemists placed magical defenses at crucial points. Many were assigned to guard these locations. This explained the mere presence of 10,000 riflemen and a few hundred official wizards on the city walls. Others were deployed for reinforcement. Seeing the minimal impact of the oil attacks, some griffin riders descended, using their claws to disrupt the magical barriers. Their claws were effective against magic, leaving scratches on the barriers. Others redirected their focus to surrounding homes. The scorching oil ignited roofs and streets, setting the city ablaze. "Damn it!" Hader, anxious as flames spread, urgently urged Lynn and others to dispatch aid. While he cared little for the peasants' fates, the palace was a key concern. 30 griffin riders patrolled the skies above, the previously established defenses hardly lasting. Riflemen aimed at the sky but were largely ineffective, unable to take down a single griffin rider. Raphael faced a dilemma. The scattered griffin riders across the capital posed a problem. Sending too many for rescue risked the elite forces outside seizing the opportunity for an attack. Some shape-shifting wizards attempted to transform into flying creatures, intending to combat the griffin riders. However, Raphael halted this plan. Their sheer numbers would lead to a fatal aerial assault. "Should we use that now?" Anthony cautiously asked. "Not yet." Lynn shook his head, aware that Anthony referred to their newly developed laser magic. Only 11 had mastered it so far. A surprise attack might eliminate some griffin riders, but it would make them cautious next time. But this chaos had to end. Lynn glanced skyward. A surge of data flooded his mind, constructing three-dimensional models of every griffin rider's position and movements. With the aid of his intellect, their actions and potential escape routes were laid bare. Magic, barrage. In an instant, hundreds of 30-centimeter magical missiles materialized in the void. Lynn's sudden action instilled a glimmer of hope in the troubled wizards. This renowned magical luminary had never disappointed them. The flying griffin riders noticed the magical fluctuations below, ascending higher. "Let's see what you've got." Arno, eager after hearing about the blasphemer mentioned by Edwall, became excited upon witnessing Lynn's action. In a flash, the magical missiles hurtled towards the sky at 200 meters per second, tracing eerie arcs in midair. Griffins, as high-level magical creatures, possessed strong magical resistance and danger perception. Coupled with the knights, they maneuvered like agile fish, weaving through the magical missile barrage. Arno, not a seasoned griffin rider, dodged several magical missiles before casting a divine shield, blocking the remaining attacks. Is that all? His tense demeanor relaxed. The quantity and speed of the magic were indeed troublesome, and while several griffin riders were hit, the power was insufficient to breach their divine shields. Arno laughed, about to descend and taunt the wizards again, but as he touched the reins, his entire hand received an electric shock. Beneath him, the griffin's golden fur bristled, emitting uneasy chirps. It seems like a failure. Seeing Lynn couldn't down even one griffin rider, Sanchez sighed. Apprentice-level magical missiles against them? It was almost comical. Anthony, a thunder magic expert, sensed something different. Join in, Anthony. Their numbers will dilute the magic's power. Lynn said, raising his hand, a hint of lightning crackling at his fingertips. Without hesitation, Anthony coordinated, a corona of lightning enveloping him. Thunder abyss storm of lightning. Divine. Punishment judgment of thunder. Two powerful thunder magic spells nearly simultaneously flew into the sky. Lightning, despite its speed, needed a medium for propagation. Air conductivity was poor, hence Anthony's hesitation to use lightning magic for aerial defense. But the circumstances were different now. Lynn, using hundreds of magical missiles, artificially created a vast electromagnetic field. The soaring griffins sensed danger, frantic to escape this area. Their famed speed and agility meant little against the spread of lightning. With two deafening thunderclaps, within a second, a colossal thunderstorm web enveloped the surrounding airspace. Blue-purple lightning dominated the entire view, rupturing their magical barriers instantly. Rampaging currents surged into their bodies, turning the knights within the electromagnetic field to cinders. Even the highly magic-resistant griffins couldn't escape the fate of being electrocuted to a crisp. Those not entirely within the thunderstorm received scattered electric arcs, stiffening before plummeting from the sky. Amidst shrieks and wails, a storm of griffins rained down. Many unlucky ones fell into the houses they had recently doused in oil, turning into charred masses amidst the paralysis of lightning and the blaze. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 345, The Astonishing Griffin Knights. Retreat. Get away. Everyone, take cover. The thunderous roar echoed throughout the sky over the capital city. The spreading net of lightning was visible both inside and outside the city, instantly ensnaring hundreds of griffin knights. Arcs of lightning, as thick as arms, continued to spread in all directions. The griffin knights circling various parts of the city were startled and flew up several thousand meters into the sky, not daring to linger even for a moment in the lower airspace. Looking at the thunderous domain overhead and the tangible sense of oppression, the wizards present felt their hair stand on end. They hadn't anticipated that Lord Lynn would have such an ace up their sleeve. Sanchez, who had spoken hastily earlier, was now too embarrassed to say a word. He had claimed moments before that their magic wouldn't have much effect, yet Lord Lynn's web of lightning had brought all those griffin knights crashing down. Truly a star of magic. Sanchez couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Lord Lynn's understanding and creativity in magic were unmatched. Their ability to adapt on the spot was simply extraordinary. No wonder Lord Lynn seemed utterly unperturbed facing these griffin knight assaults. Go capture some individuals, there must be survivors. Also, put out the fires. They won't dare come back in the short term. Lord Lynn instructed casually, lowering their hand. With the aerial threat temporarily lifted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Headmaster, if this thunder magic is so powerful, why didn't we strike them all down when those griffin knights were gathered? Ilk asked regretfully. The power of lightning disperses. These Griffin Knights aren't easy to deal with, they have high magic resistance. Even a third-tier magic requires a direct hit to pose a significant threat. Lord Lynn explained simply. There was another factor they didn't explain. The seemingly straightforward spell from earlier actually required substantial data support to construct a sufficiently large electromagnetic field encompassing all the enemies in the sky. The Griffin Knights had been provocatively probing their spell range while flying in the sky, inadvertently revealing their flight and evasion data, all of which had been recorded in the brain's database. Lord Lynn had been waiting for these Griffin Knights to believe they were already in a safe zone, gradually relaxing their vigilance, before dealing a heavy blow. Although this victory was abundant, Lord Lynn didn't underestimate this elite force of the Holy Church. Instead, they raised their threat rating by a notch. According to the data provided by the brain, these griffins could fly at speeds of nearly 80 km per hour while carrying passengers and a considerable amount of oil. During acceleration, they could reach speeds exceeding 130 km per hour. The standard speed of third-generation airships was only 150 km per hour, so the difference between the two wasn't significant. Each Griffin Knight individually was immensely powerful, let alone when they attacked in groups from the air. If it weren't for the fear these wizards had instilled with their magic, these 800 Griffin Knights alone would be enough to burn down the entire capital city and annihilate its defenders. Only the Holy Church would have the audacity to train and utilize such powerful magical beasts for warfare on such a large scale. One of the two elite forces, the Griffin Knight Order, had been witnessed, and indeed, they were formidable. But what about those divine punishment troops? What would they be like? Thinking about this, Lord Lynn cast their gaze toward the distant formation of the silver-armored guards, pondering before speaking. Prepare the electromagnetic cannon. Return their courtesy, let these people witness the power of magic. On the other end of the battlefield, Edwell, preparing to launch a full-scale assault leveraging the chaos caused by the Griffin Knights, hadn't anticipated such a dramatic 180-degree turn in the situation. The Griffin Knights, originally domineering and holding the upper hand, were struck down in a blink by the overwhelming lightning. Everything had happened so quickly that they couldn't even react before it was all over. Another unrecorded magic. Edwell's face behind the iron mask showed no expression, but the tone was chillingly cold. It seemed those wizards holed up in their territory had researched quite a few novel things. Retreat. Today's offensive ends here. Edwell decisively issued the order. But, Lord Onlook was also struck down by the lightning, and he's still within the city, the adjutant of the Divine Punishment Army anxiously spoke, his face full of frustration. Although he hadn't expected to capture this heavily fortified city controlled by devil worshippers in a single day, this battle had primarily been a probing one. However, the losses were nothing short of devastating. Over 50,000 nobles' coalition forces had lost over 20,000 men, and more critically, hundreds of Griffin Knights had fallen. His heart was bleeding. And all this loss had resulted in was setting a few houses on fire within the city. In his view, after several rounds of attrition, those wizards had also exhausted a fair amount of magic. Now was the time for a full-scale assault. Now, relay my command, retreat. Edwell's tone grew more severe. As for Onlook, with that thunder magic, he won't be killed. Edwell was certain. Lord Lynn's released spell was indeed formidable, but the power had been dispersed across the entire airspace and within the bodies of over 100 Griffin Knights. It was impossible to kill Alno, the Cardinal, who was a pivotal figure, and even injuring him would be challenging. Since Alno hadn't caused much commotion within the city, it indicated that the opposition had their own plans. Edwell's command left the group of cardinals dissatisfied. This was the first time they had suffered such a significant setback when facing the cultists of the Dark God, and now they had to retreat in disgrace. Some suspected that Edwell intended to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate dissidents. After all, Alno was notorious for being unruly, often acting without orders. But before they could voice their objections, a powerful surge of magic emanated from the city walls. At this distance, what were they trying to do? The bishops were perplexed. The distance from here to the city gate was approximately 1.5 kilometers. Based on the recent test, this should exceed the cannon's range. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 346, This place is the domain of the gods. Before the archbishops could grasp what was happening, intense lightning illuminated the walls of the royal city. Even under the midday sun, it shimmered brilliantly. After roughly 3 seconds of build-up, the 7 electromagnetic cannons mounted on the city gates roared intensely. A ferocious energy surged forth from the barrels, reaching its peak. Like flickering thunderbolts, 7 unique projectiles, propelled by amperage, transformed into a splendid array of streaks flying toward them. Although this time lacked the reinforcement of lightning magic from hundreds of official wizards, its speed paled in comparison to the occasion when they shattered the divine projection. But to Edwell and others, it seemed almost unbelievable. In just over a second, these projectiles had traversed a distance of 1.5 kilometers. Some bishops hadn't even reacted yet, and the lightning-wrapped projectiles, each the size of a human head, were already hurtling towards them. However, in the next moment, the formidable electromagnetic cannons explosively burst open. The scattered debris seemed to move as if sinking into quicksand, transitioning suddenly from extreme speed to a complete halt before reaching the people, losing momentum as they fell to the ground. This was Edwell's previously prepared protective spell, the Sanctuary of Heaven. This place was indeed the realm of the gods, where even the most potent magic would be progressively weakened upon entry. However, the electromagnetic cannons weren't targeting just them. The divine punishment troops outside the range of the divine magic sanctuary weren't as fortunate. What met their eyes was a scene where beauty intertwined with death. Several magnificent streaks flashed from the dense formation, piercing through the bodies of several silver-armored soldiers at terrifying speeds. Those at the front lost half their bodies instantly, while those behind turned into a mess of flesh. Form the shield formation and retreat. The adjutant shouted in panic, devoid of any desire for further assault, hastily issuing Edwell's command. The might of the electromagnetic cannons was undeniably fearsome. It's important to note that each member of the Divine Punishment troops was handpicked from witch hunters or knights. Yet, their proud abilities and physical prowess were utterly ineffective against projectiles moving at 3 times the speed of sound. Their armor and bodies were as fragile as paper, effortlessly pierced through. Fortunately, being seasoned warriors, they held steadfast faith. Even in the face of such horror, there was no panic or retreat. The front-line Divine Punishment troops raised sturdy shields emitting a divine glow, showing no fear on their faces. The second barrage of electromagnetic cannons quickly thundered forth. Although the shields enhanced by divine magic didn't fully block the projectiles, they significantly reduced the force of the bullets. After penetrating 2 or 3 people's bodies, the projectiles lost momentum and exploded. This was followed by the third round, the fourth round. The thunderous roars of the electromagnetic cannons reverberated throughout the battlefield. Their firing rate even surpassed that of cannons. Within a mere 20 seconds, another projectile was loaded. These bastards! Once we take the royal city, I'll hang every single one of them from the city walls. Seeing splendid streaks fly into the dense formation, creating trails of blood, a cardinal bishop flushed red. His facial muscles contorted in anger, teeth clenched, but he was helpless. At such a distance, they could only passively endure the onslaught, having no means to strike the enemies positioned atop the city walls. The fortunate ones in the sky, evading the thunderous net, immediately wished to lead their troops down to cover the legion's retreat. However, the startled griffins didn't share this sentiment. Upon witnessing the flickering lightning, they reacted instinctively, refusing to lower their altitude. Edwell's expression under the iron mask turned extremely grim. Within the domain of heaven, the brilliance of divine magic surged, a golden light soaring into the sky with terrifying might. Centered around Edwell, it streaked across the battlefield at an incredible speed. Those who had regained their senses among the nobles fleeing in chaos were soon enveloped. The golden divine light obscured everyone's vision, heading directly toward the royal city. Lynn and others didn't dare to be careless and immediately cast their strongest defensive magic to withstand this massive strike. However, nothing happened. The golden divine light dissipated quickly upon contact with the magical barrier. It was just a bluff, Raphael sneered disdainfully. He had thought it was some powerful legendary magic capable of launching an attack from such a distance. If they had that capability, they would have attacked the city long before now. Sanchez chuckled and remarked, shaking his head. Fooled by a ruse, and they ran off quickly. During the time when divine magic obscured their vision, the elite troops of the Holy See had already withdrawn 2 kilometers away. After several rounds of bombardment, the 7 electromagnetic railguns also ceased fire. 1. Due to the excessive distance causing the projectiles to dissolve in the air, and 2. Such high-intensity firing easily led to the electromagnetic railguns entering an overload state. It's a pity. If only there were more of these things. Dennis lamented. Both the electromagnetic cannons and the projectiles were unique, requiring expertise in lightning magic and alchemy to produce. They weren't yet suitable for mass production. If there had been 200 electromagnetic cannons, they could have easily decimated the Holy See's main forces just now, and the war would have ended then. Watching the enemy encircling the city retreat like a tide, Lynn did not order a pursuit. They seemed to have won a significant battle, but the divine punishment troops hadn't even broken their formation during the retreat, maintaining formidable fighting strength. Moreover, the group of Griffin Knights had set fires within the city, causing considerable casualties. The rifle teams, who had fought fiercely for nearly 2 hours, also needed a proper rest. Meanwhile, within the royal city, Glenn and others were leading a team to capture those Griffin Knights who had fallen from the sky. Falling from hundreds of meters high, even with the physique of clergy, they would be smashed to pieces. But luck favors some. Using the griffins as cushions, they managed to find 5 survivors. Unlucky Arno was among them. He himself wasn't severely injured. Sensing danger, he promptly used divine magic to block the thunder net emerging in the sky. However, the griffin beneath him was paralyzed, and they crashed into the royal city, not far from the city walls. After evaluating his chances of breaking through the siege of numerous grand wizards, Arno decisively abandoned the idea of breaking out and pretended to be unconscious. He was then captured by the arriving wizards and rifle teams. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 347, A Revolutionary Firearm That Could Change the Course of War. Gentleman Glenn, there's one more here, looks like this one's alive. Ham, in charge of leading the search party, excitedly shouted upon finding Arno unconscious on the street. The number of Griffin Knights knocked down by the thunder web was considerable, but those who survived were few. Every captured individual marked a rare accomplishment. After all, extracting critical information from these captives might potentially alter the war's trajectory. Upon receiving the notification, Glenn rushed over immediately. Surveying the collapsed roof and a griffin smashed into a bloody mess nearby, he quickly deduced how the person survived. Without delay, he grabbed a bottle of magical potion and poured it down Arno's throat. To drink or not to drink, it was a choice. Arno hesitated for a moment, ultimately doing nothing, allowing the potion to flow into his body. If they wanted him dead, they could have acted directly. There was no need for this elaborate charade. Arno speculated that these individuals intended to capture them for interrogation. Undoubtedly, this presented a prime opportunity. Arno contemplated strategies but soon felt his thoughts grow hazy, his entire body drained of strength. However, Glenn clearly hadn't anticipated a high-ranking bishop infiltrating among the Griffin Knights and being captured so easily. Hence, he used only a normal dose, allowing Arno to maintain a certain level of consciousness, preventing complete unconsciousness. Several riflemen stepped forward with specialized ropes and bound him tightly. Provoked earlier by the Griffin Knights but unable to retaliate, each person harbored pent-up anger. Now presented with the chance for retribution, they didn't hold back. One among them even viciously kicked Arno multiple times. Enduring the humiliation, Arno seethed with inner fury. How dare these lowly commoners treat him this way? He silently vowed to remember each one's voice and, once they conquered this capital, make them taste the torments of the judiciary. All right, that's enough, don't beat him to death. Observing the group's actions, Glenn hurriedly intervened, instructing Ham to take the captive to the interrogation room. With the retreat of the Holy Church's army, news of the initial victory quickly spread throughout the capital. Cheers echoed from the city walls to the narrowest alleys. It was an indisputable triumph. Fending off the fierce punitive force had only consumed a fraction of their ammunition, leaving over 20,000 bodies piled below the city walls. Had it not been for those cursed Griffin Knights, setting fire to dozens of homes and causing over 100 casualties, it would have been nearly perfect. Faced with such a resounding victory, Lynn certainly didn't skimp on rewards. Every rifleman who participated in the battle received a magical coin as a token of appreciation. Their feats would be recorded, and additional rewards given once the war concluded. Of course, this funding came from the council and the royal coffers. This is a modal window. Beginning of dialogue window. Escape will cancel and close the window. End of dialogue window. The deceased griffins were not wasted either, some were used for magical research, while others, as meat, rewarded the valiant soldiers like Old York handsomely. For civilians like Old York, tasting the flesh of high-grade magical beasts was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, especially when prepared using lightning magic. Those fortunate enough to receive a share of the meat felt it was the most robust dish they had ever eaten. After pacifying these heroes of war, Lynn increased the intensity of patrols and guards. Everyone understood the war was far from over. Today's battle might have appeared brutal, but it was primarily a probing attack. The actual decision-makers of the war, the church's bishops and the clergy, had yet to make a significant move, and their elite forces were limited. Hence, once these trivial matters were organized, Lynn promptly headed towards the Alchemy Research Institute located within the capital. Upon arrival, a loud explosion reverberated from within. However, both Lynn and the stationed guards seemed unfazed. Sure enough, within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, several wizards from the Alchemy Research Institute emerged, looking soot-covered. Lydia, who had joined the institute and become an esteemed alchemist, hurriedly inquired upon seeing Lynn. "Director Lynn? How did the war go? Did we win?" This initial confrontation with the Holy Church intrigued Lydia, but she had been occupied with enhancing rifles and hadn't joined the front-line battles. Taking down at least 20,000 with less than 200 casualties should qualify as a major victory. Lynn replied with a smile. Only by defending the city with rifles and cannons range could they achieve such exaggerated casualties. It validated his previous decision to refrain from aggressive attacks and focus on defensive measures. It was undoubtedly the correct choice. After all, they had no prior intelligence on the enemy and caution was key. The exaggerated casualty ratio didn't surprise anyone present. The rifles, cannons, and electromagnetic weapons they produced from Lynn's schematics were unquestionably devastating on the battlefield. It seems the church's punitive force wasn't as formidable as they thought, remarked a witch. Once news of the war spread across the wizarding realm, many doubted their ability to hold off the church's massive invasion. Some even believed it was the wizards' doomsday. Even the council prepared to withdraw into the wizarding territories for defense. However, it was evident now that the church's grand-scale assault was feeble, no different from the rabble in the kingdom, fleeing in disarray under the impact of their innovative weapons. No, this was just a probing attack from the church's main force. The losses were minimal, mostly cannon fodder. The upcoming battles won't be as straightforward. Lynn shook his head. Their revealed weaponry and intelligence this time were excessive. The church would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures for the next attack. Thinking about this, Lynn turned to Wilson, responsible for gunpowder research and development, and eagerly asked, "By the way, what about the smokeless gunpowder and fixed ammunition we tasked you with?" "That's been completed long ago." Wilson, the wizard, adjusted his posture, then had someone bring forth a specially designed rifle. "Additionally, we've crafted the prototype of the firing mechanism you requested. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 348, Gatlin was once a doctor who saved lives until he invented the machine gun. Lynn took hold of the long-barreled firearm and, after inspecting it thoroughly, joyfully remarked, "Excellent. Very well done. Your progress has exceeded our expectations." This initial skirmish with the Holy Church made Lynn realize the inefficiency of flintlock rifles against superhuman armies. A mere large-scale auxiliary divine technique significantly reduced the power of firearms. If they couldn't rely on armor-piercing to instantly kill approaching enemies, the pitiful firing speed of flintlock rifles became a major issue. One couldn't expect them to use bayonets in hand-to-hand combat against divine punishment soldiers, could they? Compared to flintlock rifles, breech-loading rifles represented significant progress. Unlike the former, which utilized flintstones to ignite gunpowder, breech-loading rifles' structures resembled modern firearms. Both employed hammers striking firing pins, igniting priming charges, and then the propellant to shoot projectiles. Most importantly, this invention, a breech-loading rifle, allowed bullets to be loaded from the rear of the gun barrel, eliminating the need for frequent barrel cleaning. Taking about a minute to load a lead projectile into the barrel significantly increased the firing speed and accuracy. While flintlock rifles fired 1 shot per minute, the initial breech-loading rifles could fire over 10 bullets per minute. Moreover, they were less prone to misfire and moisture damage. The advent of fixed ammunition also signaled the accelerated development of another formidable weapon, the machine gun. This was something that truly dominated the battlefield. In the 19th century, the machine gun displayed astonishing power once deployed in battles. For instance, in a late 19th century war, 50 British soldiers, armed with 5 Maxim machine guns, repelled dozens of charges by 5,000 Matabele warriors, resulting in the immediate death of over 3,000. This event completely altered the future course of warfare, ending the era of relying on human wave tactics and cavalry dominance, plunging warfare into a more brutal abyss. "I need paper and a pen," Lynn suddenly exclaimed. The alchemists present immediately sprang into action, promptly providing paper and pen. A few days ago, the magical prodigy sketched the designs for breech-loading rifles and fixed ammunition. After a moment's contemplation, Lynn, armed with a quill, began sketching on the paper, referencing the data from the intelligent mind. Lydia and the others stared intently, afraid to miss any details. Soon, they noticed that Lynn's depiction of the firearm looked peculiar. The main body resembled a bulky cylinder with a long chain-like structure in the middle. Instead of a stock, there was a triangular support at the bottom, somewhat resembling a cannon. Dean Lynn, what is this? Another new type of firearm or an improved cannon? Lydia curiously inquired. I call it a machine gun, a rather special type of automatic firearm capable of rapid continuous firing, Lynn explained. Automatic firearm? Wilson and the others pondered over the blueprint, contemplating the implications of automation. Lynn didn't beat around the bush and promptly explained the operational principles of the machine gun. In simple terms, it was a recoil-operated device where the gun barrel was mobile. After the bullet fired, the machine gun and barrel locked together. Utilizing the energy from the gunpowder gas, specific components opened the breech, allowing the mechanism to eject spent casings. Then, it engaged the feeding mechanism, compressing the return spring. With the spring's force, the mechanism positioned the gun for the next shot, eliminating the need for manual reloading and enabling automatic firing. Alchemists like Lydia and Wilson, who had been involved in the development of breech-loading rifles, quickly grasped the entire operational process, marveling at the intricacy of this new firearm design. They had previously discussed ways to increase the firing speed of breech-loading rifles by simplifying the loading and firing process. However, Lynn's method involved harnessing the power generated from one shot to initiate the next, creating a cycle that required no manual intervention. What's its firing rate? Wilson eagerly asked. Approximately 1,000 rounds per minute, Lynn estimated, revealing an improved version of the famous Gatling rapid-fire machine gun, incorporating the subsequent concept of automatic fire. However, due to the Alchemy Research Institute's limited industrial infrastructure, the firing rate wasn't exceptionally fast, merely 1,000 rounds per minute. In reality, whether it was a bit faster or slower made little difference. Given that fixed ammunition, unlike lead bullets, required manual production and involved a more complex process, their ammunition supply would undoubtedly be insufficient, resulting in finishing the firing within seconds or a dozen seconds at most. 1,000 rounds per minute. Wilson almost thought he misheard. Was it 1,000 rounds per hour? Considering that, in their view, the firing speed of breech-loading rifles was already fast, proficient riflemen could complete loading and firing every 5 to 6 seconds. This machine gun seemed inconceivable. 1,000 rounds per minute meant firing 15 bullets every second, which was 150 times faster than a flintlock rifle's rate. What kind of monstrosity was this? Wilson contemplated the scene of 50 machine guns on the battlefield, raining down fire and rows of enemies falling within mere seconds. He couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Lord Dean, who invented this? This weapon called a machine gun? A wizard couldn't resist asking. They were curious about the originator of this utterly devastating weapon on the battlefield. The person who invented this is called Gatlin, Lynn stated. Before joining the Society of Mystical Arts, he was a doctor who saved lives on the battlefield, witnessing the brutality of war and the endless sorrow and death afterward. His intention in creating this was to reduce casualties, swiftly conclude a war, and achieve genuine peace. Upon hearing this, the faces of the alchemists turned exceedingly peculiar. They wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. That makes sense. If all the enemies are gone, then peace naturally follows. Solving the problem of war at its root. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 349, Our troops haven't perished, they've just returned to the embrace of the Lord ahead of time. I have a decent relationship with Master Gatlin and have had several conversations with him. Hence, I have some understanding of the construction and operational principles of the machine gun, Lynn explained further. However, this weapon is unfortunately too dangerous. If it were to spread, it might make warfare even more brutal. Consequently, after its development, the Society of Mystical Arts sealed it away. The elderly Grand Wizard who developed it met a melancholic end. Only recently was it reactivated to confront the Holy Church's war, he continued. Hearing this, Wilson felt a tinge of regret. Such a genius who devised a weapon for war had fallen in such a manner. He instantly felt that the Society of Mystical Arts had made the most correct decision. He couldn't even fathom how dire the situation would become if this technology were to spread. Even formal wizards like them, when faced with a machine gun on the battlefield, might end up being riddled with bullets. Wilson even suspected whether the headmaster might have been involved in the development of this weapon of war. Otherwise, how could he possess such detailed knowledge and even directly draw the schematics? If you manage to produce 5 qualified machine guns within a week, after this war, I'll commend your achievements to the Parliament. Everyone involved in the development of the new firearms will receive a Morning Star Medal. Lynn encouraged. Most of the alchemists present had been involved in the creation and improvement of flintlocks, matchlocks, and electromagnetic cannons. It was only fair that they receive some form of reward. Upon hearing this, Wilson and the others were incredibly excited. The Morning Star Medal was undoubtedly something most formal wizards dreamt of obtaining in their lifetime. It was a great honor. Lydia was particularly thrilled. It meant she would soon become the first halfling witch in history to receive the Morning Star Medal. With the upcoming glory as motivation, the fatigue from consecutive late nights suddenly vanished. After downing another bottle of energy potion, the alchemists began brainstorming how to produce this new technology. Despite having complete blueprints, the level of automation in the machine gun surpassed that of flintlocks and matchlocks. There were numerous technical hurdles to overcome within a tight 1-week time frame. Seeing Wilson and the others brimming with enthusiasm, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Once they had laser weaponry for defense and several machine guns as their trump cards, they wouldn't need to remain on the defensive, they could switch to offense. Lynn was particularly interested in the petroleum used by the Griffin Knights for arson. In any case, he had marked this oil-producing region as his own. Nighttime, Kingdom of Hadralata, outside the capital city. Amidst prayers and hymns, the ground shook violently, and walls over 2 meters high rose abruptly, forming a makeshift camp. Soon after, several archbishops joined forces to cast divine spells, creating a magical barrier spanning several kilometers. Due to the vast expanse covered by the magic, the protective strength was significantly dispersed. Even a low-level spell could easily break through. However, it wasn't meant for defense. It was imbued with spells for detection of magical fluctuations and life senses. Upon an attack on the magical barrier, nearby guards, bishops and priests would immediately rush to the scene. The divine radiance of the barrier brought some solace to the soldiers who had just endured a brutal war. However, whenever they closed their eyes, they would recall the booming sounds of firearms and cannons, the walls soaked in blood, becoming an indelible nightmare in their minds. God's people, the devils walk the earth. They've occupied kingdoms, aiming to turn this realm into a purgatory. Fear not, panic not, all this is a test from God. Those who sacrifice for God have merely returned to the Lord's embrace ahead of schedule, to enjoy endless peace and joy in His kingdom. A compassionate-looking priest proclaimed amidst the anxious soldiers. Surrounding priests chanted prayers loudly, comforting the shaken soldiers. Compared to these foot soldiers, the precious Griffin Knights received better treatment. Personally attended to by the bishops, they were rid of their fear of thunder magic using divine spells. The only unaffected ones were the silver armor Divine Punishers. Each member of the Divine Punishers was an elite who had fought their way out of heaps of corpses. They had witnessed comrades perish under the fangs of demons and beasts, and hunting down dangerous wizards was routine. So, despite the intense noon siege, it wasn't enough to shake their spirits or beliefs. In the center of the camp, under the guard of the silver armor guards, stood a temporary pure white tent. Edwell was listening to reports on casualties from this war, which were significantly worse than initially anticipated. The total death toll had reached over 23,500, including 117 Griffin Knights and 200 Divine Punishers who fell to lightning nets and swiftly launched alchemical devices. Listening to each dreadful account, the faces of the archbishops turned grim. The result of the initial battle could only be described as shameful. Even in wars against dark gods, they had never experienced such a humiliating defeat. Edwel couldn't imagine the repercussions if such heavy casualties were reported back to the Holy City. It would severely tarnish the dignity of God. In his view, the significant casualties without any corresponding gains were purely due to Edwel's incompetent leadership. We shouldn't have hurried the retreat earlier. Although those wizards' weapons are powerful, they cannot sustain indefinitely. The loss of 20,000 lives might have pushed those cultists of dark gods to their limits. It's like a dam nibbled by insects, a gentle push could make it collapse. Pratt asserted decisively. He didn't understand how firearms and cannons operated, but apart from the Almighty, no power was infinite and eternal. Powerful forces often meant terrifying consumption. If during the fiercest moments of the war, Edwel had ordered the Griffin Knights to cooperate with him in a strong offensive at any cost, perhaps they would now be celebrating victory within the city walls. Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Chapter 350, Edwel, our strategic objectives have been achieved. I believe that powerful thunderous weapon is their final trump card. Pearson stated firmly. The attending bishops nodded in unison, unwavering in their belief that the cultists of the dark gods were already weakened. After all, it made no sense for them to suffer such heavy losses while the opposing side remained strong. It's very likely they were just a hair's breadth away from retreating before the wizards could no longer hold on. But how much would such a forceful attack cost us? A cardinal frowned discontentedly, countering the argument. Even if they successfully captured the capital by brute force, the losses incurred would be unacceptable. The combined forces of the kingdom's nobles could perish, but if the Divine Punishment Army and the Griffin Knights suffered too much, each one of them would face trial. Within the pure white tent, several bishops voiced their opinions vehemently, their faces flushed with intensity. The cacophony of debate caused Edwel, seated at the head, to grow increasingly displeased. An indescribable sense of pressure began to pervade the entire tent. As if some force had forcibly gripped their mouths shut, the disputes within the tent almost instantaneously subsided. Struggling, Pearson turned to Edwel seated at the head, his face aghast, immediately recalling the rumors he had heard within the inner sanctum of the church. There were whispers that Edwel had received the Lord's grace, stepping towards being the next appointed high judge. This military expedition against the kingdom was meant to boost Edwel's image, allowing him to achieve feats substantial enough to win the people's favor. Initially, Pearson had dismissed these rumors. After all, in terms of seniority and devotion to the Lord, Edwel wasn't at the forefront among the cardinals. How could he gain the favor of the Lord? However, it seemed this assertion might not have been baseless. Once the commotion in the tent had settled completely, Edwel finally spoke, "Gentlemen, our adversaries this time aren't the usual disorganized cultists of the dark gods. They hail from the demonic realm, lurking in the shadows, amassing power for centuries, even daring to challenge the Church and the Empire's Council of Wizards. Of course, that's nothing but the folly of the ignorant. Yet, no one knows how many bizarre and potent magics these wizards have developed in recent years, nor how many innocent souls they've devoured. You must have already witnessed the new weapons those wizards have crafted." Edwel surveyed the assembly, continuing to inquire, "Against weapons capable of unleashing lightning, how many among you could withstand their onslaught?" The assembly of bishops was momentarily stumped, recalling the terrifying speed of the electromagnetic railguns. Pearson felt somewhat indignant. If he had been the target earlier, he could have easily evaded the attack before it arrived. But upon reflection, Pearson refrained from rebutting hastily. Yes, he could dodge given the distance, but within 500 meters, if a few rounds were fired in succession, he might not be so lucky. So, this attempt was not without any gains. At least, we now have some understanding of the new weapons those cultists possess, Edwell said in a grave tone. In a way, the primary strategic objective of the initial battle had been achieved. They had verified all the new style weapons of those cultists mentioned in the kingdom's intelligence reports. As for the colossal alchemical creations capable of soaring into the sky, under the pressure brought by the Griffin Knights, they dared not ascend carelessly. The only unexpected factor was the unidentified lightning web that covered vast swathes of airspace, severely crippling the Griffin Knights and preventing their swift capture of the capital. After a moment of contemplation, Edwell's gaze suddenly shifted to the side. "Vid. How much progress have you made on the task I assigned earlier?" Vid immediately knelt, producing a blueprint, and respectfully stated, reporting to Lord Edwell, "We have thoroughly investigated the defences within the capital." With a thought from Edwell, the blueprint in Vid's hands levitated, unfolding itself and displaying before the assembly. They had already seen this map several times on their way here, but the wizards occupying the area had been there for over 2 months. Hence, they were unaware of any internal changes. Vid, however, had diligently recorded these changes. For instance, in case of an attack, there were a total of 37 locations within the capital protected by magical barriers. The places likely to be granaries or armories were marked with red lines. One of these locations, the Guardian Forest, was even more heavily guarded than the Royal Palace. It was protected by over 1,000 riflemen and over 10 wizards, nearly causing the probing party of Griffin Knights to be repelled. This might be where the wizards are congregating. A bishop speculated. Only the residences of the Grand Wizards could likely be more secure than the Royal Palace. No, it's impossible. Pearson shook his head. This area was vast, previously used as a training ground for the kingdom's knights. The Grand Wizards would never stoop to dwell in such a place. 8 or 9 out of 10, this was likely the site for manufacturing those magical weapons. To Pearson's surprise, areas protected by magical barriers even included several churches within the capital. It seemed that, despite the cultists occupying the capital, they too feared the divine authority and refrained from wanton destruction of places dedicated to the Lord. Pearson thought this way, completely unaware that these churches hadn't been demolished because their rooftops were perfectly suited for manufacturing lead bullets. In reality, their interiors had been completely transformed, even melting down the statue of Ayla. Otherwise, Pearson would have stormed into the capital, furious at this blasphemous act. "Excellent." Edwell, after examining the map, revealed a faint smile. Then he had someone bring in a noble from the kingdom. It was an elderly noble, around 50 years old, with a thin face lined with wrinkles. As soon as he laid eyes on Edwell, he eagerly knelt before him. "Sir Suth, I believe the secret passage leading to the capital remains undamaged by those cultists?" Edwell asked with certainty. "Unlock exclusive early access to the complete novel, all the chapters, before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. For just $5, you'll receive. If you decide to pledge $10, you'll get all the perks from the $5 tier, plus. And if you're feeling generous with a $20 pledge, you'll unlock all the perks above. Don't let this amazing opportunity slip through your fingers. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1.